Yeah, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Yeah, it's my hope that you are doing well. Yeah, I've just come with a lot of frustrations. Tumetoka kusaidia timu nyingine hapo tuone kama ingeinua kikombe, but things have not worked. Warudie tena. Life ni ngumu. Hey. If things do not work, you repeat all over again. Yeah, it's unfortunate for Arsenal for what has happened. Everything looked good for them, but inakuwa hivyo. So inakaa sasa PSG, hiyo timu ya Ufaransa ni kama wamepata code ya kushinda vikombe. Hiyo ndio inakuanga in life, inakuanga hivyo. It's like the story of talent. Yule ako na mingi ndiye anakaanga akiongezwa. Yani to break that cycle is usually not a joke. So to reach that level is not a joke for us. So I don't know. I think this was a golden generation. Wanamovisha pin at least. The other time walikuwa wali 2-6 walishindwa 2-1. Sahi wameenda through penalties. Next time they will win. This is the same pain which Chelsea went through. Before Chelsea made it in 2012, they lost this way to Man U in 2008. Kikombe Arsenal inakuja. That's how it is. So kikombe Arsenal inakuja ni vile sio leo. So I remember Chelsea. So Chelsea in 2008, Terry. This guy who used to be called Terry anaenda kupiga penalty hapo alafu ana slide. And Manchester United got their, I think their third Champions League or second. Yeah, they got their third. So Chelsea, that time they have been eliminated by Liverpool somewhere in semi-finals. Wakafight. And 4 years later, 2012, they did their first cup. So Arsenal will do their first cup. Ni vile sio leo. Yeah, they will do their first cup. And if they have to do their first cup, they will have to avoid the penalties. Vile nimeona hiyo kikombe imefika penalty sasa nikasema, and na kuna pale niliona nikaanzia kuona ni kama PSG wanataka kwenda kwa mapenalty. Nilianzia kuona PSG vile wanabehave sasa wanataka kwenda kwa mapenalty. Wali relax kabisa. So I think they knew what they wanted today, but luckily they have gotten. So the game did not produce the heroism which we were expecting, but ni sawa. So anyway, Arsenal wajatoka hivyo, walinua kale ka kikombe, the Premier League, which is okay. But it is painful they have really fought hard to be at this level they deserved. PSG project seems to work. They have gotten their second cup. So, and I heard that guy is consisting on, he is saying he is having a golden era within that. When they released Bampe. Imagine mnaachilia Bampe alafu venye mnaachilia tu Bampe tu hivi vikombe zinakuja 2 in a row. Hii kitu hata inaweza fanya Real Madrid iuze huyo jamaa. Hata kama Jose Mourinho ameenda hiyo pande. How is he feeling? How is that guy feeling at this time? Anyway, so in a nutshell, kikombe imeenda. So that's how I wanted to update you. Many of us globally, people are rooting for Arsenal. We thought that Arsenal would rise up to the occasion, but bado. It's unfortunate, but bado. So wacha turudi sasa kwa maneno yetu ya COVID. No, sio COVID, maneno yetu ya, and I want to streamline things because I've also heard some things which are, nataka ku streamline hii maneno yetu ya Ebola. And these issues whereby somebody is saying that America is forcing Kenya to have Ebola quarantine. you know, from the information which is reaching us, we are hearing that because the Kenya has been, because of the UN and tazama na vitu zingine like a regional hub, Kenya felt, ni vile nasema hiki so that people can understand pale Marekani iliingililia. So Kenya felt that because having those quarantine centers, it will be an event which will bring a lot of money. So now Kenya as a geographical leader, Kenya being a bigger hub than Uganda, where we have the logistic hub for the UN in Uganda, and Congo as well, where we have some contingent. So Kenya saw an opportunity of getting a lot of money, and they decided to bypass those two countries. Na wakasema sasa hizo quarantines zitakuwa kwetu, and that is how now America came into place, because Kenya yenyewe ndio ilikuwa inapiga Congo na Uganda chenga. So because wakubwa wote wa UN na those other bigger agencies, they are domiciled in Kenya, so Kenya felt that they deserve to host those quarantines. So walikuwa nafikiria ni kitu ni kama ni mashindano, ni kitu italeta pesa. So at no any particular time did the America force Kenya to have a quarantine center. And in any case, even if America is forcing Kenya to have a quarantine center, you have prerequisite of refusing. Yes, let's use the other condominium, that yes, America is forcing Kenya to have a quarantine center, but it is not at a gunpoint. If Kenya is being forced, we can refuse. So this was something which, from what I know and what I'm hearing from very serious sources, by the way, Kenya lobbied for this thing. Kenya ndio ilisema sisi ni mababu kubwa hapa. Sisi ni PSG hapa. Ni bwana, kikombe imeenda hivyo tu. I'm really very angry. Sisi ni mababu kubwa hapa, so hii kazi mtuachie. Unajua hata Marekani wenyewe wanashindwa, because let me tell you, I don't think America would be interested in endangering another nation if that nation does not want to endanger itself. So, and on what I know is that the American agenda, which is mostly pro-American, and that's why unasikia wakisema we will not allow any Ebola person here, because for them they care about their people. If Americans are caring about their people, it is not for Americans to care for us. And I think that is what many of us Kenyans, we are not getting, or even Ruto himself, they are not getting. Americans have no business of caring for us. Caring for us is about us. Is us to interrogate, intercept, and think. Na tuseme, this is how we want our country to be governed. So I think, and then you can see Akina Mudavadi and all the other people. They also defending the same quagmire. It's absurd. It's absurd. So I think I can begin with my DVD. Let me see if I can get him. Unajua hadi madividi ati anasema ati we need to benefit from this program. Akwende bana. Your program, we don't want to benefit from that program. It is better. It is better not. It is better not to get experience ya Ebola. Your experience ya Ebola hakuna. We don't want it. Njiro, someone said that Ebola quarantine facility is just a distraction as they stage to begin mining our minerals in the coast. When the French Prime Minister was there, he met Joho. Haya ni sawa. So Timi anasema kuna kakitu kanataka kufanywa, so Na kwani hizo minerals wanakuja kumaini kwa mashamba zetu, si we will see them mining and we will shout. Yeah, we will see them. We will see them. So I think there's a moral issue. Kenyans should refuse it. The public. I don't think Ruto has the capacity to refuse because ni mpenda pesa sana. Anything, because you know he is auctioning Kenyan sovereignty. Anyway, let's hear Madividi, what he has to say about Kenya and Ebola. And then we react. And then as I come now to circle to other story.
The healthy mind, which is essential for personal fulfillment and improved productivity. It should inspire creativity, boost self-esteem, enhance problem-solving skills, and build confidence and promote cooperation and mutual respect. Building a healthy, cohesive family of foreign service professionals is important to position our treasured human resource to project, promote, and protect Kenya's national interests across the world. As we connect with one another, relax, reflect, and renew our collective commitment to excellence in service, we must openly and honestly confront workplace challenges that can compromise the quality of our service delivery. These include mental health, which is a serious health concern affecting individuals, families and institutions, and nations across the world. Work-related stress, anxiety, and burnout also leave staff fighting silent battles behind their smiles and professional appearances. Investing in wellness creates affordable opportunities to deal with these issues and improve our capacity to perform better. It enhances resilience, innovation, and excellence, enabling us to build healthy relationships at work and within our families as we serve our country. Neglecting these important connections may result in stress, conflict, illness, gender-based violence, and alcohol and substance abuse, among many other social ills. I encourage you to use this event and the regular professional counseling services at your disposal to foster an active culture where it is okay to speak, to ask for help, and to check on one another. A simple conversation, a kind word, or a listening ear can make a significant difference, particularly in reducing the stigma often associated with mental health challenges. Seeking support should never be viewed as a weakness. Rather, it should be regarded as a sign of strength, courage, and self-awareness that demonstrates wisdom and a commitment to personal well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, it would be gratifying to see a more connected, happier, and less stressed workforce. The activities of this day should stimulate a more productive foreign service that shows greater trust in our leadership and is deeply committed to the delivery of the State Department's mandate, upholds public service values, contributes ideas for continuous improvement, and willingly supports one another. I firmly believe that as we work together to achieve our goals, we shall all share in the pride and satisfaction of our individual and collective accomplishments. Let me close by appreciating all of you for your dedication, professionalism, and the invaluable contribution to making Kenya a great home and abroad. Making Kenya great at home and abroad. I look forward to the next round of fun-filled wellness activities this time next year. And it is now my distinct pleasure to declare the State Department for Foreign Affairs Staff Wellness Day officially open. I wish you a great day of fun, interaction, learning, and rejuvenation. God bless you all, and make sure when you go home, there are no muscle pulls. So I just want to say thank you to you because you have all contributed. The profile of Kenya would not be what it is without your personal contribution. So don't ever imagine that I don't recognize that. I do. If the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is shining, it's because you have contributed. If the minister is projecting a good profile, it's because you have contributed. If the President of the Republic of Kenya is projecting Kenya well, it's because you have contributed. So you have done this country a great job. More recently, under very difficult circumstances, you have successfully worked, weaved, networked, and facilitated a successful Africa Forward Summit, which brought together in this country over 35 heads of state and government. Can you imagine that? It would not have happened without you. You did it. You are in the trenches, working day in, day out, waking up, making calls, making connections, receiving the heat on our behalf when somebody is getting agitated. And you did all this until it was a success. And there are many more challenges that are ahead of us, which will come. There are others that we have to grapple with. Last night alone, the President of Kenya had to convene an update session with key development partners and the international community and the UN because of the threat of Ebola. And to see how, again, we can collaboratively work with the international community to protect Kenya, but also to be a responsible member of the international community. As we have the UN here, apart from the expansion that you all know is going on, when the President and the Secretary General led in the groundbreaking ceremony for the expanded facility, I think it's important for you to know that the same UN is also in conversation with Kenya so that Kenya can become not just the headquarters for the UN entity that is here, but also to become literally the headquarters for humanitarian and logistical programs of the UN in the global south.
He is claiming because Kenya is the headquarters of the UN in the global south. Unajua global south ni hizi manchi zote zimelemewa, ndizo wanaitanga south. Hizi manchi zote zimelemewa kutoka India kuteremuka, hiyo yote inaitangwa global south. The whole of Africa, akina India, Myanmar, all those ones. So the global north, unajuanga ni gani? Hata China sasa imeingizwa huko, ni akina China, Japan, South Korea, US, the whole of Europe, hiyo yote ni global north. Sasa global south ni sisi wote tumelemewa. So because Kenya is the headquarters for the global north, no, global south, I mean, that is why we need to even lead in quarantining Ebola. Yeah, that is what this Pafada is saying. You know, we have always been saying this guy is a coconut head. Nilikuwa nimekaa sana bila kuongea story yake, but I think he is a coconut hand. Nataka kuweka Sudi. Nataka kuweka huyu mama wa health that alikuwa anasema ati no Ebola in Kenya, but mlikuwa mnataka kuiweka. Anyway, let me go to Murembe where Sifuna did magic today. I want to show you where Sifuna actually brought an rural crowd into talk. Sifuna. To bring the cool.
Ningependa kuchukua wakati huu kuongea kidogo kuhusu baba, kuhusu ugonjwa wa baba. Mimi Sifuna, njoo hapa jamani, njoo hapa. Bana befwe mulembe swa ukhesaneho kumulembe ko musakhulu wanga mati mulambo nanga bulayi eneno mulambo nanga bulayi ne baba amine eno mulambo nanga bulayi ese nise Sifuna omwana wenywe wechilano khulira omusakhulu wanga mati sikila bele kwa mwaliria ne musima se kuendelea nende programu khumale ne family alafu khuloseho kabili kataru eneno mulomanga mulisi mulinywe nanu enywe nanu ne muri Sifuna mpaka mube discipline sekuleke family male programu yefwe alafu kwicha nano kunenyanga khumanye kuli Bungoma muli 1 term namwe muli 2 term muli zina haya hekumale alafu kuite kulosi. Tafadhali wale ambao wako hapa vijana wetu tunataka tu discipline, kwa sababu ukiniona hapa hakuna kitu itaharibika na hakuna kitu itanishinda, si ndio? So naomba tufungue tu hapa kidogo tu, ndio wale ambao wamekaa pale. Asante sana hawa vijana kwa sababu ya discipline wakule lunch ya Nairobi, si ndio? Tunataka discipline ndio tuweze kukomboa hii nchi yetu, itahitaji nidhamu. Asanteni sana, wapigie makofi bana. Asante sana vijana wetu. Haya, hata hapo nyuma tafadhali wale ambao mko
ikisia efwefwe nga babana bewe sindu sya kwanza papa kakwekesia ali.
Yes, Mr. Robert, how are you? Good afternoon today.
Hey, habari Njiru, how are you?
Jema kabisa. You look Sabbath.
Yeah, I just came from church, fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to step in.
Wewe ni mwana mpira ama? Are you a footballer? Do you love football?
I don't know which football you are talking about, though.
Oh, unajua pia the same time kulikuwa na mchuano wa Arsenal na PSG na Arsenal wamelia bwata.
Hiyo sijui mimi.
Aya, go ahead wewe.
Mimi najua hapa Auckland Raiders bwana iko nao Las Vegas huko. That's what I know.
Yeah, anyway, thank you and welcome for our show tonight. There are a number of things we are evaluating. I overheard you yesterday saying that encouraging us to go in your quarantine. So we have that facility. So I will still return to you on that. Pia mimi ujaribu kuniconvince. But so far we see extreme uproar about that. Maybe before you react to what Mudavadi has said, and maybe to the rhetoric politics from Akina Sifuna, the way we saw Sifuna trying to stamp authority in Magharibi. Are we now settled on the issue of Ebola? Ama tu bado tunaendelea na story ya Ebola Kenya?
No, what you have to realize, Ebola, by the way, so unajua, like I said yesterday, so people might disagree. Sometimes it's good to disagree, and then I tell you, so I'm somebody who's economic. I'm talking about economics here, of what the benefits of it. And like you said, because I was listening to you, it's not like Kenya was there. There were some people that in Kenya kasema, I'm the piggy boy in this region. Unajua? So wakachukua.
Of course, Kenya confirmed to America.
Yes.
Because of proximity to Congo.
Yes.
Exactly. We have more information to Ebola than even America. So
exactly. Yes, Kenya, that's what I was telling people.
They are the big guys who can actually fight this war.
Yeah. So
even than America.
Yes. So the thing is, wacha tuseme ukweli sasa. Let's talk of this. So Kenyans, me included, even you included, sometimes when Kasongo does something, we have emotional. Because we heard him, hata chochote akifanya, we have to taki. And that is understandable. It's understandable. The only thing I can say is the way they handled it was not good. They could have told the public and everything. They educate the people before they do what they do. To tell you the truth, Njiru, from what I'm doing myself, we are not going to be affected as a year what wamekuja to Kenya were affected. Zero. Because these
even
people,
in the quarantine facility, you are saying your quarantine facility kikuwa Kenya will not be affected.
No, so we are not like when these people, when they come in, when the way US is very strict whenever they do something like that, they way to see they do things. So ukiangalia, anybody who's affected, they'll be brought in and they go to the facility, and the only time they get out is when they have been treated and ready to go. So
no, but hiyo ugonjwa haiponi Robaso ni treatment gani because sielewi.
There's incubation yako.
No, you know, and you need to know that, like, for example, if you bring like 50 people on an incubation, be assured that you will not get like at the zero do not at like watu wote wanakuja in incubation hawatapata ugonjwa. So what there is you will incubate like 50 people and 1 or 2 people will actually turn positive.
Yeah, so that's what they want.
And once they turn positive in Kenya, that is the beginning of the end to us. Because you only need 1 case. You don't need a million case. You only need 1 case. Kuna ile tunaitanga ground zero case.
And you let me ask a question. Let's be sincere. Are we protected? The mambo ya mpaka ukifuka hapo na manga, you ingia Arusha. You are almost in
I don't understand. Lakini unajua ni nini? Afadhali ingie na mpaka. Afadhali kama Ebola has to come to Kenya, it is better iingie na mpaka ikuje na hizo maroli vile nasikia watu wakisema kuliko tunasikia ati there was a facility in Kenya na hapo ndio Ebola iliingililia. That one would like
it's not to be protected. We always come say it's not to be protected.
You see the problem which we have Kenya tumekataa kufunga mipaka. Uganda and Rwanda have crossed their border. So why is Kenya not crossing their border? It is because we are careless. All what we mind is your story unaongea business. or we might, you know, Roba, money cannot go ahead of life.
No, Njiru, what I was saying is,
alive, well and good.
It would also help Kenyans. It has idea our Kenya, if the Kenyans we dress that, then we will take our people there. As simple as that.
No, it cannot handle. Let me ask you a question. You know the way in Kenya we have congested estates. I want to give you an example. I know you have close proximity of Nairobi, Kibera, and the pipeline. Sasa niambie Ebora imelad pipeline. Discuss.
So itakujaje pipeline because I still want to come there.
You already have a case in Nanyuki. That case in Nanyuki is a pipeline.
How? Because this thing is going to be guarded. It's going to be guarded.
No, you know, guarding, you know, I think you are not drawing parallels with even COVID. See, hata China hiyo ugonjwa ilitoka hata ikizuiliwa. Uwezi zuilia ugonjwa kutoka because what happens, that contact, hakuna vile tutase ati kuna mgonjwa Laikipia, you have no control ya huo ugonjwa ati usitravel from Laikipia to Nairobi. That control you don't have.
No.
You cannot ring-fence that person.
Zero. So what you are not getting is this one here. Who are we going to get it? Because whoever they are bringing in, when they're letting with their own planes, we will not be.
Akuwezi kosa contact, Bwana Roba. Ni ile, you know, contact is unintentional. As long as ugonjwa iko kwa inchi, utakosa contact.
So, unajua nini? One thing I was telling people yesterday, and that's, I think also, first of all, Kenyans, if they will not be involved.
Let me ask you a question. I want to ask you a question, Roba, even as we discuss. I want us to discuss in a very friendly way. Which one is better? Which one is better? To have facilities, to have those Ebola facilities na uko na Ebola, ukuwe na hizo facilities na Ebola iko kwa inchi yako, or not to have those facilities na una Ebola. Which one would you prefer?
So the facilities are there just in case somebody gets it. It's not like
you don't plan for a deadly disease. Ebola iko na 90% fatality rate.
Yes.
90. So Bwana Roba, Ebola is, you know, if you look at the fatality, that one should tell you a lot. Anything with the fatality rate, 90%.
It's a facility. The facility is going to be handled by whoever wants to do it themselves. The reason why, and I'm telling you, the main thing why in Abuja is CDC. You know, remember they have the CDC in Kenya, Center for Disease Control, and it's my USA thing. You know that.
There is also a CDC in Geneva.
Yeah, no. What I mean is that's how it look from there. It's not like they have already there. They would have their own doctors. They would have everything there. They know how to handle themselves. If you don't want to be involved, you don't want to be involved. It's just providing a facility. So let me ask you a question here. I want to ask you a question. If that's the case, then I'm here at the UN, you are talking Kenya. Because now if you want to be a big boy, you cannot, or Stephen, as something embodied as idea, people are big superpower, and by everybody wants to deal with.
You see, Robert, there is something you are not understanding here. It doesn't mean that because we have that facility, it doesn't mean because we have that facility, we will manage to contain that disease. So it doesn't mean
no, you are not involved.
As the UN, but we still go to the mayor. So why risk a country with no resources on a deadly disease, which even first world countries do not want? Why, Unajua, Roba, there is something you are not understanding here. We are talking of a country with nothing. A country where
also
you know how many people die of malaria?
First of all, Kenya is not involved. What you are providing is a facility.
No, but that facility is within the jurisdiction. So that's how Kenya gets involved. Unless uniambie hiyo pahali tunakatia hiyo nchi inataka labda tuseme huko sio Kenya.
No, so when they come in, it's in the barracks, yeah?
No, let me tell you. Let me say something I want to nataka Roba kidogo upate. Kuna kitu nataka, even as we talk about Ebola, nataka tuongee story ya malaria, typhoid hii ingine inaitwaje kipindupindu cholera. So can you like postpone that to those diseases?
Nasikia vile nani alimwambia Siuna aliambia Kasongo hata maredi imekushinda, hata virahasi imekushinda, kwani bora ndio utaweza. So that was like that's
No,
kind
no, I didn't know. Yeah. No,
Let's be
I
serious on this.
ile kitu nataka tu please for good details, please can you go and have some information about what Ebola is?
No, I don't know about Ebola. It's not the first time to make
Hebu niambie Ebola ni nini from what you know. Maybe you are not aware of Ebola vizuri. Hebu nielezea Ebola ni nini. Unajua ni vizuri nataka.
So Njiru bwana, I've been watching hii mambo ya Ebola ambayo inatokea huko this country from West Africa.
So and
not necessarily Congo. By the way, it's not necessarily Congo. Most of them is affected. Unajua ni hii mambo wanakula sijui hii monkeys and whatever mali inatokea. So the meat wanakula ya monkey meat
na mbona China hawapati na wanakula hizo vitu?
That one I don't know, but it's the Ebola is only that kind of, it's only in West Africa and mostly in Sierra Leone.
Na Sierra Leone iliua watu wangapi kabla ya wai contain?
Yeah, that was a big one, and it
there was a time when there was a three border, there was a 3-country belt ya Ebola. Unakumbuka hiyo?
Yes.
I think it was Liberia,
that one, and I think Congo also is involved.
No. Congo na Uganda wanakuanga pia na yao hapo. Congo na Uganda wanakuanga na yao. Lakini pale juu
hii ilikuwa Liberia, Sierra Leone and some other country there. Yeah, so I mean, to tell the truth, I know some things people watanipiga hapo kwa sababu me what I'm talking about is what I'm saying. Me, the way I look at it, if these people see, that's what we don't know. But my hope is, my erotic is, kama watu they are good facility, watakuwa na own doctors, they will have, because I know, I know how this thing, I mean, if they operate the way they are operating, it's not.
Have they tried the Congo itself? Epicenter, wamejaribu Congo, hapo epicenter, in the epicenter, hapo wagonjwa wanatoka, wamejaribu hapo Congo, to have a mini facility kabla wakuwe na a mega facility in Kenya.
But you see, you said it very clear from the beginning. USA was looking for partnership. And
no, it is not USA. I don't think USA was looking for partnership here. There is something which is there. You know, every country is sovereign. Bwana Roba. And
no, I'm talking about you, what you said. I'm talking about when you started the program. What you were telling.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Countries are. I said that's what I'm trying to rectify you. What I said countries are sovereign, and not even America can force Kenya to have Ebola people if they do not want. So what it looks here is that there is an attempt of also Kenya wanting to collaborate in it.
The thing is, the problem with our people, they are saying that USA is forcing these things. That's what we are trying to say.
We are not sure about that. We are not sure about that because they need to tell us. Even if US can, let's take it ideal case. US is forcing them, but is the US on the other side to make you accept?
No, they don't have power to tell you what to do. We are
then if we had a serious regime in the name of Ruto, why could he not reject America advances and tell them no? When it comes to Ebola, we can do it. Why? You see, we cannot blame
the
US for Kenyan advances. Ngoja kidogo, ni kama hii, ngoja kwamba ni kama sasa msichana apate mimba, ni kama msichana apate mimba and she start blaming others, and she is not blaming herself. Unaona, like this unwanted pregnancy. Unasema
by the way, I agree with the people. Kasongo could have told the public what he wants to. He cannot come and decide for us. Unaona, that's where the messaging.
Now, I public participation because idea in Kenya.
They refilled up the facility is almost done.
Why did he not even do ask the parliament to approve it?
Exactly, that's what we have been saying here. But mimi kitu ambayo nasema, if it's an economical thing, I'm just saying these guys can handle the business without Kenyans being affected, because I know the way they handle it. I know how the military works, because this is a military thing from USA. Hii sio kitu anachukulia rahisi. Sasa hii hawa watu watakuja, they will bring them. Na ile ndege, they cannot go near there. They will be make sure it's safe na kila kitu hata wakiwaleta hapo. So that's what I was saying. But the way it was handled, hiyo yes, sasa hiyo mimi sitaki hapo mniweka hapo ndani. Hiyo kwa sababu hapa hakuna mtu, ni kama USA ilikuja hapa na nguvu, and another I don't want to use some other words. Na nguvu
Njiru patia watu wengine waongee.
Oh no, wacha kwanza Roba exhaust. The show is long. Relax. Kwanza panguza machozi yake no kidogo. Unajua nangojea.
Arsenal wacha wachapo vizuri. Mimi ni opposition, United opposition. Tulikuwa na United opposition again.
Okay, it's all about it.
Yeah, so by the way, that one doesn't mean like when I'm saying that one I'm a Kasungu. You guys, you don't get me wrong. I am for people to make money. I am for the Kenyan benefit on this.
How can we make money? How can we make money with the Ebola? Mimi unajua mimi sielewi. Robert, can you give me a formula of how to make money with the Ebola? Nataka nielewe.
First of all, they are going to pay for it. It's not like they want to put a facility, they want to pay for the facility. So, unajua wakiweka hiyo facility kutakuwa na watu supplying, mambo ya chakula itakuja, vitu nyingi itakuja. The problem is there will be corruption from Kasongo, pengine tena anza kuleta vitu hapa. That's where I have my red card. But what I'm saying, if it was genuine,
una supply vitu in a potentially risky place where you can get Ebola. Uanze kupeleka maroli zako in a quarantine area.
Hey, so what are you talking about? That's we are talking a military. That's a military facility ambayo iko.
Hiyo ni pali inafaa kukaa kama area 51, inakuwa blocked from the private, from the public. How do you put a quarantine area na unaambia raia wa hiyo nchi mnaweza leta mamboga hapa na mnaweza leta mikate?
No, Jiro. When people deliver, they deliver to a certain where they are. It's already our military in Laikipia, the facility there, they have how things come in. So even if it comes, there's chain control. It's not like it's going to come like anything else like that. That's what I mean. There will be a lot of things there. There will be people about, they'll be cleaning at the press. It's a lot of money involved. Yeah. In there is mafuta.
Roba, according to you, Kenya cannot be creative. The only creative way of making money is to just tell Ebola.
Sasa kama tuliambiwa tufuge nyoka. Remember what we were told? Tufuge nyoka, frogs, and other things to kuuza China. Yeah. Remember the campaign of 2022?
But it doesn't mean that mtu akikwambia ufuge nyoka, that is the
but this one is
the
Kenyan doctors, they'll be involved. There's a way they are protected. We have doctors who
wacha Wakenya wadili na vitu zingine. Wacha Wakenya tu wadili na vitu zingine. Wacha Kenya wadili na HIV, wadili na malaria, wadili na hizo vitu zingine zote tumesema, lakini kuweka kifua ati I can deal with Ebola. And unasikia another stupid doctor here. Kenya, we have expertise for Ebola.
What we are providing is the facility.
But that facility is the contact point. You see, there's no in which you can get Ebola without a contact point. You need a contact point.
Yeah, but
your facility is the high risk prone area where Ebola can come from. Because unaweka watu ambao ni kama unaweka wale watu unadhania wako na ugonjwa, wale watu wanakisiwa wako na ugonjwa. So, and I can assure you, out of 50 people, 2 or 3 will not refuse to turn positive. There's nothing
but when they turn positive, there's a process they have to go.
And for them, turn positive wakiwa Kenya sasa ndio sasa hiyo ugonjwa sasa utaipata pipeline.
Kenya, no. So what they are saying is, what they are saying,
can you imagine Ebola in Kibera?
Jill.
No.
It's okay. I don't want to come and tell me. What I'm saying is, let's talk of the way it's going to be handled. These guys, they want to handle themselves. The only things we are providing is a facility. Then from there, that facility, they will handle. They will take care of it. They won't take care of it. They will have their own doctors, their nurses, they have all these things coming in. They do all the treatment. If they have treatment, what they will do, no, because they want it's because of it takes few hours when you are affected. So they don't want somebody are talking from, let's say, from Congo, Europe, from Europe to USA. Many people might be affected. That's what they want to avoid. And the kid on ban is the same, and I keep on repeating. USA already has our facility. They have already people on the ground because of CTC with Kenya. That's what I'm just saying. Kenyans, we are not. Kama hii ikitokea sasa hiyo kuna shida. Unaona? But what I'm saying, economically we can benefit. Yeah, of course there's risks of ambayo itakuja nayo. Let's not talk of emotions because it's
Kasongo. Okay, kidogo nimekusikia. Let me tell you. Do you know what it's going to do? Because Kasongo is very malicious. Kasongo will intentionally bring mtu wako na hiyo kitu ili tukubali. He will intentionally ataenda Kongo aseme muniletee mtu wako na hiyo Ebola.
Now, by the way, it's not like, by the way, the people are coming, it's not like they are positive. They are saying whether there's Ebola or not, they are going to be there for 5 years, then they can renew the contract. Whether there's Ebola or not, even if people will come there, they will start like facilities about what to practice. How if Ebola, that's good for us as a country. We also get how can we handle if that such a thing happens in Kenya. Let's not take for granted that one. By the way, it's not a guarantee that they will have people with Ebola coming in at this point. No. So what you have to realize, sometimes we might not have people even for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, but still our people will benefit on that. The people will benefit. So me, I'm talking about economical side of it. I don't want that other country because a lot of countries wanted that they wanted it. But me, hiyo ndio nilitoa emotions yangu against Kasongo, nikasema hii is the economic. I'm talking about people making money. As long as I can make, how many people work on.
How much money that Kasongo has taken goes to us? Kuna hata shilingi moja tunapatanga. So
yeah, but you know, but remember that one, the way it is structured, they are good at the pattern. That's not the way it works. USA doesn't do that kind of business. That business.
Who told you that? Ruto.
So it's okay because USA would have their own military, which is already on the ground anyway, to handle this. It's not like us. We want to handle this.
Who said the US military is getting involved? It's Kenyan military. My
friend, I can give you a list. We already have USA military on the ground.
No American citizen that has been infected with Ebola will ever come. Don't you think some of those people who are going to treat that thing is going to have Ebola? They are protecting their own citizens. This is purely Kenyan. Yes.
All right, that's fine. You know more than I do. It's okay. I give it to you. I don't want to argue on that one. Let's talk of something else. I don't bother me stuck here. I don't benefit from there. I don't benefit from it. I'm just like anything economical because I know the 5 years, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. People will just
we're not touching that
people
money.
Will benefit.
What don't you get about Kasongo? We're not going to sell coin.
Njiru. Kipu amekuja ameniruka.
Endelea kwanza, endelea. Umemaliza kucelebrate hata.
Wacha mimi nitoka.
Sitaki Roba atoke. Sitaki Roba atoke kabla sijamuuliza, yani sijaanza some of the.
Yeah, open your camera if you want to talk to me.
Yeah?
Open your camera.
I do.
Face me. I want to see your emotions. Indigere
Aya, tell me. Ambie, niko hapa.
Yeah.
Why do you want my camera? I'm here.
Yeah, so
me.
What's the problem? Why you saying I have to stay?
I don't say. It's my time now.
Okay,
You've said, Robert, yesterday, that is the same thing you were saying. Do you know that some of the ways of infecting other people is through animals? The viruses may spread through hunting, handling, and eating infected animals. It can also be spread through semen from a person who has recovered from Ebola diseases. You know, it can happen through oral, vaginal, or anal sex. All those things we are saying are the things that we don't want. Number one, to answer you, America have refused that they don't want their people to be affected. Also, Kenyans, we have said we don't want our people to be infected. We don't want. Hatutaki wakuja hapa. Kama hao wamekataa wasienda America na sisi tumekataa, hatutaki. The reasons they are refusing are the same reasons we are refusing in Kenya. Number two, you are saying that it is the facility that they are bringing here. We don't want the facility. We don't want it here in Kenya. Wacha wachukue mahali wanaitaka. If they still have it in America, wachukue watu wao waenda kwa watu kuwatreatia huko. But in Kenya, we don't want that facility. We have agreed as Kenyans, and you will see it. It is not going to happen. Kwanza wabunge wamekataa, wamesema wakifika parliament, that is one of the things wenye wanaenda wanasema hata watasoma the budget. They are not going to read the budget because of the Ebola. So that is how much.
Now you are pressing them. Unapresa wabunge sasa. Innocent. Sasa wabunge you are pressing them and wamekataa. Hawa
wabunge wamesema si utaona the next week it's open, they are starting. Wamesema budget next month. Budget inaletwa TV ati sijui waende kupitisha, wanasema atupitishi kwanza, maneno ya Ebola iende. Hiyo facility kwanza isionekana hapo. So that is how far Kenyans have
you tell me whether the facility is there or it's not. Au ni midomo tu. Ni midomo.
Sisi walikuwa wanatakana kuijenga within 7 days. Do you know even what Kenyans have said? They want even to know where the location is. People are agreeing to go up to there to demolish it. That is how far Kenyans wamesema, where is it? Like if your people have refused. Like if your people have refused.
They want the facility. If they don't in Kenya, they want to take it.
Let them take it. Let them take it. We don't want. Hizo pesa hatutaki. Hizo pesa hatutaki. Kama ni unasema we are going to gain it, pesa hatutaki. Tuna pesa za kutosha. Ya nini tukue na Ebola na tukue na diseases in Kenya?
That's not what I said. What I said is an economical thing. I don't say that your pesa. Economy doesn't mean that your pesa
economy Ebola. Having Ebola in Kenya is being economically viable.
Yeah, and I don't
what are we gaining?
Innocent.
What are we gaining?
I don't care, but me, I'm talking about
from supply wa maboga. Kwa hiyo system amesema wale watu watakuwa wanapeleka chakula huko, kuna watu watakuwa wanapeleka mikate, watu wanapeleka mamboga, mnapeleka masupply huko.
Hizo mamikate, hizo mamboga, hizo all those things, we don't want to take them there. Atupeleki, wacha kufuke na hiyo. That one we are not good. By the way, Roba, you don't know how far Kenyan saizi wamekasirika. That is one of the things itafanya Kasonga asifike 2027 election.
What are you talking about? If that's the case, when you kill the people, why? When you kill those kids, why is he still there? When you kill those kids,
you wait and see now. You wait and see now.
Members of parliament, the people you are pressing
unaongeza chumvi kwa kidonda saizi. Na finance inakuja next week.
Where are they when we have been calling them to impeach this stupid person, this goon? We have been telling them, impeach this guy. This guy is not supposed to be the president.
Roba, you will not convince us. Roba, you will not convince us to have that thing in Kenya. We are determined, and we have Kenyans agreed that we will not have it in Kenya.
You are not more than a Kenyan than myself. What I was saying is economical. I didn't say that thing to come in Kenya. I said it's economical benefits. I'm talking about the benefits of it. To give how many benefits of it.
How many facilities can come to Kenya to benefit Kenyans other than Ebola? Kuna ngapi zinaweza kuja? Mbona wasilete Google? Mbona
Don't,
wasilete
don't
magari kuunda
put
magari?
words in my
Mbona
mouth. I
wasilete
say,
mapikipiki?
me,
There are
yes,
many things we can do in Kenya to
thank you.
ati
Thank
kupeleka mboga. Kupeleka
Thank
mboga ati na mikate. Mikate. Hey, that one we refuse. Hiyo
yeah.
hatuendi.
Yeah, so I have nothing to do with that. I'm talking about the positive part of this. It's just what it will provide. Of course, there are risks, like people contamination, and people like it spreads. That one's there. But I'm talking about the benefits of this one here. We just want to have a debate, both sides. We should not be like one-sided. Just sort to kuja but tuanze kupiga. It will not be good. Let's also talk about the benefits, if that one is what Kenyans will get. But from there, we can weigh as citizens. When you put the scale, is it good or a bad thing? So, but we should not be one-sided. We should not be one-sided. So let's also dig inside to research. And the beauty of this one here, we can just, at the end of the day, you can convince me or I can convince you, but at the end of the day, we have nothing to decide on this. We have nothing
Oh my goodness. Njiru, we don't want to benefit from Ebola economically. We don't. We have refused. We don't want. Wewe Roba, if you want to benefit from it, well and good. But Kenyans, those who are in Kenya, we have said no to it. Hautaona.
Haya, sawa. Wacha no, Roba, nataka sasa, I want us to go around. Kuna watu wengi hapo wamekuja, and we would want us relax. We have a big time here. I will be here for 5-6 hours. So
me and you have something to want to do. I just came in. I'm just saying the positive part of it. But you guys
okay, just
literally that I'm supporting the economic side of it, because nimekuja hapa nimeongea every time we need to create jobs. This one will create jobs, but it's risking jobs. That one, that's what I came. Economic part of it. Let's also take part of it. So you guys, you can take me literally.
Okay, we hold your point. We hold your point. It's okay. Wacha wengine waongee.
Okay.
Thank you. Chukulia.
Boni yake hizo video zangu kwanza.
Haya, okay, ni sawa. Hebu kwanza nisikie Musyoka kidogo. Musyoka, habari yako? Ngoja kidogo. Ni unmute. Ongea Musyoka, how are you?
Mzuri.
Usijali, huyu anataka kutoroka. Njero anataka kutoroka sasa hivi, ameficha kamera yake.
Si ati nimeficha. Musyoka ametoka. Wewe umeogopesha watu mpaka wameenda. Yeah, I wanted to. Okay, sawa, acha nikuweke. Okay, Musyoka, you can return.
Na usitoroke.
Natoroka niende wapi? Kwani kuna pale unataka kunipeleka?
Utatufukuza. It's only 2 seconds, 2 minutes.
Ni sawa, kwanza I have
Videos are just 2 minutes.
I have
For Kenya, it's just a distraction.
Kwani ni aje?
Ministry of Mining officially opened a global competitive tender to develop Mlima Hill, okay? With the surrounding coastal area, it holds one of the world's largest undeveloped deposits of rare earth elements of niobium, valued at approximately 8.1 trillion Kenya shillings, estimated to be 62 billion US dollars. Kumbuka, mali minerals ziko, the West wanataka. France wamekuja hapa juzi. France wakikuja hapa juzi walisema wanataka kutengeneza partnership. It was not a partnership, ilikuwa ni tender wanaekelea. And to prove to you that ni tender walikuwa wanaekelea, hapa hivi unaona ni president wa France, na ni nani? Joho ni CS of what?
Minister of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
USA wakisema wanakuja kubuild sijui Ebola quarantine facility, hiyo ni uongo. They just wanna bring the equipment wazieke Kenya wakuwe ready kwanza ku-extract these minerals na kwanza ku-transport hizi minerals. Na pia kitu kingine na shuku, wanataka kwanza kuleta equipment zao za military in case retaliation ikue, watakuwa ready to defend hiyo surrounding area malizo minerals ziko. Hizo minerals ziko Mlima Hills. Nataka mjue China wanazitaka, France ndio wanazitaka, Australia ndio hizo wanazitaka. Hizi nchi za nje most of them zinazitaka. Majabu hakuna vurugu itafanyika hapo when they fight for those so-called minerals. The USA in 2024 decided to help Kenya expand Manda Bay airstrip.
The United States has launched a $71 million That's the equivalent of 9.1 billion Kenya shillings military airport runway infrastructure project at Kenya's Manda Bay Naval Base.
Manda Bay Airstrip is located in Lamu. Coincidence? Someone smart will know they are strategically positioning themselves around your placement. Hizo minerals itakuwa, it will be easier for them to do what? Transport without us ever suspecting anything. Hizo minerals ziko hapo hivyo Mlima Hills, Kwale County. They are very capable kusaidia nchi igrow ikwe one of the top performing countries. But they will make sure they take all the minerals na watu wache sisi walala hoi tukilalamika milele. Sasa usibai into story ya Ebola, focus ile kitu wanataka kutuibia. Minerals itatusaidia sisi to grow as a country, as a nation. Wanataka kutuibia yote. Kitu kawaida USA wanafanyaga, nchi yote moneko na minerals na weak leaders.
Haya, endelea ingine.
Kwa ground mboka imeanza. Nataka mkumbuke Trump alisema hii facility wanaijenga in 7 days. For those of you who do not have the proper information, I want you to know those so-called doctors wanatoka America walitrainiwa for only 3 days. And in 7 days, kumbuka koti ilisimamisha hii kitu. But do you think these people care about the court? Never. Why? Because they own the country. They own the system. Watu wanajua vitu zinafanyika ground. In 7 days, facility ishaanza. Ni kubaya. Tupende tusipende itakuja. We cannot do anything to stop it. But kumbuke si Ebola. You're smarter than that. Keep your eyes open. Na kama wameka na content kusema tu papa kwa 3.734. Asante.
Haya, cheza ya mwisho.
Kwa video ni campsite ya wase walikuwa na Ebola huko Kongo. Wase wa Kongo waliamua kasema tutakufa tukiona, tutabebwa ujinga, tutakufa tukiangalia hivi na macho. Wase wakamkia hiyo campsite na wakaimalizana nayo, hizo hospitali zote, kila kitu yenye inahusiana na hiyo nini wakazichoma. So wase wananyuki, nyika mnangoja tuwafunze kila kitu, tutatoka Nairobi kukuja huko kuwafunza kila kitu. Ni nyinyi mtake action, that is your land bana. Na hiyo kitu once imekushika, you only have 24 hours, 24 good hours kumalizwa, kukufa. Nika ile ugonjwa wa kuku vile inaendanga, unapatanga kuku zote kwa factory zimededi. Na hii ni mbaya design ya noma. So mkiexpect mfunzwe kila kitu, hamtafunzwa kila kitu. Ndio hiyo Kongo imewafunza vile kudeal na situation kama hizi. So kama mna pesa ya kiberiti na hizo mtuambie. Ni mtuambie tu mapema. Msikubali, let's not allow land yetu bana itumiwe tu kama dump site. Haiwezi kubali. Hai make sense hata kidogo bana. Tusikubali hiyo. Top Laga 254.
Haya, mimi nataka kupatia ndugu yangu msimamo kwa sababu huko nje ana affectiwa na hiyo kitu. Kwale County, msimamo, we've been talking about this in Kwale County. Wacha Robert fikiria mambo ya kuuza chai na mkate, sisi tunafikiria about minerals. Okay, msimamo.
I think why you provoking my name? Some of those things it's just black market.
Nafasi hiyo ni wasalimie tu ndugu zangu. Leo kwa kweli mimi sitaharibu kisu changu kuchinja paka kisha nikipewa kuku kama hivi ambavyo nimepewa kuku nishindwe kuchinja. Najua jana nilidavua sana na ndugu yangu mkubwa hapa Roba kuhusiana na masuala na Ebola. So leo sitaharibu kisu changu tena kuchinja paka na ili hali hapa nimepewa kuku. So
sasa mimi unaniweka kuku ama paka sasa ya kuchinja.
Unajua nikirudia tena lile ambalo tulizungumza jana na leo bado nashambuliwa vile jamaa walikubali we bado umengangana pale kwa economy. Sasa unajua nikirudia hapo mkambe nitakuwa na haribu mengi bure, wakati hapa tumeambiwa kuhusiana na haya madini yenye mshiko aswa ya mlima kwamba jamaa wanayamezea mate kilo pande. Sasa naona ni stiki hapa kwa madini ambayo yapo karibu na sia hapa, kisha mwisho wa siku tishie wachochole jamaa amesharamba. Kwa hivyo hili ndio ambalo nitalizungumzia zaidi bana. Ningesema nitarudi kwa Ebola na economy ya ndugu yangu Roba kwamba ita create job opportunities, na mshiko ule ambao uko pale umemtoa macho ndugu yangu mkubwa kwa kweli, kuliko usalama na maisha, basi nachanganyikiwa. Ndio maana leo sitaingilia hapo zaidi. Itaacha swa. Kikubwa ni kwamba ukiangalia hii nani imechezwa sasa hivi ina kama ukweli fulani, na kiukweli haswa kama hili jambo lipo tu na litafanywa, kwa sababu jana nilizungumza hapa kwamba hawa jamaa, ukiona jambo limekaliwa ati kwenye meza, kuna jopo maalum limeteuliwa la kuweza kulijadili hilo, jua fika kwamba wameliafiki, labda lizidiwe mbavu na wananchi sasa, kama vile finance bill ilivyokuwa, lakini unakuta kwamba mara ya kwanza walipamba, wabunge walipongeza na kuipamba haswa mno, kisha kilipoumana wabunge wao ndio wakaanza kuiruka, unaona, na kuungana na kule ambako wananchi wamesimama. So nadhani hii quarantine, kisingizio cha quarantine, lakini kuna mengi ambayo naamini amejificha nyuma pazia, basi kwa kweli lizidiwe mbavu na wananchi, lakini kwa kimkutadhi tayari hili limepita, unaona, tayari hili limepita haswa. Kwa hiyo ni wananchi tu tukatae, kwa sababu ya kwamba hatuna haja haswa na haya ambao wanayaleta, hayana faida kwetu, kwa sababu kwanza hatujaathirika na gonjwa hilo, pili hatujakuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kukabiliana nalo, na tatu lirudi kwao ama watengeneze kule ambako maeneo haswa huo ugonjwa unaumiza haswa wananchi, especially Kongo na kwingine. So wastick kule, kama ni kuweka quarantine kwa ajili ya hilo, basi huko watabebana huko, lakini hapa kwenye taifa letu hapana. Wacha tuone hujanja ambao labda pengine haswa tumeweza kutolewa zwita kaza masikio kuhusiana na mshiko ule ambao ni mrefu haswa wa dola bilioni 62 za Kimarekani, haswa madini ambayo yako hapa jirani hapa mlima. Nafikiri hili ndio ambalo unaona kwamba linazungushwa kule na kule, lakini watu washatia mikataba na kilichobaki ni kutafutua tu upenyo na watu wafanya yao. Mimi nitaachia hapo, nitakuwa mfupi, sitaki kuchukua muda mwingi hapa na ndugu zangu na wapate nafasi ya kuchangia. Asante.
For me, okay, let us just say that there's economical benefits to this Ebola thing. Are we good at what we are doing? No, we are not. In the past, maybe we were, when we had good healthcare systems. But at this point in time, you cannot trust them with anything. Edwin Sifuna said it very right. Kama bado tunakufa na malaria, bado watu wanakufa huko Kenya. We are dying every day because our healthcare system is garbage. If SHA or SHIF or whatever it is was working right now, fantastic. Bring it over. We know we've got not capable, well-paid medical staff. We can't afford to pay our doctors at the moment. If one heartbreak happens right now, you're in a question.
I have the question. Can you imagine Ebola in the pipeline or Kibera?
We're finished. Tutaenda kuuza hizo mkate na maji na hiyo vitu yote. Rob, I have to hit you. With the logic of selling mkate and stuff like that.
No, let me ask you a question. I said the people you saw there, the guy was supporting. I'm assuming that was a real thing. Why wanafanya kazi huku kuchanga ni wanani? Wa Kenya. They are benefit. They are getting money. When you want to kuchenga ile. So they are working.
This is that situation whereby your life is being risked without you signing it off.
That's fine. That's fine. We can
It's not
disagree.
fine.
Okay, kidogo, as you speak, both of you, there's a question I want to ask. Roba, so unajua kuna kazi inaitwa umalaya. Roba, wewe unauliza swali. Si kuna kazi inaitwa umalaya?
I've never seen it, but you said it. I've heard about it.
Yeah, but so hiyo kazi ya umalaya iko na pesa. Can you advise somebody to do it because people get paid there?
I don't have no background on that one. I don't know. I cannot comment.
He's not going to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead, bwana.
Najua kuna wabunge maraya. That's what I can tell you that.
No, it's okay. Wacha Roba, no, wacha nani ongee. It's okay. Nimekubali, sawa. Continue. Please.
No. Is it me or someone? Kuna someone watching something else?
Can go ahead.
Kill Roba na watch my TikTok huko. Kenyan TikTok, very entertaining. It's true. So for me, kama hatuwezi kuchunga wananchi wenzetu, why are we going to bring facilities, build a facility where if America was so advanced, wangetengeneza hizo facilities huko Florida ama New York, hapo tu karibu tu, waeke wapandisha watu ndege wa quarantine wanataka, wajenge economy ya Florida, wajenge economy ya New York na ikue sawa. Why did they deem it?
Hata America hutumia Mary, by the way.
Nini?
Wanatumianga Mary, like when they want to deal with contagious diseases, wanaweka Mary kwa maji, alafu sasa watu wanaweka huko kwa maji.
Keep, when you say watengeneza economy, what you mean?
You said this. See, does
it's the president. Are they struggling with the economy, or are we struggling with the economy in our own country?
Who said the US is not struggling right now?
They need it.
Okay, they don't need it, but we don't need it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you just keep on saying, they never even told Kenyan they make a contract on your behalf, on my behalf. They never said, they never forced it on your level. Them, they just said,
they have forced it. If you look at what's the response from the health secretary,
and the one thing, let's be sincere on some of the countries which can do the black market of these minerals. It's China, Russia, and other things. USA would never involve on that kind of black market, but that's illegal. People will get convicted and you go to jail, bro. When it comes there, it's genuine. It's there. They will just tell you this and that. That are minerals and other things. You have to pass through what we call this chain of command. You can just go there and do business like
that is very naive of you, Robert. Do you know that countries like this, France, US, UK, China, whatever country it is, whatever you do outside your country is your own business. So long as you don't do what do you call it?
The black market. Exactly, that's what I was saying. So
long as you don't do it within your country.
Let
me tell you.
Let me ask you a question. Tell me. No, let me ask you a question because this is very important. Tell me anybody from where some Kenyans who have gone when I had they have used people from outside, like people they have used in China. They come in terms of Chinese as a company, but the real sense the person behind it is Kenyan, the corrupt and the people who are coming in. Tell me where USA people have been sent in to come and do such things, and if that's the case, the last time we had was this country completed with some British people were convicted. So there are some countries which stand for what, let's be sincere. They want
is that a question
genuine
or a statement?
Yeah, but you keep on just putting
the way let me bring this one into order. I want to bring this one into order. Kipril, both of you nataka kuleta into order.
Can I just finish my statement? You guys
utamalizia ni sawa,
utamalizia. You'll interrupt me.
I will not interrupt you. You'll finish. I am here for 6 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not here for 6 hours. Acha kutudanganya hapo, acha uongo.
I'm here for 6 hours. Relax.
You're not here for 6 hours.
I want to
Let
guide
me
the
finish my
discussion.
statement.
Aya,
So,
sawa basi.
unajua watu wamjuangi kufanya hizi vitu bana. Let me finish. So, countries like those would come and take your minerals. They'll come and put proxy companies here. They don't care what laws you have in your country, and they will take the minerals from here. Zikifika US, wamesema walifanya kila kitu according to how that country does its business and will continue. Whatever you do after US, it's perfectly legal. These are the people that killed people, that allowed this, that sent CIA to kill people. And it's okay, so long as you don't do it American soil. And it's the same with the Chinese. Chinese, ukienda kufanya vitu zako za kufanya black market na hawa watu huko, wetengeneza hiyo kampuni yako huko Kenya, hizo vitu zikilanda hapa kwetu, sisi tuna benefit, we don't care what you've done on the other side. And that is what all these countries are saying. Usione wote ni wapamba, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. There's nothing like no, Robert, don't interrupt, please. There's nothing like hawa watu kukua ati all clean, weupe, sijui nini wakiwa huko. That is what they do in their own countries. They respect their own countries. They respect themselves. That's why you hear America first. That is why you come to Britain wanafikiria mambo yao. In Saudi Arabia, let me tell you, Saudi Arabia will accept any gold. They don't care. Sina, ikikuja hata ikiwa aje, italetwa tu hapo, ukisha land hivi, unaambia unionyeshe makaratasi, hata kama ni fake, unasema walinipatia karatasi. The gold is processed. So, for me, whatever theories you hear right now, it is true. Embu inafiliswa hapa kabisa kama burkenge na nini. Na the cobalt is being stolen every day. Ukienda huko Migori, ukienda huko Kakamega, our gold is being taken by multi-billion-dollar companies from the UK and from London. Wanakuja wanachukua vitu zetu wanaenda nazo, and we keep quiet. And that is what they're about to go and do in Murima hapo kwa kina Msimamo. They came here the other day. Mameli zilikuja. I think I'll show you that the picture. Waliingia Kwale, wakachukua mabaobao tree zote, walienda kuzikata. Usiku tu, walienda nayo, and that was the US. Walizipandisha hizo mamiti zote na kaenda nayo. Immediately Ruto came in. So I'm just telling you, if a country obeys Robert afadhali bana.
No, just say it. No, that's be sincere.
Okay, I'll just keep quiet. I'll keep quiet. A country inaweza onekana ni mweupe pamba where you live, but when they say America first, they indeed mean that, and it's the same with China. Hiyo ndio kazi yao. And it's the same way when you elect somebody, you expect them to be loyal to their country. That is why you'll never hear the US, you'll never hear Great Britain, you'll never hear any of these other countries exporting their people. Wanataka watu wakae kwa nchi yao wafanye hiyo kazi. So let us stop being naive. Hii kitu yote ya Ebola, hii vitu yote, it is what it is. Tunachezwa chenga. Where you're trying to say that, ile pesa yote inakuja ya Ebola itatumia vizuri sana. Ile pesa tulipatia hao matroops waende huko na Haiti. How many people regretted when it happened? How many families regretted when they sent their family members there? That'll get cool at the pesa. So that facility is going to be created. Yes, fine, fantastic. Nivo. The rest is actually money that is supposed to be given to the state, the hosting country. The money that is being given to the hosting country, hiyo ni yenu mfanye vile mnataka, hiyo ni kusema thank you for the services. Sasa hiyo ndio nasema itatusaidia aje, na unajua Arab mashamba atafanya na hiyo pesa nini? So let us stop being naive. Hii kitu ya trying to be the devil advocate with a monster like Ruto, it does not aingiani. You can never look at it both sides. Maybe you're right. Maybe tuseme yeah, Kenya has experience, or Africa has experience in dealing with Ebola, and we are the foremost experts with this thing. Yeah. Tuangalie history, we've dealt with this thing before and we've managed it. Hiyo ni sawa, that is fine, but not with this administration. With this administration, hatuwezi kuacha anything at chance. We cannot allow this guy to run anything. Hata kuboil maji, Ruto haezi, ataungusha maji. He'll burn the water. So for me, I cannot have any negotiation with this. There are people who are so upset with how this man runs the country. Sasa tukimwachilia afanye kitu, tuseme okay, yes, we're going to make money out of this Ebola thing. Maybe it becomes successful. Sasa unamwekea fuel ya nini sasa? You cannot support anything this man does, because anything this man does, it's absolutely nonsense. Wacha nani Uganda akimbilie kitu, they can go after that 1.9 billion. But here Uganda, that's fantastic. Ugandans are not starving like Kenyans. This is tuna njaa. We cannot eat. People are hungry. Their fuel is okay in Uganda. At least Museveni anachunga wananchi wake, even though he's a dictator. Uganda is not as bad as Kenya right now. Our economy has already been overrun. So, thank you. Sasa unaweza ingia njeru na usitoroke.
Do you mean all the time you are talking about nisitoroke? Kama unataka kutoroka, toroka. In any case ulituambia utaleta mama na hujaileta. Nani muongo?
Oh, okay. Unakuja na files, sawa? Kuja na files. Unasikia uchungu sana. Unasikia mpaka.
No, there is somebody who looked for me. Kidogo. I have to deliver your message. Somebody looked for me and he told me, I think in Njiro, some of your commentators are wasting our show. Inawezekanaje watu kama akina Kipril hawajai kuletea mama hapa? So
I'm wasting your show.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying, sio mimi nasema, nakwambia vile mtu alisema. Mimi napitisha ujumbe. Kuna mtu aliniambia the level in which these people should have come here. But nikasema we are waiting for God's time. Hatutowasukuma. Nasema yeah, but this one of the place where like very collegiate Africans are talking, or Kenya wanaongea hapa. How comes like those people, they don't want to come and address people here? Nikanyamaza tu. Anyway, but that one is
unataka guilt trip, eh?
No, I'm not putting you guilt trip. I'm telling you, mimi nimepitisha tu ujumbe kulingana na vile mtu ali-express. You alisema you seem ni kama you are, tunaonanga Kipril ni kama kona cross proximity to mama. Mbona asikupee mama siku moja akuletee tu? Sasa nikamwambia Kipril ashajicommit. So nikamwambia ni vile sasa, unajua sasa saa zingine ukipewa date unangojea i happen.
Stop your rubbish bana, kwenda huko.
No. So when you are given a date, you don't keep on insisting ni lini, inaweza kuwa cancelled.
Sawa.
So anyway, away from that, I want to circle back to Innocent. Ama unataka kwanza nicheze video zako kwanza? I can see there is
no, bado ni Ebola. If you still want to talk about Ebola, you can.
Okay, watch it. Yeah, that's what
this is new.
Guys, mimi niko na mpango. Mtafutia ni 2 bomb. Unaona, mtafutie 2 bomb. Alafu mtume tu mali Ruto wako. Mimi niko sawa, niko tayari kujitoa. Mimi nikuve, lakini at least nitasave watu 58 million. Na nikikufa niko na familia guys. Make sure tu familia yangu mmeisaidia. Sitaki mambo mingi. Wakenya mkishikana tu mchangie tu familia yangu. Make sure tu watoi wangu wanakaa maisha fiti, hawatateseka.
I don't even know if I should have played that, because that risks that young man's life. But
yeah, that one is very tough.
So he's in trouble since he may be facing an impeachment motion against him very soon because, and this is breaking news, a section of members of parliament now want to table an impeachment motion against President William Ruto for what they term as gross violation of the sovereignty of the people of Kenya. Stay tuned, because it's about to go down.
I want to react about that. Number one, Kawanjiko na Watanja. Kawanjiko, anaitwaje, Sudi, hao ndio wataimpeach Ruto. Nauliza tu swali. Kawanjiko, akina, all those, yes, there could be an intention of wanting to impeach Ruto, but do you want to tell me like akina Mbarire, who is the chair of UDA, can she support that motion? Ni swali tu nauliza. So hii ni kujaribu
we should just try. The problem is we've not tried. Yeah.
No, it can be brought, but not on this parliament, because this is a parliament full of psychophants. Wewe unataka kuniambia Kawanjiko anaweza impeach Ruto? No, nakuuliza tu swali, you know Kipril, you know them, Kawanjiko na Cheruiyot.
Easy.
Hata ikuwe ni Ruto ni ukimwi unakuja ukidungwa watu na mashindano. Can they impeach him? They can.
Easy.
We can attempt, but that is an action in futility. I think we should plan, if we have to get Ruto out of power, there can be civil disobedience, civil revolution. I don't know how we need to do it, other than maandamano way. But kuna vile naonanga kuna watu wana hii historia ya kusalimiana ilikuanga mzuri, ni ile sasa sijui ilikuja ikapata some break somewhere, but something can be done. Let's see the other one.
Talking very derogative language in a market about your fellow leaders, and you talk about them as if that is politics. Me personally, I think that is not politics. What Honorable Orengo did is I think, very degrading, and it is not is unbecoming of a leader who should who has his status. For those many years he has been in politics, I think he should know better, but we are not going to answer him because he is just trying to distract us. Me, I'm not interested in answering those shenanigans of Orengo and those others, because they are like ile chura inakunywa in a complain when a cow is drinking maji. So we shall continue to drink maji and they will continue to complain.
So Muzana piga kelele. So tomorrow nasikia ODM itajana entertainment kabisa. We're gonna have all Luo musicians, kina Prince Ida, watu wote wamelipwa pesa kwenda kufanya hiyo kitu ya nini, ya ODM. Jeru.
So there is a question, because naona he is very careful in attacking Orengo. Have you seen it? Like, he is not coming out clear attacking him. He is attacking him like a veteran.
Walimchapa bana, it was bad. They beat him up bana. They beat up Orengo. Orengo was sent for goons. Na ukusikia? They took his security. Juzi tu alitumia hapo goons because he used the island. Unajua you can actually move from Siaya to Homa Bay through the lake, and then you pita that, you know, that famous island with the highest population density. So as he came from Homa Bay, because Orengo was doing some campaigns, it went very successful, his campaigns in Homa Bay. what the Ruto government had done, they have taken Orengo security from him. Walichukua. So as he was coming through from Homa Bay to go through to Kisumu ndio aende Nairobi with his team, walimshika hapo kabla achukue ferry. Wametandika bodyguards wawili mbaya sana, so badly. Magari zao zimekuwa smashed. One bodyguard is in critical condition. The other one is badly harmed. So we know it's Gladys Wanga who sent those people. Wamemuumiza vibaya sana, like, trust me, it is really bad.
Was it in Kisumu?
It was in Kisumu, no, in Homa Bay. He was passing through. Alikuwa na bodyguards. You see, Orengo has a campaign. He's going through a campaign to be party leader, which it is becoming very successful, by the way. You kitu ya kusema he's party leader. And then you've got to understand there are 3 different campaigns that are happening right now through this Linda la Wananchi movement. Babu Owino is to elevate the youth and also to elevate the Luo party as a whole. Hiyo ni kazi yake ya kusema sasa, the youth is with me, what do you call it? The Nairobi is for me. So also he's getting a lot of following from there. Then Sifuna is also doing a lot with with people from Western, and is becoming stronger and stronger and stronger. So these 3 forces, other than doing this ODM Linda Wananchi, are actually gaining more support, bigger than even ODM as a whole. You can see ODM has been doing what DCP does, but they're moving backwards. DCP started from home to expand outside. Do you understand the difference? Now, ODM is going back to the beginning, the Luo party first. It should be the whole country. Well, now DCP is maturing. Wanataka kutoka kwa Central. They want to leave from Central and then expand to the rest of the country. ODM is just becoming just a mere Luo party. So walimchapa vibaya sana. They beat. Orengo's not harmed, but his bodyguards were severely injured. And it's sad. It is very sad, the state of our country, if that's the kind of way you can do politics. And what you had there from Orengo was the fact that alitukana Gladys mbaya. Kwa Kijaluo ilikuwa mbaya. Mbaya. Mama Mary is here at Idot to Naja labda anaweza kuwa in a place. She has taken a break. Wacha ongea. If Njeru is paying attention. Kwa hiyo simu yako pay attention.
No, I'm paying attention. Sina kusikiliza. Wacha kwanza kabla ya Mama Mary aingie, wacha kwanza nicheze hizi video mbili. What are you trying to show us?
Piga yes, alafu anaingia KCB bank ya Bungoma, anachukua 200 anakuja nayo kwa matanga ati agawe nyinyi. Kwani nyinyi ni wajinga namna gani?
A burial in Bungoma just became the most politically explosive footage of the year. One man walked in and thousands erupted in celebration. Another man walked out and got called a coward, a puppet, and a passing cloud on live microphone.
Siwe na wasiwasi, huyu ndugu yetu Mheshimiwa Didmas tumemzoea wakati ambapo
At a funeral in front of National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi, and half of Western Kenya's political establishment, and the third man tried to speak and got drowned in one term, chance before he could finish a sentence.
Zezendu mundu wa tutam, Marande Manende William, Samuel Ruto.
Ni kama watu wa tutam lazima wavae sunglasses ndio aseme tutam. Osoro last time alisema tutam na sunglasses. Ni kama wanavutanga bangi kwanza before you say tutam.
Edwin Sifuna did not come to Bungoma to mourn quietly, and Didmas Barasa, he came to disrupt and left in pieces. This is not just burial politics. This is a 2027 declaration, and the ground in Western Kenya is shaking.
Tumemzoea. Hii vipindi tumezoea. Mimi nimekuwa kwa siasa miaka mingi.
Before we get to the fire, let's acknowledge the man whose burial became the stage. Mzee Patrick Wangamati Kimingichi, born around 1937, died on May 18, 2026, was not a footnote. He was a foundation. Father of former Bungoma Governor Wycliffe Wafula Wangamati, a former nominated member of parliament, Webuye's mayor, chairman of the Luhya Council of Elders. This was a man who built things, a man who held communities together. His burial in Hachoge in Kabuchai constituency drew thousands. Senate Speaker Amason Kingi was there. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula was there. Trans Nzoia Governor George Natembeya, Kakamega Senator Boni Khalwale, Eugene Wamalwa, Edwin Sifuna and others. The family had publicly, explicitly pleaded, keep this peace, keep the politics out. They might as well have asked the Indian Ocean to stop at the shoreline. Because here is the brutal truth about funerals in Western Kenya. Matanga ni campaign rally. Mourning is campaigning. It always has been. The tent is the stage. The crowd is the constituency. And every leader who steps under that canopy knows, consciously or not, that they are being judged not just as a mourner, as a politician, as a future candidate, as a signal of where this region is going. And in Kabuchai on Saturday, May 30th, with 2027 breathing down every neck in the room, the temperature was already volcanic before the first speech was delivered. The Luhya vote is not a small size, spread across Bungoma, Kakamega, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia. It is one of the largest, most consequential voting bloc in Kenya's presidential arithmetic. Every camp, Rutos, the oppositions, the independents, needs a piece of it. And on this day, the people of Bungoma were about to make their position unmistakable clear. Itaharibika. Then Edwin Sifuna walked in and the place lost its mind. Footage circulating online captures the exact moment. The crowd surges, mourners chant, people presses forward like a tide, briefly halting the entire proceedings. Not for Kingi, not for Wetangula, for Sifuna. A lesser politician stands there and soaks it up, chest out, hands raised, milking the moment like it's a campaign launch. Not Sifuna. He steps forward, gestures with the calm authority of a man who has done this 100 times and delivers six words that are now the most shared political phrase of the week. Ukiniona hapa, hakuna kitu itaharibika. The crowds goes from chaos to electric order in seconds. Cheers erupt. The proceedings resume. A masterclass in crowd command, surgical, confident, completely unrehearsed.
Kwa sababu ukiniona hapa hakuna kitu itaharibika na hakuna kitu itanishinda, si ndio?
The clip spread like a lit match thrown into dry grass. By evening, it was trending across X, Facebook, TikTok. People weren't just sharing it because it was memorable. They were sharing it because it has him, because it captured exactly why Edwin Sifuna, love him or not, commands rooms that other politicians beg for. But Sifuna had not yet begun. Because Didmas Barasa was about to hand him a grenade, and Sifuna never wastes a grenade. As Sifuna stepped up to take the microphone, Kimilili Member of Parliament Didmas Barasa, a staunch UDA loyalist, a man eyeing gubernatorial office in Bungoma, reportedly walked out deliberately, taking a section of the crowd with him. Now, in most political environments, you walk out, you make your statement silently, and everybody Body moves on. Didmas Barasa miscalculated the man at the microphone because Edwin Sifuna saw it, named it, and detonated. The clip that is now burning through every Kenyan WhatsApp group, every Facebook page, every X timeline shows Sifuna standing at the podium and launching an assault so direct, so specific, so devastating that the tent fell into stunned attention. He did not use euphemisms. He did not speak in parables. He called the man out by name at a funeral in front of speakers of both houses of parliament, in front of thousands, and he was just started.
Ati wakati Sifuna anasimama kuongea, yeye anatoka anaenda kupangisha watu line wa kule 200. Hii ndio siasa tunataka tuwache nyuma katika taifa hili letu la Kenya. Wakati ambapo kura muhimu zinakuja mbele ya bunge ya kuwekelea ushuru kwa wananchi, anawaumiza nyinyi.
First accusation, paid disruption. Sifuna told the crowd point blank, Didmas did not just walk out. He went outside, reached into his pocket, and started distributing 200 shilling notes to youths, organizing them to cause chaos, to disrupt, to drown out the voices. Think about that image for a moment. A sitting member of parliament at a funeral handing out notes to hired disruptors like a contractor paying day laborers, except the job is chaos, not construction. Second accusation, revenge politics and a dead man's pain. This is where Sifuna sharpened the blade to its finest edge. He looked at that crowd, at the family of the very man being buried, and said, "What? Baba ya Wangamati alikufa kwa sababu alibomolewa nyumba na Ruto na watu wake kama Didmas Barasa." End of quote.
Mimi najua mzee Wangamati amekuwa mgonjwa kwa sababu mambo ambayo alimfanyikia huyu mzee. Wakati wamebomoa nyumba yake, William Ruto na hawa kina Didmas hawa wakisimama kukampeni 2022, walituambia hakuna ubomozi utafanyika Kenya, ati kama kuna shida na shamba watatafuta solution ile walikuwa wanaita win-win. Kwa nini hawakumpea mheshimiwa Wangamati win-win? Kwa nini wanapea wengine win-win, wanabomoa ya Wangamati? Hapa Bungoma tukijaribu kuwekeza katika kaunti zetu sisi wenyewe hapa Kenya, kuna Waluya wangapi wanaweza jenga gorofa kama ile Wangamati alikuwa amejenga? Hawa bomoi za wengine wanabomoa zetu kwa sababu ya wivu na kinyongo. Viongozi wako hapa Bungoma baline si honde sana, baline babona ko zokundi na yesi Kenya kuinyoka banye bomu pasi. Wananiambia mimi leo Sifuna, wanasema mimi ni moto ya masakari. Bala na nyamba bole leo akia Mungu kwa alika buzu mobwo ubone kama masakari mara buyanyo.
And as if one political earthquake wasn't enough for one afternoon, Webuye West Member of Parliament Dan Wanyama Sitati stepped forward to condole with the family. Wanyama is a prominent UDA voice in the region. He has been loudly, publicly, aggressively vocal about Ruto's 2027 re-election bid in Bungoma. He has, by some accounts, threatened those who stand against it. He walked up to that microphone like a man who misread the weather forecast entirely. The chant started almost immediately. One term, one term, one term. Reports indicate Wanyama, rather than reading the room, leaned further into Ruto's agenda, what witnesses describe as sounding like he was marketing Kasongo, peddling political goods that this particular market had not ordered and had no intention of buying. The crowd rejected the delivery loudly, completely, without apology. He was heckled, drowned out, forced to cut his speech short as the chants consumed every word he had left.
Elobile khukwa esendibuza nendo musale bali William Samoe Ruto mara khuliba kalibusa khakuendele.
Patrick Wangamati Kingimichi deserved and by all accounts received a dignified farewell befitting a man of his stature. His legacy as an elder, a mayor, a father, a community pillar stands independent of every political moment that surrounds his burial. But Kenya does not pause for grief. It campaigns through it. It signals through it. It declares through it. And on Saturday, May 30th, 2026, Bungoma declared three things loudly enough for Nairobi to hear. Sifuna is theirs, and they will follow him anywhere, including into a political battle at a funeral. Wanyama speaks for a government this crowd has not forgiven, and they will chant over him until he stops. And Didmas Barasa Mombasa, the man who walked out, distributed notes outside, and thought he could disrupt his way through a political confrontation with Edwin Sifuna. He is, as Sifuna said, a passing cloud. The sun in Western Kenya is rising in a different direction. Rest well, mzee. The living are very much awake. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msembi.
Pay attention. Jeff, pay attention. Jeru. Unalala bana.
Nyingi hapa pwani ni watu wa huko mlima Kenya. Hiyo ni wazi kabisa. Watakao kasirika wakasirike. Wale vijembe. Hassan Sarai amezungumza ukweli. Sisi sote tunamuunga mkono kijana wetu. Na hii lazima ikumbuke. Hii itokee serikali ya kwanza iliposhika. Ukifanya wewe ukiwafurahisha serikali ya kwanza ulikuwa unapaa zawadi unaambia nenda pwani ukachukua kiwanja huko. Ukachukua plot. Ndio utakuta mpaka sasa hivi watu ambao wamechukua maploti nyingi hapa pwani ni watu wa huko mlima Kenya. Hiyo ni wazi kabisa. Watakao kasirika wakasirike. Wale vijembe. Ndio ukweli huo. Unaona? Sisi tuko mbele ya Hassan Sarai na tuko mbele ya rais wetu. Tutamuunga mkono mpaka dakika za mwisho. Sawa bwana. Alafu jambo lingine ni kwamba nataka kutoa ushauri ama kusema advice kwa wale mikoa yote county zote za pwani. Tana River, Kwale, Kilifi, Taveta na Mombasa. County zote wawe ni kitu kimoja. Wawe ni kitu kimoja. Mtu wote akigusa Tana River, sisi hapa tunasimama na yeye. Mtu wote akigusa Kilifi, sisi na yeye. Akigusa Kwale, sisi tunasimama na yeye. Lazima tusahau mambo ya vyama. Mpwani ni mpwani. Hii mambo ya siasa ambayo chama hichi ni wakati wa siasa. Wakati wa kura umekuja, lakini sote tuwe kitu kimoja.
Has government done for the Kenyans?
Siaya Governor James Orengo has suggested possible involvement of police officers in an attack on his convoy during a political tour of Homa Bay County. Orengo claimed that coordinated groups of youth attempted to block roads using stones in an effort to disrupt his meetings. Despite the resistance, he said his team managed to proceed with several stopovers across the county. Speaking in Kisumu, the governor said his motorcade was attacked while returning from Kendu Bay, leaving 2 members of his staff seriously injured and several vehicles damaged.
Stopped us on the road just before we reached the Rongo Rodikopany Homa Bay Road at the junction. They put huge boulders and stones across the road. There was an electric pole put across the road, and they had tear gas canisters which they threw to us. My suspicion is that the police were involved, because there is no way that members of the public would have access to tear gas canisters. They attacked us, and in the process, 2 of us were very badly injured. They were cut on their head very badly. One of them has a terrible injury and is at the Tamarind Hospital being attended to. And the other one, serious injuries, but is not life-threatening. But what we want to say is that this cannot go without us warning to Governor Wanga. This is not how to play politics. In Siaya, everybody comes to Siaya. They do their politics. They even say things about us. We never stop anybody.
COTU Secretary General Francis Atwoli has dismissed former President
us to begin with the current political storm. And what exactly is the fallout between you and Treasury Cabinet Secretary John Mbadi?
I honestly do not have an answer to why they have a fallout with the Cabinet Secretary John Badi, our CS for finance, because as far as I'm concerned, we went for a meeting, and after the meeting, he accused me of having been someone who is disrespectful to the party, and that especially having talked matters that I did in a funeral in Rarieda. And as far as I remember, my speech was very clear, and my tone has always been very, very clear, since even during the funeral of my brother, that with a strong ODM and a united ODM, we could be able to go either by having our own presidential candidate in the next elections, or even if we were to go to any negotiating table with any of our other partners, we would go stronger if we go as a united one ODM. So when this came, I wondered, because I thought that each one of us, including our late party leader Raila Amolo Odinga, was always for the strongest party we could be together. And I remember the last PG we had, he was very categorical that we must remain and we must come out strongly now and really ensure that we have a very strong and united party, so that whichever table we are going to go to, and he even told us that nobody has even discussed in the party whether we are going to go it alone or whether we are going to partner with anybody. Yeah, because whatever conditions we had was up to 2027, but then as a party we had not discussed. But what he was emphasizing, and I think that what the party was all about, was that we would go to the table as a strong, united, one ODM. So it's like the apostles, Apostle Paul, where when you come now to say that this is what we want, and then the same people that you're with, I feel like I'm crucified like the Apostle Paul, that I'm also preaching that we should be together, and even right now they're still talking about the same unity. So why my talking about this unity should be seen as a problem and as an issue of an Odinga coming out to try to bulldoze or to disrespect any member of the party.
Mzee Patrick Wangamati, father to former Bungoma Governor Wycliffe Wangamati. Opposition allied leaders from the Western region who spoke at the funeral declared that the Mulembe Nation will field a presidential candidate in next year's general election, with many of them throwing their weight behind Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. And as our Western Region reporter Julius Juma reports, the leaders also called on Kenyans to reject the 2026 finance bill, arguing that it will further burden ordinary citizens.
Hundreds of mourners across the Western region gathered at Hachonge Primary School grounds in Kabuchai to bid farewell to Mzee Patrick Wangamati, who passed away at the age of 87. However, the solemn occasion quickly took a political turn as leaders from the region took to the podium to pay tribute to the late Wangamati. Opposition leaders used the platform to sharply criticize the administration of President William Ruto, vowing that the Mulembe Nation will front a candidate to challenge him in next year's general election, with Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna emerging as the preferred choice among many of the speakers.
Bwana Sifuna, mimi ndio hapa kuambia wabukusu wetu ya kwamba mimi na yeye tunaenda kufanya kazi yenu. Nimesema sijasema? Ametosha hajatosha? Kazi yangu ni kuunite Waluya, tukuwe na strong base wakati tunaenda kwa negotiating table. Kama ni Sifuna tumeweka mbele, akuwe na watu wake wamesimama nyuma yake. Ama namna gani watu wetu? Kule Vihiga watu wanasema one term. Kule Kakamega nikipita kwa Kalwale ni one term. Bungoma msituangushe. Our work, Mheshimiwa Webuye East, Dan Wanyama, is not to come in Luyaland and shout two term. Our work is to say one term, one term, one term, because these people are not working for us.
The leaders also criticized the 2026 finance bill, urging residents and Kenyans at large to reject it, saying the proposed measures will further strain the livelihoods of ordinary citizens.
Vile ushuru unaongezeka Kalasinga, majimbo na wabunge wetu, finance bill 2026 inakuja tena, msimame na wananchi, mseme no kwa ushuru wa zakaya. Kwa hivyo hii serikali ni serikali dhalimu, na tunataka tuseme hatutakubaliana na nyinyi. Uwezi kutugandamiza na uweze kututawala pia.
Government protagonists led by National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula arrived at the funeral towards the end of the ceremony after opposition leaders had already left the venue.
Wale wote wamesema maneno isiyoeleweka kuhusu siasa yetu na kunihusu mbele ya baba askofu, na wasamehe, hawajui yale wanasema. Saidie Mheshimiwa Ruto wakati huu kwa 2 term, alafu 2032 tujipange mmoja wetu kutoka Western Kenya aweze pia kuwa rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya.
It was a burial ceremony marked by political overtones, government and opposition camps going after each other. Webuye West Member of Parliament Dan Wanyama and his Kimilili counterpart Didmas Baraza were the only visible high-profile defenders of the Kenya Kwanza regime. At the time, their critics addressed mourners. Julius Juma, NTV, Kabuchai in Bungoma.
Kwa ujaziri wa Mwenyezi Mungu, I'm the next president of this country. Thank you very much.
Court Secretary General Francis
So I think that was a good explain, and I think there is a lot which is happening in our country, especially when we photo iweke hapa mkubwa, kama ni picha unataka nione unaweza weka hapa.
No, nakuonesha tu hiyo tu, uangalie Ebola. Hiyo story ya Ebola ijaisha, still ongoing my friend.
Of flights arriving from Ebola high risk countries. JKI gets 16.
Umeweka Ebola hapo ndio itakuwa so
Ebola quarantine centers have been set up at JKI. He found serious cases will be transferred to. Why are these people like pretending like wako na formula ya kudeal na Ebola? So maybe
Njiru,
they want to look like experts.
Kabla nirudi kwa Western.
Pole, nilikuwa na call ndio ni sasa, sijui mlimalizaje, ndio nasikia umeingia kwa Ebola. But
Ebola ni ile nimeona hivi. I just wanted to ask a question like because Ebola is a historic disease. We have seen the way ile miaka Ebola imemaliza. So do you want to tell me that the world is the world still not shocked about Ebola, or now people are now relaxed with Ebola? Because like the level at which Kenyans seem wanting to add Ebola is astonishing. Like Bwana Innocent, kuuliza historia majamaa wengine wanataka kudeal na Ebola. Is it normal?
I don't know whether sijui kama wameangalia wameona vile ilikuwa. Was it in Uganda walikuwa wanaonyesha bana. It was terrible. Kuna huyu this lady wa anaitwangaje wa social media kama ni wa Sifuna. Hizi ndio Sifuna mwenye alianza, sisi ndio Sifuna. You know that lady? Leo amelia bana, amesema Wakenya sijui ni nini bana nyinyi. Tuende paka Turukana hapa mali. Ati huyu senator mwenye amekubali ati yeye anataka iweke kwake. Ati amesign mkataba wakati Turukana, yani Laikipia ilikataa. Unajua Laikipia amekataa kabisa. So huyo wa sijui ni Turukana ama ni Wajiri akasema yeye anataka iweke kwao. So sasa walikuwa wanasema wa Kenya tu organize tuende tuone mali hiyo kitu inakuwa
Utamaliza watu wa
build.
Turkana bana.
Ni nani? Ni Turkana, I think ni
Njero
Turkana.
amelala. Njero amelala.
Njero si nimemwona akikunywa kwa kitu. Nimeona akikunywa kwa kitu fulani hapo. Alikuwa anakunywa kwa kitu gani? Si unajua akisha kunywa hako sasa kanampeleka.
Amechoka, sidhani anataka kufanya show leo. Njero Itad.
Wewe ongea bana. Wachana you over focus with me bana. What's wrong with you?
No, we need to know if you are tired. We don't want to
It is not about being tired. Even if I snap off one or two, shida iko wapi? Si hata wewe uko kwa kazi innocent, wewe usinapinge kidogo like ina minute
but unajua tunakuuliza question sometimes tunapata umelala.
Ongea sasa, uliza swali sasa. Wachana na snap yangu, uliza swali.
Okay. Ni kitu nitaka kuuliza, sikujua vile mliongea mlimaliza juu ya Roba alikuwa anasema ati hiyo economics sijui nini. Ndio nasema sikujua mlimalizaje. Mliconclude aje?
Watu tutengeneze makazi huko, watu wapewe matenda. Hivyo ndivyo tulimaliza. Because Embora can give so many jobs. Embora can put like 10,000 people in job.
Mimi nilisema
10,000.
Yeah, at least watu 10,000 wanaweza ingia kwa kazi, wanaweza pewa kazi. So hiyo ni namba poa. At least hao ni majenzi kama 5,000 hapo watapata kazi.
Okay.
Ngoja.
Yeah. So, na hizo kazi
alafu unajua I want to say something yenye huyu alikuwa amecheza hiyo ya minerals. That is one of the things. Hiyo kitu ya minerals sijui kama mliongea. Hiyo minerals inaweza kuwa ni ukweli. You see what they are doing. Wakisema it's inaitwaje? Segregated ama what? Secluded. Ati watu hawezi ingia. Mbona wanaleta military huko wanasema ama ni Ebola? These guys are very smart. Wakisema ni Ebola means watu watatakikana kwenda huko. Na kama mtaenda huko na minerals zinatolewa huko, wanasema ni ndege imekuja kuleta mtu mwenye ako mgonjwa, lakini ni ndege imekuja kubeba minerals. That thing might be true.
Kuna ukweli. Kuna airstrip hapo National Park. Kuna airstrip inatoa minerals. If you go on Google Map, you'll see it. Inatoanga tu minerals kutoka National Park. That means they are harvesting our National Park. When Ruto came in, there's a very big warehouse huko. Wanatumianga Gilgit kuingia nao. Alafu nikaambia Roba akaniambia, I'm not being naive. Hata Njeru knows that. Hata akisupport Trump, he knows the fact that America first is America first. Ile vituko watafanya huko nje na unaleta wealth to the country, they don't care. They don't really care. That is most Western countries. Wakisema wanaenda, you think they care about the rights of Africans? Ama they think about the rules and laws of Africa? They don't care. So long as you don't break the rules of US, it's fine. It's open game. Do not commit genocide. It's open game. Ukienda uchukue minerals kutoka country nyingine, they don't care. And it's the same with China. Kwani ma Chinese wangapi wamefanya corruption Kenya? But once they do corruption in their own country, wana change. But yet they do it in other countries and it's fine. That is how they are. This is why these countries are powerful. But Roba is like, oh no, America will never do that. And I'm trying to educate him. I'm trying to tell him, these guys don't care about you. They don't care about you. By the way, ask Njiru. If Trump wants something, it's going to happen. Hata kama high court yetu imefanya sijui nini, they'll be like, yeah, I had it. But they will still do it. Even in Njeru, you know that. It's because policies in America ni nini? America first. Policies in UK ni nini? They understand patriotism. They understand that their country comes first. That is patriotism. Lakini sisi hapa tu, mzungu akikuja hapo, kuna video nyingine hapo inanichekeshanga hapo. Unaona Wamasai wanaruka juu wakifurahi, watu wagonjwa Ebola wakikuja celebrating.
No, lakini you ilikuwa kudharau Wamasai. I don't think Masai people can behave that way.
No, it's not that. It's not about the Masai people. It was about what we do when tunakaribishanga nini
Of course,
nini
na ukikuja
wageni
hapa kwa
tunafanyanga
wazungu,
hivyo.
wazungu wezi
No,
pangana wakuimbie.
but let me okay, sawa tuseme wamejikenda pia wakuja watudansia na hizo. It doesn't matter what community I use. We do the same for wazungus anywhere. Mkale atakuja huko afanye dance yao, mzungu akitokelezea. They're just trying to show that we undermine ourselves. Because Masai are utmost representation of who we are as Kenyans. Anywhere in the world, ukisema you're from Kenya, they say you're Masai. And I'm proud to say, yes, I have a quarter blood Masai. So mimi niko nayo down. It is who immediately you say you're Kenyan, it's either Arana or Masai. There's no other. Wasaperi, I'm sorry. Wakisi, sorry. Ni sisi wawili peke yetu. We are your representation of Kenyans. So I did not mean in derogatory. I just mean it is basically how Ruto is representing us. Tutadansia watu wa Ebola kuja kutua. So for me, I still stand firm with that Ebola thing. You kitu wafai kuletwa kwa inchi because we're not prepared with this government. Even if in the past we're experts, whatever it is, do you trust Ruto and this administration to take care of our lives? Hell no. Wache ikae. Wache Uganda. Wache Uganda wako na $1.9 billion you misao. Let them build the economy. Lakini sisi tuseme hivi, Busia border ifungwe.
We keep hata watu wenye wanatuambia they are up to the task ya handle that. Kwani America they are not up to task hold hiyo kitu. Na wamekataa iende kwao.
They're patriots. They're thinking of their citizens. I don't blame Americans. I don't blame them for doing that.
They are up to the task, hata more than us. And you can imagine that the ones who are going to build for us that facility. But they don't want it to no.
They're not going to
You see that risk, that risk is what we don't know. But I like it the way you come uliona kwa kina Sifuna, those MPs wamesema kwanza parliament hii kwanza ipiti, budget haipiti kama Ebola ijatolewa kwanza. They won't discuss the budget kama kwanza Ebola hiyo facility ya Ebola imewekwa. That's one of the thing wanasema wanataka kuanzia. Watasema hatusomi kwanza budget kama Ebola ijakuwa discussed ama ijatolewa. So nimeona wameanza vizuri.
It is, but also talking about that, innocent before Njeru sleeps. Uliona vile Sifuna ali brought a standstill in Bungoma.
Yeah.
That guy as president bana. Umse.
Hata tulikuwa tunaongea na Njiru hiyo kitu.
Yeah.
Yaani masisi inaendelea but akikuja na amekuja amekaa huko mahali alikuwa amekaa. Watu wakakataa, wakaanza kuongea, wakasongea karibu mpaka you had to be called. Akuje kwanza aongee na watu wake wa relax ndio, na akawaambia vizuri na wakaenda. Nyinyi ndio Sifuna na mnakuanga na tabia mzuri rudi huko, na wakarudi vizuri, wakatoka wakaenda.
Even Raila couldn't do that. I'm telling you, sorry. No? Raila could not do that. Raila, it took him a few tries to tell people to cool down. This man just tells them, hey, boss, shh. Not to quiet.
Hakuna kitu itafanyika, niko hapa. Hakuna kitu itafanyika. But stand still. Raila unajua yake ilikuanga tu ile akienda akiona mwili ndio ilikuwa inaleta ile stand still peke yake tu hivi, kisha maneno inaisha. Lakini huyu watu walikuja huko wakaenda huko mbele. Hata mahali walikuwa ile area yenye ilikuwa imewekwa ati ndio watu wata move sijui wafanye nini, ilikuwa imekuwa secured. Wao watu sisi ndio Sifuna walienda wakakaa huko. Paka Sifuna akawaambia watoke warudi huko. That guy msipoangalia vizuri vile alikuwa anasema na Njiru, that will be the next president. Ama atasukuma wakina Matiang'i na wakina Kalonzo hapa.
Watasukuma watu, and I think because he's not declared. That is what I analyzed, and I don't think we should rush them, because I remember hapa Njeru karibu faint ile siku nani alikataa kufungua chama yake ya DCP. Njero alikuwa panic bana. Njero alikuwa panic. Just let's be honest. Njero hiyo siku alikuwa ameshika ngori bana. Sasa huyu mtu atoke ameenda kulala. Sasa huyu mtu atokelezei bana. Ni nini bana? Boy yangu alikuwa ameshika ngori. Wow.
Anyway, Babati Sifuna unaona hiyo maneno ya Orengo pia, na Orengo naye amewakimbiza huko Nyanza mpaka uliona walikata ma MP, yani ma security wake
wawili walikanyagwa bana. Ilikuwa that was bad. That was really bad.
Wengine walikatwa na panga
na kwa kichwa, by the way, it was on the head. Mtu kuweka panga kwa kichwa ya mtu ni kumuua.
And then yeah, that is bad. Especially ulisikia vile alisema yes, hata akijua wanakujanga huko anasemanga atoke awawachie wakuje wafanya what they want to do, wakimaliza atarudi. That's what alikuwa anawaambia. But mimi sijawakataza mkuje, na mkikuja hata one thing I usually do ni kutoka naenda naenda hata kama ni Nairobi na waachia Siaya, mkuje muongee matope yote mnataka, hiyo tu term yenu mkimaliza mnaniwaachia Siaya yangu narudi tena.
Yeah.
Sasa nilikuwa nauliza which is a good way of dealing with this yani the modern politics.
It is called insecurity, yeah? It is absolute insecurity. The other thing
anyway, we'll see tomorrow hiyo yao yenye iko Kisumu.
That is what I'm saying. That is absolute insecurity. Do you know how much money they've poured into that event?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Every single Luo superstar. Talk about proper superstar. Talk about Prisinda. Wote wamenu. Nani, Jalong amenda akatafuta. Wote. They are going to perform there. But obviously, hata mimi, I'm one time, Nikisikia Prince Aida ako hapo.
Unaenda kumsikiza.
Nikisikia nani, this is my mtu wangu Nyundo. Nyundo. Kitokelezea bana going. I'll be there. Nitaenda kudance huko. Mtafikiria mimi niko tuta. But I'm just going there for angle. Because I'm a big fan of angle.
For enjoyment.
Nitaenda kudance. Mimi nitaenda kudance huko bana. Hata nitavaa hiyo top yao ya orange. Tavaa.
It's a free entry.
Si hata utaenda. Tell me, don't you enjoy
free entry? Free entry. Si unaenda tu juu. Utalipia.
Odongo Swag. Yeah, go watch Odongo Swag. I'll go watch it and I'll enjoy the dance. Mambo ya saya speech ikikuja.
Ndio wanta.
Yeah. So me, whatever they're going to do tomorrow, the crowd they're going to pull, they're going to pull people who are coming to see entertainment. It's plain and simple. There is nothing else. It's not like you see New Toto, they're trying to prove that you see what they're going to try and prove is they're more popular than Kenya Mwananchi. First of all, the biggest mistake they've done is those two things I've mentioned. The first one is they've brought a convoy of Gen Zs that are coming with orange vehicles all the way from Nairobi to come to Kisumu. Number two, they're paying musicians. If they want to say they're going to fund the biggest party ever, I will give them a coffin. Fund party kubwa sana. But organic. Yo ya nani? Ya nani? Aitwaje? Ya Babu Wino. Mpaka unafika hapo Kondele, unaambia utoke hapa mpaka you don't get out of here until you speak to us. Now that is on organic meeting. Kesho, I'll tell you the truth. After the way the news will report it, it's not what they're going to expect. It is not going to be as electric. They will mention the number of artists that came. There will no excitement like the way you see. Again, they don't understand. The build-up for Babu and Sifuna when they went to Kisumu was the fact that you told them they will not be able to pull that crowd. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa utamu yake ya hiyo kitu. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa utamu yani. Lakini ingine hapa, my friend, you're wasting your time. It is not newsworthy. It is not. There's nothing you can do it. Let me tell you, mtu kama msimamo anatoka kutoka Kwale. PLP member ametoka kutoka Kwale, traveled that day all the way to Mombasa to come and see Sifuna and recorded for us here. I think Jerry recorded it. It means a lot. It means that there is a following for this man. And when indeed they said it's 75%, could be more. And they're building more and more. Sasa hawa watu wote wa Bungoma, remember Bungoma has Ford Kenya, has DAP people there, they have ODM people there, and they also have UDA people there. But all of them seem to be moving towards Sifuna. Sifuna amekrauniwa bana. If you guys do not understand what has been happening lately, Sifuna has gone to Western like 6 or 7 times. Kwenda kukutana na wazee. Wamekuwa kuna mkutano. They've had meetings, several meetings. That is soon his coronation is going to happen. That is why you have to be patient with them. I was telling Gen Zs on TikTok when I was talking to them. You have to be patient with the process. Hii kitu ya kuharaka. You don't rush it. Yeah.
Keep. Unajua huyu amelala. Ni nini ilikuwa Paris wakati Arsenal walikuwa wanacheza, niliona msiji maandamano moto ilikuwa imewasha. What was happening? Niliona bikes zimechomwa, magari zimechomwa. Ni nini ilifanyika? Ulifollow that?
I don't support
football.
I don't football. I'm a rugby person.
Ndio nasema sijui ni nini, niliona mabaiskeli zao zimechomwa, magari zimechomwa, so I didn't know ni nini ilikuwa inaendelea. Walikuwa tu wameonyesha breaking news.
English fans, okay, let me give you a history of football in Europe when it comes to rivalry, yeah? England, not United Kingdom, England are big rivals with France and Germany. And whenever there's football, especially national football, I'm surprised it's come down to club rugby.
Countries
hooliganism from both countries usually is very tough. Wanaenda kuchoma mavitu. Kama sisi watu the former ODM. Yes. Ikuja vitu sisi tulikuwa watu wa kumwaga. Really. That was what we were. And I was proud to be called that when Raila was alive. Tulikuwa watu wa kumwaga, really. Kwani nini?
So hata in Paris walienda kuchoma vitu. Nasikia wakilusi walichoma
Ni Arsenal walishinda bana. I think Arsenal lost.
Lakini watu wa Arsenal sasa walichoma magari za PSG, yani huko Paris wakachoma magari za wenye walikuwa na support PSG.
Walichoma, okay, hiyo nitaamuka. Walichoma in Budapest ama in Paris?
Paris, PSG is Paris man.
Paris.
Because
anyway, inauma. So saa zingine reaction zingine tu wasamee bwana.
Wacha nikutumie hiyo link.
Ilienda
reaction zingine tu msamee hasa. You can imagine after 22 years and then they released it that way because of losing one penalty. I think in this life there should be a better way of breaking a tie.
Last time waliruhusi hivyo.
No, last time it was not penalty, walifungwa bao.
But you've got
you got 22 years ago. Kwani wana nini ni shida na 22 years? The last time walikuwa Champions final ilikuwa 22 years.
I would rather root in a regular game than in penalty. Penalties are very painful.
Arsenal ilikuwa na dry spell for 22 years.
Njiru.
Na sasa na wamemwaga nje tena.
Nimekutumia.
Unaona yani unakutumia hii unamwaga nje.
Wewe.
Wameweka unga kwa mko, wameweka unga kwa magoti bana. So
Njiru.
It is so annoying. Unajua
Njiru.
kufika hiyo level sila, unajua Arsenal wanaweza jikuta finals tena after another 10 or 20 years. Si ati ni rahisi kufika hapo.
Ni 22. Yao wamezoea ni 22.
No, but
anyway,
you've
in
got
life it happens that way. Hata Chelsea and to lose 2 finals.
But you've got to
for them to
understand
pick the
yeah.
card. So saa zingine
wacha nikupatie
kuna matimu
roho.
Ni kama Netherlands pia. Ngoja kidogo.
Wacha nikupatie roho.
Netherlands unajua imeruhusu finals 2 za World Cup. Wakipika 2 finals.
Wewe keep.
Ni kama wana 10.
Keep.
Wacha nikupatie roho.
Nimekutumia hiyo kitu. Nimekutumia hiyo wepu tuwekee ndio tuone huku forward kwenda mwisho ndio wanaona wanachoma vitu, magari zimechomwa sijui nini.
So I'll tell you, Deka.
Yeah, that was the reaction. That is spontaneous reaction because unajua Arsenal walikuwa wanajua hii kikombe ni yao.
But it's okay bana.
Kwanza Kenya unajua tulikuwa tumeambiwa aje? Tulikuwa tumeambiwa Kenya watu wa Man U tunaambiwa ati nyinyi tunawapiga na PSG na barabara. Walikuwa by the way walikuwa wanataka kuingia kwa barabara wafunge barabara. We thank God walishindwa. Barabara Thika Road ilikuwa inafungwa everywhere. Walikuwa wanajua kama wameweka screen huko archives. Archives walikuwa wameweka screen huko ya kuwatch. Wamewatch huko na wakapigwa. So wameenda tu ukiangalia the way wameenda nyumbani. We are happy. Otherwise hatungelala. Hii mwaka mzima atungekaa. Unajua last week waliposhinda.
It is painful.
Wewe last week unajua last week vile Ruto aliwaambia. Hiyo day aliwaambia mjienjoy mpaka saa 10, ikifika saa 10 ndio muende. People started complaining mbona hao wanapatiwa na polisi wanapatiwa walinde. They celebrate kila kitu for karibu 8 hours. Wamestopisha magari asitembei Nairobi, asifanyi nini? Ati kwa sababu Ruto
wali celebrate for a whole week. But anyway, let me just tell you, Arsenal has a strong team this year. So usisikie mbaya. It means that next year
sio kusikia mbaya. Congrats for them. Lakini nyingine nayo nao wasikie vizuri, wasikie vile tulisikia wakishinda. Hata sisi sasa hivi tuna celebrate. Mbona wanachoma magari za watu? Hebu angalia hiyo kitu. Mbona wanachoma magari za watu wakishindwa?
Because it's a big video ndio nimpatie Njeru acheze kwa nini yake kwa screen yake.
Nataka uisongeshe mbele mahali unaona vile huko mbele mwisho ndio wamechoma after game imeisha.
Watu Arsenal bana. You're okay bana. Me at least I don't follow it. Meaning to when I used to follow football, I used to be Manchester United. Lakini
mbona ulitoka?
Si walitoa bana. You know when they stop listening to the man called Ferguson. Kajua tu ni washenzi bana. Wanafaa kumrudishia hiyo cheo bana.
Lakini sasa hizi tuko sawa. Tulijaribu. Angalia vile wamechoma. Hao ni wafans wa Arsenal. Wa kung'oa reli. Wakina Njiru. Paka mnaenda paka Paris, mnaenda kuchoma magari. So mnafikiri ni Kenya peke yake? Unajua paka trophy ililetwa Kenya bana, ikaletwa paka ikawekwa hapo kwa archives. Watu wakaenda kuishika.
Kile Ruto alilipa pesa mingi kuleta hiyo kitu.
But I don't think ilikuwa original. Original inaweza kuja kweli?
Si unalipia tu. You just pay the club a bit of money and it can be brought. Kwani? It's revenue for the club.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, inaweza saidia kulipa something small huko kwa club so.
Wanunue mchezaji mmoja.
Exactly.
So angalia vile wamechoma.
Not really. Hey, man, the players are expensive nowadays. But then Arsenal is going to do something very stupid this year. Watauza watu bana.
Wauze tena.
No, inaitangwa project Ngoja kidogo. Football is a project so their project is still not complete. So what they will do is they have to give Alteta needs to, unajua it is Alteta project. So unaona kama the PSG project is working. So the Alteta project imeanzia kutoa matunda sasa, wamepata Premier League. So if Alteta for the next 2 years he cannot get UCL, they need to get another coach who can actually turn it. It is possible, you can turn it. You just need, si unaona kama PSG after kutoa Bampe Nux imeenda.
Sasa
walikuwa nasema Bampe ndio alikuwa na
na sasa jamaa akapeleka Nux Real bana.
Real inatandikwa siku hizi bana.
Kwa hii maisha kuna watu awako lake. Can you imagine unahama team atili uende ukabebe kikombe kubwa.
Alafu inarudi mali umetoka.
I don't know kama Innocent you are getting that analogy. Imagine anasema mimi itabidi niende sababu hii team, and can you imagine PSG hawakuongezea mchezaji hata mmoja. They added no one. Hiyo tu team tu, by the way, ni team nyingine obvious sana hiyo PSG.
Tena wakaleta tu young stars. Wakaleta tu young
team. Usidharau PSG.
No. Hawana majina.
Maplayers hawakununua players wale ati nini walileta
hawana individual talent.
Watoto.
Isipokuwa Dembele.
Kwani nafikiria the original Manchester ilikuwaje? The original akina Roy King na
kwanza hao watu wana majina ndio wanajua kublend vizuri by the way.
Hao na jina by the way. Those guys never had names.
Lakini ukisikia ati timu yako watu wanane wanajulikana, bana, hiyo tu ni crash tupu. Kila mtu anataka kufunga bana, anataka kuingia kwa scoreboard na kila mtu anataka Ballon d'Or. Can you imagine? You know that the Mbappe by this time he needs to have a Ballon d'Or na hajapata. Huyu jamaa tu kuna venye tu he is gone. He is another Neymar.
Neymar bana. Turudi siasa bana. Hebu nicheze hizo video nimetuma mbili.
And Lois to anasema PSG is good, I wanted us. And anajiita us. Kumbe kuna watu wa PSG, I wanted us to face Bayern. Haya ni sawa, ina shida. So Arsenal tu wamepoteza tu na kapenat kamoja.
Sio kamoja walipoteza bana.
We don't want to hear anything about we don't want to hear anything about Arsenal.
Anasema kitu moja
wangeshinda would not hear the end of it till the end of the year. Wangeturingia bana. Last week bana manze niliringiwa for like 2 weeks straight.
Na kuna shida gani
hata mimi?
What is wrong with kuringa? Because kipuriri yani
mnaringa kwa sababu hamjai hold cup, hamjui vile cup ina yani unajua
uliguza mlima ukakuja kuturingia hapa. Nimeguza mlima. Kwenda. Si ni kama hata jamaa
wewe Njiru. Unajua mtu mwenye hajaiguza cup and that's how they behave.
Mjamaa nafikiria wasichana mlima peke yake ndio warembo. Kwenda huko, it's nothing special my friend. Stupid.
Mbona ulikuja huko kama sio special?
Unaona paka ameamuka.
Ameamuka sasa. Unajua ni maringo ya watu bana.
Tunawapea buffet. We are the only people who serve buffet.
Akianza na wanaamuka.
Shenzi kabisa.
Ama DCP. Ukisikia zeno na DCP anaamuka.
Anyway, I do not have a specific football team, but kuna vile tu
Ebu play wewe kipu tuone nini hiyo mnasema tu play.
Yeah, majeneza. Wacha Mama Mary aongee. Unajua Mama Mary alikuja akatoroka. Mama Mary, go ahead. Hata tutacheza. Kipriri ngojea kwanza, wacha Mama Mary aongee then.
Wacha Mama Mary aongee bana, ulimfukuza last time wewe ni mshenzi.
Asanteni sana. Thank you, Jiro. Thank you, Kip. Na ndugu yangu wa mwingine anaitwa Innocent. Pole.
And by the way, he is not innocent. He is very guilty.
Why?
I don't know.
He is guilty, not innocent.
No, uliza Mary, wachana na zako.
Hii ni jini ya majazi bana. Hii ni jini ya majazi. unajua unatumia innocent hivi bana ili tuingie box. Hatuwezi.
No, Mary knows better.
Innocent.
Thank you. How are
Yeah.
you, Kuzo?
Niko salama Kuzo.
Karibu.
Sasa hiyo ni lugha ya kupokonywa kitu.
Tuko tayari.
Karibu,
Yeah,
karibu.
nasalimia comment section Wakenya wetu pahali popote mko. Yeah, na mambo iendelee hivyo hivyo, lakini sio vile Kasongo anataka. We have to reject the reject. Mtu akiwa rejected asituletee, because the work that this guy is being given by the outside world is a reject, is him being treated as a reject, and he should know that. Tuliitwa jina ambayo ni mbaya sana, na sijui kwa nini watu kama hao wanasahau na wanakubali hii mambo iendelee. So I believe we have got rejects in our country, na hatuwataki, tunataka waondoke mbele yetu. We are the people who start with integrity na mambo mazuri ambayo inaambatana na nchi yetu. Na nchi yetu tunaipea heshima kabisa. We love our country. I'll first start with nilikuwa nimeona mtu anaitwa Professor Ojienda. Sijui ni Ojienda ama ni Ojendo. Ojienda. Talking at JF Koinange show. I looked at him and I said, really, you can try to fight your foolishness, but people will not agree with you. Kwa sababu ile argument alikuwa ameleta hapo, it is so bad. Hata si ya kusupport mtu wake, ni kuharibu kabisa na kumtoa kwa usukani. Look at somebody who is talking about that Uhuru, during Uhuru regime and Ruto, Uhuru reallocate a lot of barabara to Central. Na hizo barabara, nyinyi, you are my witness, hazijafanywa, hazijatimizwa na hata hazijaanzwa. Na ni kumaanisha hizo barabara haziko kwa maana yao. So meaning Kasongo anakuja huko Central, naanza kuambia zile barabara zenu, zile sijui nataka kutengeneza, nataka nini. I want you people to see this hypocrisy. Now Ojienda amekuja kwa hiyo show, ameongea ati huko walipewa mabarabara nyingi, lakini other places they were not allocated with barabara or whatever. Kasongo akikuja Central anaongea habari ya nini? Ya barabara vile zitajengwa. But you see Ojienda now is like opposing the idea of those barabara, mambo ifanywe pahali ingine. Kumaanisha they are not, it is not in their head. Ama kama alikuwa anatetea huyo mkubwa wake, haikuingia na haikulingana na vile alikuwa anataka kusema. I don't know what he wanted to say, because that was stupidity. That was stupidity for him to speak like that. Nilikuwa nafikiri ni mtu ambaye hapo na maeleo ama kuelewa kwa mambo ile anaongea, but in all the arguments that he was trying to bring, it failed flat. Mambo hiyo yote iliharibika na hakuweza hata kutengeneza. For me, what I want, kila ninajaribu kusema hapa ni hypocrisy ile Ruto ako nayo. Hypocrisy. Hizo barabara basi zilikuwa proposed by Uhuru, hazijafanywa, but anakuja kuwaelezea atawafanyia. Ojienda amezitoa kwa mdomo yake, amesema hizo hazitafanywa mpaka development ifanywe kwa upande mwingine. Kwa hivyo Central mkae mkijua hizo barabara onge, hakuna haya. The other thing is ni hii mambo ya Ebola. If I'm not wrong, I had some news that they said that even CDC, they were not of that proposal. CDC ni wale watu wanakuwa, it's called the Center of Disease Control, something like that. Is it so, Jiro? CDC, what does it stand for? Jiro ameenda. Okay.
Center for Disease Control, Ama. Center for Disease Control, I think so.
Yes, exactly. So they said they were not of that proposal. Walikuwa wamekataa na walikuwa wameambia huyo asifanye hivyo. Ninatoka hapo. Naenda upande wa another announcement that in USA, health preparedness is not in place. Kwa hivyo wanaogopa hiyo maneno vile inaendelea. Kumbukeni, wakati wa Obama kulikuwa na Ebola. Hao watu sijui wawili walipelekwa US na mmoja akapelekwa Germany. Ilikuwa ni kama hapo ni moto inawaka. Nobody can go close to that area except the people who were undertaking the treatment or whatever they were doing, the treating of those victims. Sasa hata ikafika wakati ikawa Obama ni kama atakuwa sued because of what he did, bringing Ebola people in the country. But remember, it is their own people. Wanawakataa, wanasema hapana. Lakini wao sahi wanataka kuletea watu ambao hawana uwezo, hawana namna, hawana first of all, the country itself, how does it look like? Ya kuletea watu janga kama hilo. Mimi nauliza, wakati huo kulikuwa very serious, na hao ni watu wao wakawaleta pandi yao kwa nchi yao wawe treated. Ikawa it's so scary, ni kama nchi ilikuwa imesimama. Nobody was talking, people were serious and they were so scared. Urudi uchukue mambo kama hiyo kama mzaha, kama mchezo, useme itafanywa nchi fulani. Nauliza, in fact it looks like we are termed like nothing, we are rubbished. Sisi si watu, sisi ni siafu. Najua ukiona siafu imeingia kwa nyumba, unachukua either mafuta hata unamwagia ama kitu chochote ambacho kinaweza wamaliza, ndivyo unafanya. So sisi ni kama siafu. We are not termed as human beings. Na sielewi ni kwa nini yule ambaye ati ni kiongozi wenu hafikirii hivyo. Yeye anaona kama yeye ndio mzuri kuliko sisi. Even him, he is termed as stupid as nothing. Kwa sababu ya kuamini na kukubali mambo kama ile anaambiwa. But whoever we have on the chair will accept anything for him to continue being who he is. Na hiyo haiwezekani. We are too many to be just to perish kwa sababu ya mtu mmoja. We are too many. Na hiyo shida yote imeletwa ni kwa sababu mtu hataki kutoka kwa hiyo kiti ama but whose problem? Nani amecause this problem? Nani ameleta hii shida yote ya kuwa ati tunaongelea habari ya matatizo ya ile iko kwa nchi? Ni yeye. Na yeye ndiye amejiletea, honestly. Hakuna mtu ambaye ameletea huyo mtu shida, ni yeye. If he did what he promised people, why should we be on the road, on the street? Why should we be talking day and night? Why should we be mourning? Why should we be crying? Why should we be dying if he commenced of what he promised people? So for me, when I look at all these things, it is okay. Watu wameanza kusema tena ati hata sio habari ya Ebola, ni plan but now we Kenyans, we don't want to risk anything. Hatutaki kujua, and especially hebu nikwambie, mtu akiwa enemy yako for once, hata akileta nini iangalie kwa umbali, Akikuletea mkate, ati nimekuletea mkate ukule na chai, chukua tupa. Wacha ndege wakule. Usikule, and you will not die because of that bread. You will not die because of hunger. You can go to someone who doesn't know you. Lakini mtu akisha kutendea maovu, kambali na yeye. Usiamini chochote kutoka kwake. Na hiyo ndio utaishi. Na Mungu atakupea hata hizo nguvu za kufanya mambo yako vile inatakikana. Because you don't mix yourself with your enemies. Wacha hivyo watu huwa wanasema to bring your enemy closer. Yeah, come closer, but I don't share anything with you. That's what we have to do. We don't have to believe anything that is being brought. Sahi hata Kasongo aseme atatujengea nchi nyingine. Kama hivyo alikuwa anasema Singapore. Would you imagine? Hiyo nchi itakuwa namna gani ya hiyo mtu? Huyo mtu ambaye ameua, ameangamiza watu, ameharibu nchi, amefanya mambo yote vitu kwa mbaya, alafu uimagine hiyo nchi ati yeye amewatengenezea muhamie huko. Mtaenda mumalizwe. So you go with cautions. Na maisha yetu lazima tuwe caution. Tuwe kabisa, tuko vigilant. Ati tunaangalia kitu kwa microscope. Ni nini hii anatuambia? So kwa hivyo hakuna trust tuko nayo na hiyo mtu. Hata alete nini, hata aseme nini. Imagine we have to give him deaf ears now. We move forward with our goal. Kile tunataka ndicho tutaendea. Hatutaki kusikiza any stories besides what we know. What we have discovered and what we have felt. It's enough. Enough for us to move forward. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuja hapo asimame mbele yetu atuambie ati huyu mtu hakumini hiyo business, Ebu ona mtu kama Hassan Omar vile aliongea, alirudi kusema nini? Ati you mistook me, it was taken out of whatever. Hao ni watu ambao tunatakiwa ati tuwasikize. Ona kijana yule mwingine alikuwa anasema watoto wale wamekufa, kama ni Wakikuyu wangekufa wengi. Angefurahia hiyo mambo ikiwa ni wa Kikuyu. Huyo mtu alirudi akasema nini? His account was hacked. How? Na ni wewe mdomo wako unafanya hivi tukiona. Na sura yako ndio hiyo. I saw another guy called Ngaruya. Ngaruya is talking like a very arrogant person, very stupid, mtu ambaye hata haelewi ako wapi. But he could wear a cape to discuss. He don't want to face people face to face. Hataki aonekane macho yake. Anavaa hiyo cape, anateremusha ndio aongee machafu yale yote aliongea matope. When you look at all these people and you think where they are heading to or where they are coming from, you would wonder, sisi ndio wenda ama ni wao ndio wenda? Because I don't understand. The most of Kenyans are the one who are suffering, and they are the one shouting, and they are the one saying, no, we don't want this. But one particular person is isolated, coming to say very nonsensical things, ambayo inaumiza roho za watu. Unashindwa huyo mtu ametoka wapi? Nilishtuka sana kuona one person here, the other one on the other side, but it is not making any sense, kwa sababu wa Kenya wametosheka na wamemalizana na wao. Ongea matope ile yote unaongea, but no, the last minute you will tell us where you are coming from and you will answer the consequences. Sisi hatutakuguza, but all what came out of your mouth will be the answer of your life. It will be tormenting you by the time you start feeling ashamed of your behavior and your talk through your own mouth. Sielewi hao watu wanatoka wapi. No wonder somebody was saying, anybody saying two term should be mentally checked, which is very true. I see that. You cannot imagine all this kind of life people are leading and all cries that people are crying. Na wewe unajitokeza unaongea the opposite of what people are facing. If you are not facing, go and enjoy your life. Go to your comfort zone. Stay there. Don't come and tell us. Wacha sisi tupeperushe tabu zetu. We are venting. but we are venting for good, for the good. Nchi yetu iwe imara, lakini usije kutubolesha, ati kutuonyesha ati hakuna kitu inaendelea. We see bad things happening in our country, and our country is burning. And all these evil things that are happening, they will come to an end. Now, it will come to an end, and you, one individual, you are talking against the way people want, you will come to suffer. And nobody will touch you. You'll be touched by the actions and the talks that are coming out of your mouth. Mimi nashukuru na ninaomba Wakenya tusimame imara. Nchi ni yetu, si ya hao. Wageni watakuja na wataenda. In fact, they will go back to their country. Na nyinyi mtabaki wapi? So that is why I'm asking Kenyans. We fight for our country. We love our country. Na hii mambo yote ambayo tumeletewa mapya. We are not going to change our culture. Our culture in Kenya, we inherit lands from our ancestors. And that has been there years and years. Huyu kijana, sijui ni kijana ama ni mzee, amekuja ndio abadilishe nini? What did he fight for? Hakuwa mau, hakuwa anything. He just came and found the country being well done. Now he has broken everybody's heart. Na sasa anataka tuboromoke na yeye. Ataboromoka peke yake. Our land is souvenir. Ni kitu cha muhimu sana kutoka kwa mzazi wangu. Na yule mtu ataniambia nitoke pahali nimezika mama yangu, pahali nimezika baba yangu, that will be the end. I will not agree with what people are trying to mold our country, look different. We are not white people. We are black people. And the life of our history will live. And it will reign. Kwa hivyo wananchi wa Kenya, sisi nchi yetu hatutabadilishiwa. Na huyo mwenye anataka kubadilisha, abadilishe pahali anaishi. Lakini sio pale mimi ninaishi ama mwenzangu anaishi. My neighbor will not be moved. Ati tupoteane. Tunajuana vizuri, tunaheshimiana, watoto wetu wanasoma pamoja, wanapendana. Ati sasa tuwe segregated, ati kwa sababu shamba haitakuwa freehold. My land is freehold. Hiyo yako ya lease ni yako huko Sugoi. Kama unataka ulease na ukae nayo, na ukimaliza miaka ile unamaliza, upeane pale utapeana. Yangu haitaguzwa. Thank you, Kenyans. Asante. Thank you, Jiro.
So, Mama Mary, I think that one is very astute. Thank you for what you have said. So, tunaendelea. Are you busy ama we can still wait? Sijasikia ukireact kwa story ya madawa. There could be an attempt that ni sio madawa, ni minerals zetu zinataka kuibiwa, alafu tunawekwa hii story ya Ebola like a pretext. We fight with it as our minerals are going to. Up to what level? Do you agree with that story?
Njiro, tumesikia milio kutoka Kwale. Watu wanaongea, wanasema wameachiwa mashimo huko. Sijui wanaachiwa mashimo wazike watu wao ama wanaachiwa nini. Wameng'oa kile chochote walikuwa wanataka. These people, okay, let's go back to history. Tuliambiwa Hassan Omar ametoka wapi? Ni mnani? Tuliambiwa Joho ni mnani? Tukienda na hiyo trend, tutaangalia tuone ni nani ako na haja na nchi ya Kenya. Because Mkenya halisi ambaye anapenda nchi yake cannot accept the destruction that is going on in our country. Hawezi kubali. Ebu sasa niseme ati ninalima shamba yangu, mtu mwingine akuje aseme hizi chakula umelima, ama in a hypothetical way yeye akuje ajifanye mwerevu. Kwa hivyo sasa hizo chakula ambazo nimelima ama anything that is being in that land of mine, ati itakuwa yake in a style that I will not know, watoto wangu hawatajua na hatutafaidika kwa sababu ya hiyo kitu ambayo iko kwa hiyo shamba yangu. How painful is that? How painful is that? Kwa hivyo yule mtu asikii uchungu wa nchi ya Kenya. In fact, dig out and know the history of where that person comes from. If they don't care about the country, they don't belong to Kenya. If they care about the country, they belong to Kenya. Dig out and know the history of those people who are doing that. Tuliambiwa siku moja na mzee mmoja, yule alikuwa anasema wagagula. Ati hawajui huyu mtu ametoka wapi. Si Mkalenjin, hawajui ametoka wapi. We have to go deeper and know exactly what is going on. We have to know. Angalia Ndwale. We have to know. Ile story tumesikia, lazima dig, tujue ukweli wa mambo. Hawa watu wametoka wapi? Hawa watu wana nia gani? Hawa watu wanatakia inchi nini? Na upendo wao wa inchi umefika wapi? Because those Kenyans who are crying and fighting for this right not to be explored in our country, those bad rights ya watu wachache, those are the people who belong to Kenya. The people who love their country, the people who feel the pain of what Kenya is going through right now. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema hizo minerals ni kweli wataweza kuja na hiyo, wamevalia hiyo nguo ya kujipamba, hiyo sheepskin, wakisema ni hii wanakuja kufanya. But even DRC, we have heard the history, how it has been going, how things are going, and why it is going on like that is because of what you have. It's not about you. They don't want you, and they don't care. What they want is what is outside there, not you. Wewe habari yako walimalizana nayo zamani, lakini wanaona kitu ambacho kinaweza kukusaidia ndicho wanataka kubeba. Ndio ubaki fukara, mtu ambaye hana maana, mtu ambaye hajijui. And that is why we are being called that SHIT country. That's why. Na hawana hata aibu kutuita majina kama hiyo, na bado wanataka kutudhuru. That's what I stand for. And I recommend Kenyans, let's make history in our country. Tukatalie hiyo mambo. I hope we succeed fast about this Ebola thing. Ndio tumalizane na watu. Wajue sisi hatuchezi. Watoto wetu wameona mbele na wameona ile maovu yote imetendwa for those many years. Hawataki kuendelea na hiyo. Tunataka kuchange the mode. Sisi hatuna ubaya na wao, tunawaheshimu. Na tunaomba tusikizane, kila mtu awe kwao, lakini tuheshimiane. Na kuheshimiana ni kufanya nini? Ni kupeana nafasi mtu akule kile kilicho chake. Na kama ninauza, ununue kwa ile bei ninakuuzia, because I know the use of it and I know why I am doing so. Kama hutaki kununua hivyo, you can as well bargain, but don't come by force, to force yourself where you don't, pahali huja cultivate, ama pahali hata huja. Imagine, you don't belong there even. You don't belong there. Hata hataki kujiona huko. Hataki kujiona kwa hiyo inchi. But what you have is what they are after. That is ridiculous. Leave us alone. Wacha sisi tukae na mali zetu. Mkitaka mnatuambia, sisi hatuna shida. Tutawaambia tunauza hivi, kuja chukua. So that we can live peaceful. Hawa watu ndio wanatengeneza vita. Na ile mambo yote inaendelea, vita ni za mali ile uko nayo. Imagine mtu anakupiga kwa sababu ya kile uko nacho. That is bad. So Njiru, I know watu watakuja kwa nia nyingi, watakuja na hii, wamevaa nyekundu, wamevaa blue, wamevaa nini, but ourselves, let's stand on our ground. Yule mtu ako na gold kwa shamba yake, simama imara. Waambie lete pesa, gold iko hapa. Lakini usiniambie ati utanifanyia ama kumetokea kisanga fulani tunataka. I don't want to argue with them. If they want, come straight, tell me this is what I want, then we negotiate so that both of us benefit, na hakuna mtu ataumiza mwingine, na heshima itadumu. Asante Jiro.
Sawa Mama Mary, thank you for that. Wacha tucheze the videos.
These attempts to increase the price of petroleum product, because that will increase even the price of electricity and therefore will increase the cost of production.
Yes. This is the issue. Who advises this government? Who are the real advisors? In terms of economics, in terms of finance management, leave alone politics. Politics we can deal with later. But who advises?
Court Secretary General Francis Atwoli has dismissed former President Uhuru Kenyatta's support for Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna's political camp, questioning whether Uhuru can deliver political victory for Sifuna after failing to help the late Raila Odinga win the presidency. Addressing mourners in Namasoli, Khwesero sub-county, Atwoli accused Uhuru of lacking political sincerity, arguing that his backing Sifuna's camp cannot be taken seriously given his past political record.
When you incite people that you refused ukiwa kwa kiti kuwasaidia. Na hakuna mtu mimi kama huyo kwa ajili tulikuwa kwa Azimio sisi zote. Sisi tulianguka kura kwa ajili yeye akiahidi atapatia Raila Amolo Odinga 400 million shillings agents. Sisi hatukuwa na agents. Wale watu walisimama kwa tikiti ya Azimio. Tulikuwa tunategemea agents wa mjumbe ndio wanasaidia Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeye hakufanya mkutano pahali popote katika Kenya kusaidia Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa president. Sasa wale wanasema Sifuna yeye anatembea na Sifuna. Kama hakusaidia Raila Amolo Odinga atasaidia Sifuna.
Face the facts, we focus on a leader whose tongue has abandoned wisdom and embraced divisive politics, reckless rhetoric, and has arrogance of power. What makes it even more shocking is that this is the same man who once branded himself as a defender of human rights, equality, and national unity. But today, he has exposed himself as yet another politician consumed by power to the point where reason no longer matters. Herman Kamariki has a special message for UDA Secretary General Hassan Omar.
Spiritual realm of things happen.
Maliza yangu kwanza.
Welcome to Face the Facts. You know, Kenyans, take a good look at this man here. This is Hassan Sarai Omar, the Secretary General of UDA party, and a man who was also suspended from the university at Moi in Eldoret. You know, he's a politician who was also rejected by Mombasa voters in the gubernatorial race, but later he was rewarded with political relevance in Nairobi to survive under the shadow of power.
Sasa mimi pia nimekuja hapa kwa masababu za Kimombasa kuongeza zile kura zitakazompitisha Rais Uhuru Kenyatta awe rais wa zamu ya pili.
Sarai, karibu jameni. We kuja sasa tufanye kazi.
This is the same man who once moved from one media station to another, lecturing Kenyans about justice, equality, and human rights.
Uhuru and Ruto lack the competence to lead this country, and that competence is therefore trickling down. You see, you come with no clear vision of the country. The only vision you have, you know, your tribe and whatever.
Power has intoxicated Hassan Omar completely. He no longer thinks like human rights defender. He thinks like a desperate political praise singer fighting to remain close to the king's table. His remarks during a meeting attended by President William Samoei Ruto in Mombasa left many Kenyans questioning whether this is truly the same man who once preached national cohesion and equality. I also wondered. Just listen to what he said.
Lakini wale vikaragosi wa mahayati waliopita na watoto wao waliotudhulumu, kwa Waislamu waliopotea na watoto waliouliwa kiholela. Nyinyi si wa kwenda State House. Wewe na wengine waliokuwa na wewe ni wa kwenda kule shimo la tewa kwa zile dhulma walizofanya.
But you see, I was not shocked with what he said in Mombasa, because he is that type of a man who has said this even before. You remember these statements?
Mimi nawahakikishia siku ile kijangarika ile Gatundu ile itaenda ICC, hairudi tena.
And perhaps Hassan Omar himself should remember that even his current position inside UDA was not purely about competence. No. That was not competence. It was part of a political calculation meant to create regional balance and national optics within party. Hassan Omar himself is a product of political convenience. But now he speaks as though he owns the title deed to patriotism. Politics has consumed Omar so deeply that calm reasoning appears to have left him entirely. He now seems willing to say absolutely anything as long as it lands and earns him applause from those in power. There is an old saying that says, the person feeding you can destroy your own family, yet because of hunger, you still call him your savior. And sadly, Hassan Omar appears to have reached that level of political submission.
Na itawakera, you regard William Ruto as an outsider from your arrangement. Outsider wameingia, tumewasili.
Omar, if you indeed love William Ruto, who is our president, more than everyone, which I doubt if you do, then you should just do something here. You do not need to weaponize tribal rhetoric just to prove that loyalty. I can give you a suggestion, Omar. You can carry his portrait in your pocket if you want. You can even hang it in your living room. You can even put it in your vehicle. And if possible, sleep next to it. This is exactly how toxic politics begins. Slowly, recklessly, carelessly, until it eventually poisons an entire nation. Even the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, NCIC, now appears toothless. Their work today seems limited to issuing weak press statements and routine warnings before disappearing into silence again. If they truly believe in national cohesion, then Hassan Omar should face action instead of being allowed to continue spreading divisive rhetoric unchecked. And this is not new behavior from Hassan Omar. Just recently, he attacked the Standard Group and its journalists simply because they refused to become government cheerleaders. You can listen to what he said about the Standard.
The reason we have to continue to pick on the Standard, I have been in the human rights space. For all the years I have never seen a media house so vicious, so unprofessional, so unmeasured, so malicious, like the Standard Group.
You know, Omar said he doesn't care what we air, but I hope this message gets to him. That he should understand this clearly. The media does not exist to clap for the government. No, and we are not ready to do that. Journalism is not political worship like what you have chosen to become. We are not going to worship the government. We are going to speak the truth to power.
Shame on you, Standard One. You cannot do this to the country. We don't need your coverage, but we will continue to tell you. We will continue to tell our people that when call you out.
The role of the media is to ask difficult questions, expose uncomfortable truth, and criticize the government whenever necessary. If this is the level of arrogance Hassan Omar displays without executive power, how far would his pride have gone had he actually become governor of Mombasa County? Your guess is right. But perhaps the most disturbing thing is not what Hassan Omar said. It is the silence of the powerful leaders who stood beside him and said absolutely nothing.
Adui wetu, yule hatupendi, yule ataka kuturegesha nyuma, yule fisadi, yule aliyetangulia kama rais wa jamhuri hii, yule anafadhili upinzani, yule aliweka vikaragosi, yule aliyotusaliti, yule na watu wake tutawaweka katika kaburi la sahau.
Not one of them stopped him, not one of them condemned the remarks. They remained silent as though dangerous rhetoric had become acceptable in Kenya's politics. And silence in the face of reckless statements is itself a form of endorsement.
Watu wote wanakusoma.
And Kenyans, that is first the facts. Special greetings to the residents of Kibokoni village in Vita constituency, Mombasa County. My name is Haman Kamariki. If you forget that, remember this. Once power intoxicates a politician, they begin to mistake tribalism for intelligence and insults for courage.
Njeru amka. Wake up Njeru. Good morning.
Other spiritual realm of things happening. And people call me crazy or insane when I say that we have a regime that is cultic. And for me, when I look at what's happening and how things are being, how the leaders of this regime are reacting to the things that are happening, it is a confirmation that we elect a cow.
That's really serious.
That's how I feel, though.
In those, in that.
And you know, people call you crazy at the beginning until when they start realizing it. You know how they say first they'll call you crazy, then So I know that there's a lot of people thinking, you know, this one lost her mind. Huh? No, I didn't lose my mind. I experienced and had the unfortunate privilege of witnessing a lot of things that shouldn't happen and a lot of what I would call cultic behavior. Yeah.
If that's the case, then a national prayer breakfast then kind of makes sense, isn't it? Because if you're talking about there needs to be deliverance and prayer, then that makes sense.
Indeed, if indeed we were praying to God.
Everybody, people congregated at the prayer breakfast yesterday. The day before, when the First Lady met, a number of women's groups, she said that I feel that we need to pray specifically for the months of June and July.
Let me ask you, what's the reason why we go to specific churches? Why don't you just go to any church? Why don't you just go to any gathering? After all, it says where two or more are gathered, God is there. Because there are some people who gather in the name of God, but we know that that is not really the agenda. There's a whole spiritual life out here. And when I look at how the things were conducted during the prayer days, there was a lot of mockery, The politicians were joking a lot around things. The president barely took the issue of the breaking news of the fire seriously. He mentioned it as a by the way towards the end. The leaders in that space almost appeared as if what has happened is a very small thing. It was like, oh, the wind has blown, and okay, let's continue with our activity. They went ahead to eat and dine. It almost reminds me of that picture in the Bible where was it Jesus entered this space where people were eating, and he was like,
"What are you guys doing?
What are you guys doing?" It felt like that yesterday. Like you have been chosen to leadership to take care of these people, and terrible things are happening to these people who you're supposed to take care of, and you are completely unawares. You're not there. It doesn't move you. There was no. You couldn't even feel. In fact, you would have to walk into that room and say, "Guys, can we stop celebrating or doing whatever we're doing?" Because 16 very innocent lives have been lost.
Gloria, I was looking at the National Prayer Breakfast as it was happening because we had a split screen. So we had parents who had shown up to collect their children or collect the bodies of their children. And here we have the National Prayer Breakfast that many had even suggested cancel it. There are urgent pressing matters to address right now as the leader of the country. And there's another side that was saying, based off the presidential protocol, that was not to be discussed. The reason why the president did not handle it. And one asked the question,
what do you mean presidential
at what point
protocol?
Then does protocol become important than people leading?
It's, you know what it is? It's just a leader who's inhumane. He's not, honestly, I want to say he's not a human being. That's what I want to say, because I can't even see myself as even a senator getting into dressing up and going for a prayer day, especially if it means that my presence in a different place, which I could actually accord my presence to these parents. I don't know. I just feel like there's this. We have normalized insensitivity. We've normalized evilness. Because let me ask you something. I mean, people are saying, oh, whatever, now you're in opposition, so everything that this government does is wrong. That's not the case. During Dr. Fred Matiang'i's regime, there were more than 100 fires in a very short period of time. I think that was 2016. There was this, it was almost like a culture of when the students were unhappy, for whatever reason, they would just light up a fire. And several things were put into account, and actually the government of the day then tried to address it in a way that it was a concern. You know, you remember that's the time when paraffin was no longer, they stopped selling paraffin in jerry cans because the assumption was that people are using it for arson and all these other illegal activities. So there was actually a concern. You could feel the leaders at that time being concerned, like, what is going on? I remember Dr. Fred Matiang'i he went before the parliament, both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, and they were interrogating what could be the problem and all these things. And at one point, what was appeared, people actually said that he's insensitive because we have cut down hard on the people who are starting the fires, including the students. At that time, it was a big conversation because they were saying, oh, why do you want to come down hard on those students? And he said, because arson is a very big criminal activity. Whether you are a 6-year-old, whether you are a 10-year-old, whether you're a 20-something-year-old, arson is arson. And he put his foot down. And then the Moi Girls incident happened. And why I want to draw attention to the Moi Girls incidents, the Moi Girls fire tragedy, let me not call it an incident, fire tragedy, is because I want to try and have Kenyans remember, when you have a government that cares for you, or at least even a cabinet secretary that cares for you, these are some of the things that they would do. Number one, it was not showing up for photos. If you can pull up the clips of Dr. Fred Matiang'i going to Moi Girls, people had seen this guy as a tough guy, a no-nonsense person. And when he was at Moi Girls, he almost broke down in tears. It was the first time people felt that Dr. Fred Matiang'i was a human being, because they had been seeing this very abrasive person, a no-nonsense person. And then, you know, the Moi Girls fire tragedy happened, showed up, and it broke his heart. And we can see it from how the images from that day. And then it's not only just about that. That particular case defined it. In fact, after the Moi Girls fire tragedy, you can see the decline of all the fire tragedies in the schools, because the cabinet secretary and his appointing authority, the president of the day, said, no, enough is enough. We have to hold people accountable. Investigations began. The head teacher, the matron, about 15 or something students were taken in. There was this huge seriousness on what they're going to do. And eventually, the student that was responsible for starting that fire, whether the intent was to kill or not to kill, the student that was responsible was jailed. The leaders who had showcased what you call negligence in terms of duty of care, they paid for it. The other students who were part of the incitement and everything, I remember even there was a conversation of their parents having to pay for some of the damages of the school. And after the Moi Girls fire tragedy, I want you to go down and look at now the record of what happened. The fires just stopped. Not stopped, but declined. Now, this is what I keep saying, is that yes, accidents happen. And by the way, this is what I have. In fact, as I was coming here, I was telling my driver, those innocent students did not die because of a fire. Those innocent students died because they were locked in. They could not escape. The emergency exits were locked. All forms of, they were in prison. That's why they died. They couldn't get out of because I understand, and I could be wrong, we are waiting for the report to come out, but I understand this was not late in the night. The fire started, it's not like it was dead in the night. So I just think that until we have leadership that, first of all, is human, because I don't think these people are human. Until we have leadership that is human, that understands what Kenyans are going through, and that are able to showcase that their leadership is really about the people of Kenya, we can be talking about all sorts of things, but we will end up importing Ebola, for instance.
An emergency order blocking the government of Kenya from turning this country into America's Ebola waiting room. Let that land. While you are going about your week, President William Ruto quietly approved a plan, a 50-bed quarantine facility at Laikipia Air Base for Americans exposed to the deadliest Ebola strain currently burning through the DRC and Uganda. The price tag Kenya received, $13.5 million. Kenyans woke up to that headline and the internet caught fire.
Ebola, madaktari wanasema ni ugonjwa ambao haujapata tiba mpaka sasa.
Uganda wamefuga boda yao na Kongo juu ya Ebola. Rwanda wamefuga boda yao. Burundi wamefuga boda yao. America, Secretary of State amesema hataki any cases of Ebola kuonekana huko. Mimi nataka niulize rais aje. America, they have the best medical care in the world. Mbona wasibebe watu wao wapeleke huko?
This is not a rumor. This is not opposition propaganda. This is government confirmed, court challenged, doctor opposed, street level rage, and it is happening right now.
I want to say that international collaborations happen every other day. And when there is a discussion around having an isolation center in Kenya, it's not a bad thing really. And it's a discussion. Because emergence of diseases and reemerging of diseases will keep recurring every other time.
On May 17, 2026, the World Health Organization declared the Bundibugyo Ebola strain a public health emergency of international concern, opaque. That is the nuclear alarm in global health. It does not go off for nothing. The epicenter, DRC's Ituri province, hundreds suspected, dozens confirmed dead, and the virus, as viruses always do, did not respect borders. It crossed into Uganda. Now here is the geography that should wake you up. Kenya shares a regional ecosystem with both those countries, trade routes, refugees corridors, porous entry points, and government says over 55,000 travelers have already been screened at Kenyan entry points since the outbreak began. Every single suspected case tested negative. Kenya has no Ebola, not one case. So the question that every Kenyan on X, in matatus, in hospitals, and in parliament is now asking is, if we have 0 cases, why are we about to become the place where other people's Ebola patients come to sit?
Hizi dakika 5 hazijaisha, tumeona ndege ambayo kubwa ni Amerika imekuja hapa juu na imekuja hapa. Ni vizuri watu waelewe ya kwamba wale watu wanafanya huko Laikipia Air Base tunaishi na wao. Mimi timu hiyo jambo, na ninaomba wananchi wote wa hapa Laikipia, hasa hapa na Nyuki, tukatana na hilo jambo sababu wanataka kutumaliza. Hatuwezi kubali, hatutakubali watu wa Nyuki hapa. Watoto wetu wanasomea hapo Laikipia Air Base. Watu wetu na watu wote wengi wananyuki wanasomea, wanafanya kazi hapo. Alafu mnatuletea magonjwa. Ndio sisi wote hapa tukufe.
Here is what we know about the Laikipia arrangement, and pay attention because the details are everything. The facility, reportedly a 50-bed unit at Laikipia Air Base, was not designed for confirmed Ebola patients. The official framing is that it will host asymptomatic Americans who are merely exposed to the virus. People who have not shown symptoms, not sick, just potentially carrying a ticking biological clock. The facility will be staffed by the U.S. Public Health Service, American personnel on Kenyan soil handling potential Ebola exposure cases. Now you understand why people are calling this containment colony. The logic from Washington is clean and cold. We don't want to bring these cases back to American soil, so we'll monitor them somewhere else first, and that somewhere else in this particular agreement is Kenya.
Unataka kutuletea Ebola Kenya? Hatujai kuwa na kesi hata moja. Hawa haitaki kwa country yao, wanataka ikuje kwetu itumalize sisi juu sisi hatufai kuishi. And you're here typing, it will improve, it will improve. We do not want it. Hatutaki hiyo improvement, wacha ikae. We are okay like that. Unajua Ebola ni nini wewe? Do you really know what Ebola is? Haina treatment, haina kinga, haina cure. What are you talking about? Wacha ikae. Tigabe. We do not want. Don't die. Wacha ikae.
The phone call that sealed this agreement, Ruto and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, one conversation, and then $13.5 million, approximately 1.75 billion shillings, was committed to Kenya for what is officially described as Ebola preparedness, medical supplies, capacity building. The government called it a win. Kenyans called it something else entirely. Now, context is king here. The government will be the first to remind you of it. The $13.5 million is not a standalone bribe. It sits inside a much larger US-Kenya health framework signed in December 2025, a 5-year, $1.6 billion partnership covering HIV, tuberculosis, malaria, and outbreak response. Regional Ebola aid from the US already exceeds $112 million. Kenya's share is positioned as regional anchor investment, but here is where the intellectual honesty has to cut both ways. When you zoom out, the optics become deeply uncomfortable. The United States, the wealthiest nation on earth, does not want Ebola-exposed Americans sitting on American soil pending a 21-day monitoring window. So instead of building that facility at home, they found a partner willing to host it, a partner who needed the money, a partner in a continent with a long, painful history of being the world's laboratory and containment zone. If this was Switzerland, nobody will be calling it partnership. They'll be calling it what it is. The Doctors' Union put it with supposition. If it is too dangerous for America, it is too dangerous for Kenya. 7 words, no rebuttal. On the morning of May 28th, Justice Patricia Nyaundi of the High Court issued a temporary conservatory order. Translation, full stop. Nobody is landing at Laikipia. Nobody is entering Kenya under this arrangement. Not until the June 2nd hearing. The petitions filed by the Katiba Institute, one of Kenya's most respected constitutional watchdogs. Their arguments were not historical. They were surgical: sovereignty, privacy rights, health risk to citizens, and a constitutional question about whether the executive can unilaterally approve a foreign quarantine operation on Kenyan military soil without parliamentary oversight or public participation. The Law Society of Kenya piled on. Parliamentary committees began summoning government officials for explanations, and just like that, what the Ruto administration had framed as quiet, responsible diplomacy became a constitutional crisis playing out in real time. The June 2nd court date is now the most important date on Kenya's political calendar this week. If the court upholds the block, the entire arrangement collapses. If it does not, the government will have to face a public that already has its mind made up.
Nimesikia mambo mazuri. Good things are about to happen to this country. Kuna watu wamesema Ebola is a nice idea to invite into Kenya. Why should we argue with them? All I'm saying, because it's a very, very beautiful and nice idea to have in this country. Situieke State House. Hiyo rehabilitation center ya wazungu ambao wametoka America who have Ebola should be in State House. Kama kuna overflow, nyumba ya Minister for Health, Aden Duale, wapelekwe kule. Because Ebola is such a beautiful thing. From the pilot yule atabeba hawa watu kutoka majuu, akuwe pilot wa 2-term. Yule ambaye atabeba na taxi akuwe taxi driver wa 2-term. Kama wewe ni daktari wa 2-term, the nice things, the soft life, the beautiful things in this life, tunapenda kupatia watu wa 2-term.
The Kenya Medical Practitioners Pharmacist and Dentist Union, KMPDU, is the country's largest doctor union. These are not exitable commentators. These are frontline professionals who have watched Kenya's health system bleed out slowly for years, and they came out with both barrels. They issued an ultimatum, a 48-hour strike threat, and their demands were not just political theater. They were an indictment of the entire arrangement. First, full transparency. Show Kenyans every document, every clause, every side agreement from these negotiations. No more backdoor deals. Second, they demanded to know who negotiated these, under what legal authority, and who in the Ministry of Health actually signed off. And third, and this is the phrase that will define this story, Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela stood up and said, Kenya's hospitals are already understaffed. Our medicine shelves are running thin. Our doctors are underpaid and overworked. Fix that fast before you offer our soil as a quarantine hotel for foreign nationals. He is right that you cannot pour a foreign patient into a broken cup and call it hospitality. And the rank and file medics on X were even more blunt. Risk to overstretch frontline workers, ethical violation, and a simple message: secure the border, don't build a wall. Kenyan Twitter, which has never once been accused of underreaction, was already at boiling point from the doctor spoke. The phrases trending told the whole story. Sacrificing Kenyans on the altar of profit, Ruto's Ebola business, calls for impeachment, comparisons to colonial-era medical experiments. Some called him a greedy terrorist. Others went further. But beneath the rage, something more substantive is pulsing. A deep historical distrust of foreign health interventions on African soil. This is not paranoia without genealogy. Communities across Africa have resisted foreign-run disease facilities before, not because they don't understand disease, but because they have learned through generations of bitter experience that when wealthy nations show up with medical money, the risk is rarely shared equally. Ruto's government was slow to read that room, fatally slow, and the political opposition, sensing blood in the water, amplified every voice. Parliamentary committees moved fast, civil society mobilized faster. The story that should have been managed in a quiet ministry briefing became a national crisis in 48 hours. Here is where Kenya stands right now. A deadly Ebola strain is advancing in the region. A controversial quarantine deal has been blocked by courts. Doctors are threatening to strike. The public is furious. Parliament is demanding answers, and the June 2nd hearing will determine whether this arrangement dies in court or become the most politically toxic policy Ruto has defended this year. This story is not just about Ebola. It is about who gets to make decisions about Kenyan soil, Kenyan risk, and Kenyan lives. It is about whether financial partnership with a global superpower comes with fine print that ordinary citizens never get to read. It is about a government that confused diplomacy with transparency. Newsroom, Maisha TV, reader Karen Chebet.
Sasa wacha nicheze ya mwisho alafu we react to them, then nicheze ya Didi Nyoro, because Didi Nyoro is also having something interesting for us.
Watu sasa viongozi wa Wajaluo, hii ni kitu yenye inafanyika kwa siku moja, na sasa hii ukiona branding zenye zimefanyiwa magari, na ukienda hizo kaunti za Nyanza hakuna madawa kwa hospitali, magari zimebrandiwa na ni event ya siku moja. Tunataka kuambia watu wa ODM, sana sana Gladys Wanga, tafadhali usiwe unatumia ODM vibaya. Umesaharibu party kabisa, mpaka Oburu Odinga ndio ule amekimbia, anataka kusimama senator because anajua kukua party leader pia ni ngumu. Mada ya pili nataka kuongelelea mambo ya Ebola. Nyinyi mnajua vizuri Ebola is a airborne disease. Na Ebola ni ugonjwa ingine hatari sana ulimwenguni.
Hata watu wameanza kuara
tunataka kuambia PS Olunga for medical, tafadhali hii mambo ya kuleta hii nini Kenya, tafadhali wachana nayo. Hii ugonjwa ya Ebola ni ugonjwa mbaya, na sisi kama Wakenya hatuko tayari tena kufanyiwa lockdown. Tukienda kwa mambo ya party ya nini party leader James Orengo leo alikuwa huko Mbita Suba, na nataka mjue sisi kama watu kutoka Lake Region, unajua ukiona mtu ana support two term, because mimi niliona kuna watu hata hapa bungeni wanaanza kustumu Orengo. Na Orengo ni mtu mwenye ametetea hii nchi, na Orengo ndiye amefanya hata sisi sasa hivi tunaongea vile tunaongea.
Hata ndio lawyer mkubwa hii Kenya.
Sasa
ndio lawyer kusema.
Mimi nasi wale watu wanatoka Lake Region, tafadhali to respect James Orengo. As you know very well that Oburu Odinga sahi na miaka yake hawezi kutufikisha penye tulikuwa tunataka, and that's why Oburu amesa regret na ameshajua ya kwamba hawezi kuwa kwa hiyo position ya party leader. So sahi party leader ya sisi kama Wajaluo tunafuata James Agri Orengo, because huyu ndio mtu mwenye ukiona historia yake wakati yeye ndio mtu amekuwa ametufaitia, na yeye ndio mtu ameinsure mpaka hii katiba ya 2010 tuna enjoy because of James Orengo. So mimi nataka kuambia wale ambao wanaimba mambo ya two term, tafadhali usikue tu ati unaimba two term because mrengo ingine wako huko. Tafadhali kuwa na stand yako na ujue hii two term itatufikisha wapi. Sasa hii Kenya unaona mambo ya fuel ndio hii imeongezeka,
watu wanahara damu,
watu wana nini, madawa kuna hospitalini, na mnaona vile watu hawana kazi.
Malusi ukienda hakuna matibabu.
Mimi nataka kuwasi wa Kenya, tafadhali ikifika 2027 tufanye uamuzi wa busara, tuchague kiongozi ambaye atapeleka Kenya mbele, because hii mmeona vile hii serikali tumekuwa nayo imenyanyasa watu. Hata saa hii payslip ya wafanyakazi wote, kama unapata like 50,000, pesa yenye unaenda nao kwa nyumba ni almost 28,000. So that's why tunasema lazima tujaribu to make sure that we have a new government yenye itashughulikia maslahi ya Wakenya. Mimi nashindwa sana tukiona watu from Lake Region in which sisi kama Wajaluo, sisi sio watu wa kubembeleza watu. Ati watu wanaenda ati baba alituacha kwa broad base. Baba alituacha kwa broad base. Who told you?
Nani aliwacha Kenya ikiwa na amani?
Sisi chenye tunataka good governance, because sasa hii watu wengi hawana kazi, na sasa hii serikali mnaona vitu zenye zinafanya. Hii serikali, there is a lot of corruption in this government, and there is a lot of public resource wana misuse. Deputy president anatumia almost 40 million per day kuenda na nini na choppers, na Wakenya wengine ukienda Turkana watu wanakufa, ukienda Baringo watu wanakufa, hawana maji. So sisi tunasema, sisi kama vijana na youth tunasema 2027 tuchague kiongozi mwenye atajali maslahi ya Kenya wote. Nikirudi hapa Nairobi mnajua ni cosmopolitan city, na hii Nairobi pia tunataka kiongozi yule ambaye atahakikisha ya kwamba hii Nairobi inapelekwa vizuri. Na hapa Nairobi sisi tumesaa amua, mimi kama mtu kutoka Luo Nyanza, na hakuna mtu yoyote mwenye nitasupport isipokuwa Babu Owino, because yeye ndio governor mwenye tunatarajia hapa Nairobi. Sasa we kama uko na governor wako mwingine na pia nataka kuambia wale leo nataka kuambia, wacha nikimalizia. Leo nataka kuambia wanabunge wa Jakaranda. Leo nataka niwaambie hivi. As you know very well, we are in this constituency is Embakasi East, and the member of parliament is Babu Owino, and you cannot come here uanze ku abuse the member of parliament of Embakasi East. You must have a respect for the elected leaders. So Rengo and Sifuna, your days are numbered. Na siku yenye itafika sasa, tukianza campaign hamtajua hawa ni watu wa gani? Because Wakenya wamesaamua na sisi tunasonga mbele na tunasema Ruto ni one term.
Kweli katika bunge dakika ni moja. Naongea. Asante sana. Spika lakini nilipea chance ya kuongea. Correct. Inabidi isemwe. Okay, wanabunge la mwananchi ya Jakaranda, ukweli lazima isemwe. Correct. Ukweli lazima isemwe. Correct. Na lazima ikosolewe. Ukweli lazima isemwe. Leo hii nimeona watu wameanza kuhara kwa plot, wanahara damu. Wanahara damu. Yes. Wanahara damu. Tukaanza kuchunguza. Ukienda Mamalucho watatibiwa aje? Naenda kuambia Mheshimiwa Rais. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwani tena unataka turudi kwa yeye bwana? Hawa Kongo.
Kwa majina naitwa Jongoa Mashambani. Mimi naenda point of order. Mr. Aden Duale, wacha mambo ya gine, vitu zingine wacha kujifanya kierere. Garissa watu hawana maji. Wewe ni Garissa watu hawana shaa. Wewe ni waziri. Ni kitu gani ambao umefanyia watu wa Garissa? Ni kitu gani ambao umesaidia watu? Wewe unataka tu kusaini mambo ya Ebola, ufaidike na Oria wanakufa. Hiyo ni kitu gani? Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto, sisi kama Wakenya tumechoka. Hatuwezi pata maendeleo sababu yako. Magavana ni uwezi, MP ni uwezi, hakuna madawa hospitali. Alafu unatuambia ati corona tunataka kuletea hapa magonjwa. Uhuru alikuja na corona, Kibaki akakuja na ukimwi. Sasa wewe tena hii ugonjwa ya Ebola inakuandama. Kwa nini Ebola iandama ni tu wa Kenya? Mimi kama Gen Z siwezi kubali Ebola ikuje kwa nchi yangu. Nitaenda kupanga maandamano. Wakenya wote tunatoka nje tunaandamana. Hii Ebola iende State House na ishike mapolisi ambao wanashika sisi. Sisi hatuna maana na maendeleo ambayo mnatuletea hatusaidii Kenya. Sisi tunataka umoja, hatutaki magonjwa. Hii ugonjwa nishike watu wengine. Kama ni Burundi, Ebola unaua Burundi, usiue Kenya. Ebola uua Waganda, usiue wa Kenya. Ebola hii imekuwa US, inakuja Kenya. Na huyu Trump ameshindwa kupigana na Iran. Sasa hii unataka kuletea Wakenya hii ugonjwa wako sababu ya pesa. Billion of money inafanya mulete Kenya shida. Na sisi tumetoka kwa corona na shida. Hii ni serikali ambayo hata haijui Wakenya tunalala wapi. Wakina usiku wa manane wanatembea hata wajui wanalala wapi. Sasa hii ni nchi gani? Ni nchi gani? Ikimalizia, Mheshimiwa James Agiri Orengo. James Orengo ni mtu wa maendeleo. James Orengo ni mtu wa maendeleo. James Orengo anapigania Kenya. Alafu
Okay, so I think that one is enough for now. I had seen Julia come, but they have left. So, Kipril, what do you have with on those many videos which you gave me, or you don't have anything?
Nilitaka upumzike bana. Najua ulikuwa umechoka bana.
Nimechokeshwa na nini? Nimechokeshwa na hasa na kushindwa.
Najua unafanyanga kazi nyingine hapo. Very tough being an engineer ya stima. So unafanyanga stima vipi? Ama ukaenda job leo?
No, hapana. Unajua there is, don't you know that if you sleep more you get tired more?
Hata mimi nilala jana bana. Nilikuwa nimechoka.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question now. Bwana Kipril. What is the end game ya ujinga ya Ebola sasa? What is the end game like? Is it something going to be ni Wakenya wata reactia to the extent, is the Kenyan government going to lose interest in it? Are we going to get repercussions from the US? Kuna mtu alikuwa anasema ati Marekani inaweza hata tunyima donations zingine sasa, other thing. So like what is the end game here? Ama Ruto ataachana na hii kitu because it looks like a time bomb.
Hata achana nayo.
Atafanya aje? So try to predict the path forward.
Mafuta ilishuka.
The end game we all die.
Yeah, tukufe tu.
Akeshi anataka kujifanya sio sisi ndio tuko nomo akiwa kwa hii jangwa.
Watu sahau kwamba Kongo ni kubwa sana.
Of course, si Kongo inakata mpaka Atlantic Ocean bana. What do you mean?
Haiwezi maliza hawa watu. It cannot.
There are 100 million people.
Yeah.
Of course, kuna wale watu baki wanaitangwa mabakio.
Sisi tutamalizwa bana. But let's look at the statistics actually. Ebola statistics over the years.
Let me tell you kama kuna kitu ujui bwana Kipril. Those a contagious disease and a highly killing one. I'm not a doctor, but uniruhusu niweke hii statement because this statement is also supported by physics somewhere. Nitakwambia a highly contagious disease and a killer one.
Yeah.
And a killer one doesn't go for a long time, but it kills a lot. So what happens, like ukifuata like the Black Plague, the Spanish flu of 1918, because they were ilikuja ikalipuka tu after the World War, where it is believed that it was because of people staying in concentration camps during the World War, huko ndiko sasa Spanish flu ilitoka. If you look at Spanish flu, ni within 3 months na inaua millions. So that is what happened. Unaona hata Ebola, because it's a highly contagious and a killer disease, you don't expect to have it for a long time. But hiyo time kidogo unacheza nayo, it kills millions. That is the problem of contagious, highly deadly disease. You don't want to joke with it while it's on the path of killing. You inaendaga kama upepo. So when it is on the path of killing, you need to take care of yourself because the killing time is very short. That's what I wanted to tell you. Sio vitu kama akina flu inatushikanga all the time.
So why
yeah, by the Acacia niliona hiyo, sijui kwa nini Cambodia inafukuza wa Kenya. Hiyo ni kitu nitataka pia to react. Kama Kipriru kuna hiyo information pia, you should also react on that.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, but it's too much information. It's not Kenya, it's actually black people.
No, waliandika blacks, but wakaandika hapo including, I don't know why Africans alafu wakaandika hapo including Kenyans bracket Ethiopians.
We need to go back home.
Yeah, that's kama sisi hatujengi. Do we have Cambodians in Kenya other than the ambassador?
I don't think so. I don't even think we have an ambassador to Cambodia. We're insignificant to them. They are such a tiny country. They don't need to trade with us. They have other neighbors to trade with. It's like us, we don't trade with everybody.
Unajua ni Far East Asia, Cambodia ni huko.
Yeah, it's like, for example, even if that Jama went for prostitutes in Kazakhstan na huko mauko, we've got no business in being in those countries when Ruto went during the fuel crisis. Alienda tu raha. Ebola has not killed too many, but here's where I need to put a bat on it. We are such poor countries that I don't think we record the figures correctly. Okay? Because Ebola has not even reached 100,000 killings since 1976. Hatujafika 100,000 bado in terms of deaths.
So Ebola was first in 1976. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, 1976, and
it is even older than HIV.
Yes, it was
because
in, obviously
HIV in Kenya. It was no. It is not older than HIV. HIV in 1920 from some gay men somewhere. Yeah, go ahead.
So ilianza na Zaire. I mean Zaire back in the day, Zaire of course, which was 318 people died. Sudan in 76 also 284. Then many years ago, after that is 95, ikaua watu 318 in DRC, which is still Zaire. 2000 ikakuja Uganda and Sudan. Okay, so there are two strains. Sorry, I apologize. There are two strains. There's the Zaire strain and there's the Sudan strain. So Uganda ilikuja 2000, ilikuwa kutoka Sudanese people. The Sudan, it's just the strain. It's called the Sudan strain. Ikaua 424 people. 2003, the Zaire strain in Republic of Congo. So there's the Republic of Congo and DRC. So there are two different countries there. Iliua 143 people. And then now there's a new strain that came in 2007, which is the Budilango strain, ikaua 131. And then the biggest casualty ni the one we were watching, which was a Zaire strain, meaning that I think it's more about recordings. West Africa. When it first came to West Africa, uko Sierra Leone, uko juu. This was the time for Obama. Sindio? That one killed 28,000 people, 28,610. Ikakuja 2018 to 2020, it killed 3,400 Zaire strain. But it looks like the Budilango strain came in 2026, which one the one we have an outbreak. Imechukua plus 1,200. Now, what is scary about this compared to the other strains is within the month of, imekuwa 2 weeks. I think it's 2 weeks or a month. Jeru, how long has this been? Hello? Jeru, how long have we had the outbreak?
Sorry, how long have I?
How long have we had the outbreak?
I think we are like in a month from the time nilianzia kuisikia huko Congo. Unajua imekuwa tu there have been
since 1,200
Congo wale watu wamekufa sahi
plus 1,200 plus 1,200. So it looks like
that is serious fatality. But any fatality from one known disease in the range of 1,000, that is serious fatalities.
No, I believe the strain has become more, and now we are recording them more sophisticated.
Let me calculate for you how many deaths in 100,000 people. So they are around one. So it is 1,000. So 1,200.
Yes.
I divide with 100 million people. Congolese. So
no, it's a specific region, my friend. It's a region.
So it is. It's around one person for 100,000 people.
I would say that you have to look at it regionally because the people from the west of DRC and the east of DRC are Joani. They'll never even see each other, ever. They don't even know each other. They don't know each other exist. But at least Wakenya tunajuana hivi. You can go to Kisumu mjuane, but if you know DRC, you'll understand that that country is too big. So you have to put it to a specific
wako na
province.
regions. Kuna region
Yeah.
inaitwa Katanga. There's a place called Katanga.
So I would look at it.
And it is
like,
very sparsely populated. Watu wanaishi mbalimbali.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
They have not concentrated in a place because pia exploration of minerals. Unajua, there are so many companies which are there. Those people are just like wameconfusiwa tu. Belgians are there, and I don't know the problem of Congo. Imagine King Leopold ndio huyo for 70 years. King Leopold of Belgium, Congo ilikuwa yake. It was his personal property. And watu walikuwa nakata. 20 million black people were killed.
You know, I lived in Belgium for 4 years, and I can tell
Wameiba vitu mingi sana kutoka Congo. It was one of the most ruthless regimes.
No, bro, if you look at the architecture of the rest of Europe, architecture yao inaonyesha history. If you come to UK, it shows history. You can see progression of how buildings have grown over time. Unajua unaweza pita kwa barabara, and it's the same with the US. It's not uniform. Yeah, you feel like there was some progression in age of the country. Ukienda kwa city, if you go into a town and you can see how a town grew from the birth of the country to now, you can see some old buildings, new one. In Belgium, they're all the same. Zote zinafanana. What does that get to tell you? This whole country was built on the back of Congo. Gold yao ilibuildiwa na huyo king from the backs of black people. Haina flavor. Unajua unatembea nchi, hauoni flavor, you don't see the historical aspect of it. Yeah, if you go to New Orleans, Jerry, you'll feel some history. If you go to South Carolina, you'll see some history. You'll see some statues. You'll have a feeling of a culture of the specific place. But if you go to Belgium, wamechukua kila kitu. But anyway, I'm diverting the reason why I'm talking about this. If Ebola comes to Nairobi, and Laikipia is not ikishaingia Laikipia na iende ushago bana, and we don't know how to protect ourselves about this thing. Itaingia Meru, itaingia Tharaka Nithi, ikuje huku chini, ni kama nataka kuwa Wakikuyu. I've said it, that's what I meant. Why has it come to Central Kenya? Jiru. Mbona ikuletwa Gilgil? Si Gilgil tuna army bases huko. Mbona ililetwa kwenu? Yeah? So I cannot trust anything about this country, but also I would say I don't want to say it that hard, but Ebola's fatality is not as bad as you may think. I've just looked at the numbers. The deaths are not over the years.
But it's a bad disease. Unajua, out of those 1,200 people, imagine ni wewe. Unajua
I know. I mean, the thing is, it's the principle, Njeru. It's not about the number of people who died. It's about the principle. It's about patriotism, yeah? Hata Mkenya mmoja akipata, that is a Kenyan. You understand? It's about protecting the patriotism of the person who sits on that chair. This is not presidential, is it? Hata mtu mmoja akikufa. Umeelewa? Yeah, but the town is full of us. Watatoka huko. Najua ni wazungu huko. I know. Laikipia ni wazungu. But it's about the principle. even the Americans exaggerating the Ebola outbreak. As Africa, for a while, we have been tumechunga hii kitu sana, by the way. I kind of get what Roba was saying, but this is not the guy to do this job. Ingekuwa Uhuru, I think, would have accepted it. You know what I mean? Ama Kibaki, but not this guy. Umeelewa Njiru? Not this guy. This guy, there's no benefit. If there was benefits to the residents of Laikipia, if there was benefits to anything else, us as Kenyans, we don't trust this guy. We don't trust that the outbreak, the money that was intended to do this thing will actually be used for that. Yeah, you know, you've got to trust. If like, let's say, yeah, if Matiang was running that program, you can at least trust that Matiang would actually make sure that there's safety for the nations. There's safety for Kenyans. You kind of feel that there's going to be containment. But this person, the way he's mishandled everything, hatuwezi acha chance hapo, tutaumia. That 1,200 will be hundreds of thousands of Kenyans whose lives are going to be exposed to this thing. Response unit hatutakuwa nayo. Mtu mwenye atakuwa nayo kitu ataingia matatu ashike hivi, people start shitting everywhere, start throwing up everywhere, and then there's going to be an outbreak. Yes, occasion. Ruto does not like Kikuyus. I don't understand why you guys don't get it. He said it openly. Ni kama mnakataa kusikia. Sijui tuweke hiyo clip watu wasikie vile amechukiwa. He does not like Kikuyus. He wants to finish you. Ruto wants to finish Kikuyus.
Na akipata nafasi yote wa Kikuyu wanaweza suffer, wanawekwa hapa. Na then and then you can ask yourself, hawa Wakikuyu wanafuata Ruto, hawa wengi akina Waiguru, akina nani, to the extent, sijui umesikia speech ya Waiguru leo ati akisema the next governor of Kirinyaga will be from UD. Hebu nikuwekee uone. Let me put for you before nikuwekee ingine.
Haya, shule ingine imechomwa. Seriously?
Leo?
Who tuone hii? What the hell? Lakini hii shule inachomonga kila siku. St. Joseph's, I don't understand. Now wanachomanga bana. Ayaye. Ama is this fake news? Pana, this is not real. Wacha tu tuiweke, even though it might be fake news, huh? Nimeiona kwa YouTube. Kini shule inakuanga na mashida. St. Joseph's. My cousin went there. It's a tough school.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that I cannot. Nilikuwa nimeona hiyo speech ya Waiguru.
You know, sometimes people put old images.
Okay, wacha tuone.
It's on plug.
Nani imewekwa kwa plug?
Yes. You know I trust plug.
Wacha nikuwekee. Nimekosa Waiguru, but wacha tu nikuwekee tu ngirishi tu. Oh. Iko kwa plug. Tumeanzia kuhusu assets tena. Haya, sawa. Wacha nikuwekee huyu mama. It's unfortunate that
kwani mashule zinachomwa hivi, people are tired.
Wanataka kucriminalize Gen Zs bana. Wewe ujui, so hii kitu me I can see a lot of orchestration. Me I can see a lot of connection here. Hawa ma Gen Z hata ndio wanaleta no wonder even they are going to the streets. Unaona hiyo kitu nataka kushikanishwa. They are unruly everywhere. Waanze ku legitimize, wanasema hata watu hata wakiongea story ya finance bill, they don't understand what they are saying. Ona wamekuwa hata wakichoma mashure. Can you connect? Kiprir?
I just think a nation of tired people. Hii tu ni kuchoka, boy. I'll tell you the truth.
About it, the next thing we hear that we are going to be having quarantining people who've got Ebola. I want to say clearly and categorically that in Kenya, we have the right. One thing that I'm sure is that we did not onboard anything about quarantining people from other countries in our country, so that we can endanger our own medics, endanger our own people to getting diseases. So we want to say, Americans, have your people taken to America if you do not want them to they've been infected with Ebola. You either fly them to America or you fly them to another country. But I want to stand with the Kenyans who are saying, we're saying no to quarantining in Kenya, because our country, we are people who want to keep our health and want to keep safe. That I am saddened by several issues that have been going around in our country, and especially very lately there have been issues that we've been talking. And I do not know if it is by design that when we are speaking about our children being in schools where they're not properly taken care of, not properly protected by the rules and regulations, and
sawa. Kiprir, umesikia mambo?
It is actually true. One Kenyan life, even though Ebola is not going to spread that much, I just don't trust Ruto with managing that thing. I don't. Absolutely don't. If it was Matiang, trust me, I'd say so. Yeko sawa.
And they are busy saying that tusiende Congo na places zingine. Kuna video nimekutumia, ukiniwekea hapa nitafurahi.
Shenzi bana. Like enjoy, nitakuwekea. Niliona tu say I was just about to download it.
Na by the way,
Professor Milan,
hebu tutamuuliza. Na kama kuna mtu hajatupea subscription, tupea subscription tufike round number. I can see we are 2589. Tupea subscription moja tugonge 2590. Saa zingine naambianga watu wa subscribe, alafu sasa wanaanzia kutoka. So if I was looking for one person, naanzia sasa kutafuta watatu. Let's see this one.
Weapons. Africa must have nuclear weapons. We have all the raw materials to make it. We have all the uranium. They call it yellow cake.
Yeah.
Niger has yellow cake.
Yes.
Namibia has yellow cake. And like nothing else. We must. Does Africa have nuclear weapons? Africa must have nuclear weapons. We have all the raw materials to make it. We have all the uranium. They call it yellow cake.
Yeah.
Niger has yellow cake.
Yes.
Namibia has yellow cake, and some other countries. Actually, Niger is flowing like nothing else. We must have nuclear weapons. We can never be respected, guys, until we have nuclear weapons. That is why she can tell Trump, "Don't touch Taiwan. Don't tell me nothing about Taiwan. This is our territory."
Yeah, to what level do you agree with that guy? Huyu jamaa anasema tunateseka juu hatuna nuclear.
Tutateseka no, I disagree.
Huyu jamaa anasema tunateseka juu hatuna nuclear. Tungekuwa na nuclear tungekuwa tunajidefend vibaya sana.
Defend from what? We are not fighting any nations. Who said Africa is fighting against anybody?
No, as a deterrent. He is talking of
what?
as a deterrent.
No, the argument is stupid. Our enemies are our own leaders, my friend. Nobody hates Africa. Who hates Africa? Nani anatuchukia? Nitu kutuambia go back to your home. Go back to your shitholes.
Kama hizo minerals mnasema sasa unajua mngekuwa na nuclear sasa hakuna vile. Mbona hawa sio hawezi enda kuingia? Hawa akina France au unasema hawezi enda kuingia tu China. Waseme tunataka kumine rare earth. Unajua China kuna rare earth mingi sana. Hizo zinaitwa rare earth.
But you see, the problem is you don't even need nuclear to defend yourself against that, my friend. It's just our leaders are stupid. Because you are DRC ni kushinda hata Kenya. The DRC ones are stupid, man. The only leader that we have in Africa are two, Botswana and Burkina Faso, and those are tiny countries. Very tiny. Anyway, Kinuthia, wacha nilale sasa.
Haya, sawa, nimeshukuru. So there is one last video nilikuwa nataka ucheze, lakini kama utaki ni sawa.
Ni how long?
I think wacha nikutumie, you can choose. Ikikuwa kubwa sana you can abandon it, you can remove. Yeah, it is talking. Unajua kuna Madaraka Day very soon, but naona ni kama Wakenya pia wanataka.
Yeah,
weka hiyo.
Ngoja, I'm just checking how long it is.
Kwamba mjadala wa Ebola nchini Kenya si kuhusu Ebola kabisa, na kama si
it's not saying how long it is. Hold on.
We can listen to the preface and then we close.
No, it's fine. It's not long. It's not too long. It's fine.
Okay.
Wacha nikuweke mjadala. Roba leo alishika ngware bana. Sisi wazee tunakasirikanga sana. Hata mimi na jambo mingi siku hizi. Roba, don't worry, it's out of love. At least you're one.
Yeah, now what to subscribe, we need one person to pick 90. We make it round number. One don't person have, subscription.
Don't have. It's not too long. It's fine.
Kweli kwamba mjadala wa Ebola nchini Kenya si kuhusu Ebola kabisa, na kama si kuhusu Ebola, ni nini hasa kinachowafanya maelfu ya vijana wa Gen Z kuhoji kila taarifa inayotolewa na serikali? Manake wakati baadhi ya viongozi wakisisitiza kuwa kituo cha quarantine ni hatua ya kawaida ya maandalizi ya afya ya umma, sauti zingine mitandaoni zina madai tofauti kabisa. Kuna wanaosema suala hili linaficha mchezo mkubwa wa madini, wengine wanasema ni mwanzo wa maandamano mapya ya Madaraka Day, huku wengine wakitaka hatua kali zaidi hadi kufikia mashtaka kumtoa rais madarakani. Lakini swali kubwa ni hili: kwa nini Wakenya wengi wamefikia hatua ya kutoamini chochote kirahisi? Leo tutapitia video 5 zinazotikisa mitandao, madai yanayotolewa na Gen Z, hofu zinazozungumzwa na wananchi, na sababu zinazofanya mjadala huu kuwa mkubwa kuliko Ebola yenyewe. Karibu sana hapa Mizuka Media. Video ya kwanza ndiyo iliyoanzisha mjadala mkubwa zaidi. Jamaa huyu anaamini kwamba mjadala wa Ebola unaofanyika sasa sio jambo kuu kabisa. Kwa mujibu wa maoni yake, macho ya wananchi yanaelekezwa upande mmoja, huku jambo jingine kubwa likiwa linaendelea nyuma ya pazia. Anautaja Mlima Hill kule Kwale County, eneo ambalo limekuwa likitajwa mara kwa mara kutokana na uwepo wa madini yenye thamani kubwa. Kwa mujibu wa madai yake, mjadala wa Ebola ni kioo tu kinachowafanya wananchi wasiangalie kile kinachoendelea kuhusu rasilimali hizo. Kauli hizi zimeibua mjadala mkubwa sana. Wapo wanaomuunga mkono na wapo wanaosema hakuna ushahidi wa kudhibitisha madai hayo. Lakini jambo moja ambalo liko wazi ni kwamba Mlima Hill sasa umekuwa sehemu ya mjadala huu.
Hiyo story ya Ebola kuletwa Kenya is just a distraction. As you can see by this post, Kenya's Ministry of Mining officially opened a global competitive tender to develop Mlima Hill, okay? With the surrounding coastal area, it holds one of the world's largest undeveloped deposits of rare earth elements of niobium, valued at approximately 8.1 trillion Kenya shillings, estimated to be 62 billion US dollars. Kumbuka, mali minerals ziko, the West wanataka. France wamekuja hapa juzi. France wakikuja hapa juzi walisema jua nataka kutengeneza partnership. It was not a partnership. Ilikuwa ni tender wanaekelea. And to prove to you that ni tender walikuwa wanaekelea. Hapa hivi unaona huyu ni president wa nini? France. Na huyu ni nani? Joho. Joho ni CS of what?
Minister of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
USA wakisema wanakuja kubuild sijui Ebola quarantine facility, hiyo ni uongo. They just wanna bring the equipment wazieke Kenya, wakuwe ready kwanza ku extract these minerals na kwanza ku transport nini hizi minerals. Na pia kitu kingine na ashuku wanataka kwanza kuleta equipment zao za military in case retaliation ikue, watakuwa ready to defend hiyo surrounding area malizo minerals ziko. Hizo minerals ziko Mlima Hills. Nataka mjue China wanazitaka, France ndio wanazitaka, Australia ndio hizo wanazitaka. Hizi nchi za nje most of them zinazitaka. Majabu kuna vurugu itafanyika hapo when they fight for those so called minerals. The USA in 2024 decided to help Kenya expand Manda Bay airstrip.
The United States has launched a $71 million, that's the equivalent of 9.1 billion Kenya shillings, military airport runway infrastructure project at Kenya's Manda Bay Naval Base.
Manda Bay airstrip is located in Lamu. Coincidence? Someone smart will know they are strategically positioning themselves around your place. Man, hizo minerals itakuwa, it will be easier for them to do what? Transport without us ever suspecting anything. Hizo minerals ziko hapo hivyo Mlima Hills, Kwale County. They are very capable kusaidia nchi igrow ikwe one of the top performing countries. But they will make sure they take all the minerals na watu wache sisi walala hoi tukilalamika milele. Sasa usikubai into story ya Ebola, focus ile kitu wanataka kutuibia. Minerals itatusaidia sisi to grow as a country, as a nation. Wanataka kutuibia yote. Kitu kawaida USA wanafanyaga, nchi yote mwanako na minerals na weak leaders.
Baada ya madai hayo kuenea, video nyingine ilianza kusambaa. Dada huyu anasema maandamano bado yapo na kwamba siku ya Madaraka Day inaweza kutumika kuonyesha kile anachokiita nguvu ya wananchi. Kwa wengi, Madaraka Day ni siku ya kuadhimisha mamlaka ya wananchi, lakini kwa baadhi ya Gen Z, siku hiyo inaonekana kuwa fursa ya kutuma ujumbe mwingine kwa viongozi na dunia kwa ujumla.
Maandamano is on Monday and we are saying no to quarantine facility in Laikipia. Okay? So now, the reason is why we are not going to change the Maandamano Day as much as ni siku ya holiday. That day is going to be Madaraka. Okay? We want to show the whole world that Madaraka belongs to the people. Madaraka, the power belongs to us because Madaraka is power in English. So that's why we are not going to change the dates. Secondly, we don't want to disrupt anybody's business. We know many businesses will be closed. Kwa hivyo watu tujitokeze. Let us march towards where we will march towards to. Okay? Do a peaceful demo. Because this Ebola is affecting each and every one of us. Not only in Nanyuki. And we are also asking people from Nyeri, people from Meru, people from Nyandarua, karibuni sana Laikipia. Let us hold a peaceful demonstration and let us show these people that we are not going to entertain anyone who is in supportive of the Ebola construction in the country. Today our leader spoke. Looks like this guy ako peke yake. And again, nikiangalia nasikia ni kama amepatia Mudavadi sijui akuwe chair wa sijui meeting gani wanapanga ya kuonyeshana that they are ready for quarantine and nobody is going to be harmed by the Ebola, whatever, that Kenyans are going to be safe. We are not boarding, we are not buying. Guys, as I told you, tutoke sisi wote, because what I believe in is that kifo cha risasi ni bora kushinda kifo cha Ebola. Yes. You cannot afford to die bleeding everywhere because of somebody's greediness. Kwa nataka kusema kitu kingine lakini somebody's greediness. See you on Monday, 1st of June 2026.
Kadri ya mjadala ulivyoendelea, baadhi ya wananchi hawakutaka kuilaumu serikali pekee. Jamaa huyo alioji nafasi ya viongozi wa upinzani akimtaja Senator Edwin Sifuna na akaoji kwa nini baadhi ya viongozi wanaonekana kulalamika badala ya kutumia mamlaka walionayo kisiasa. Na hapa ndipo mjadala unaanza kubadilika kutoka Ebola kwenda kwenye uwajibikaji wa viongozi wa kisiasa.
When I see Senator Edwin Sifuna complaining about President William Ruto and this Ebola rubbish, I'm like, so una complainia? Unataka to do? Like, what exactly do you want us to do? You literally, as a senator, have the power to impeach the president. No motion has been tabled by you. As in, like, make it make sense, bana. Instead of posting over there, instead of tweeting, instead of complaining and do something about it, bana. We are no longer going to buy this rubbish at you're helpless, you can't do anything about it, bana. You have like-minded senators over there, bana. You have like-minded MPs. Do something about it. If you're angry about it, if you're not happy with how the country is being run, do something about it. So mkitu complaini hapa mkituandikia all this post about, oh, you know, Ruto this, Ruto that, Ruto this, Ruto that. So what? Do we have the power? Do we, the Kenyan people, have the power? Nyi mko na power. As in, you're in parliament, you can do something about it. Stop complaining and do something about it, bana. Rubbish.
Video iliyofuata iliwashangaza wengi zaidi. Gen Z huyu hakuzunguka maneno, bali alienda moja kwa moja na kutoa wito wake wa mashtaka ya kumtoa rais madarakani. Kauli kama zake zinaonyesha kiwango cha hasira ambacho baadhi ya wananchi wanacho kwa sasa. Hata hivyo, wengine wanaamini suluhisho linapaswa kupatikana kupitia mazungumzo na mifumo ya kidemokrasia.
Niambie tu Mheshimiwa Babu Owino, ukiwa kama chair wa vijana pale bunge, tafadhali nina request tu kitu moja. Tunataka tu mtuandikie motion, mtufanyie tu impeachment motion. Yani wewe fikiria tu vile utaandika, ama kama uwezi ukaandika utuambie vijana tuandike impeachment motion tukuletee. Wewe uende uipresent kwa bunge. Ukishai present, ukishai table, sisi hao ma MP, kama mimi MP wangu huko Nyaribari Masaba anasema 82 term ni lazima. Tutajua tu vile tutafanyia ma MP, tutawafinya. Kuna mahali tutawafinya mpaka watapiga hiyo impeachment motion. Tuta make sure wameipitisha that William Ruto aende home. Sasa na request hivi, Babu Owino, wewe ni kiongozi mwenye ninaaminia sana hii Nairobi. Ninajua the next governor of Nairobi ni wewe. Tafadhali babu, mtupangie mkiwa na kina Kibagendi, mkiwa na kina Gisairo, mkiwa na hii jeshi tu ya linda mwananchi. Nyinyi ni watu mmesoma, wewe ni wakili. Mimi hata nikiandika impeachment motion haitakuwa kama yako wewe mwenye.
Lakini wakati wengine wanajadili siasa, kuna kundi jingine ambalo linajadili suala hili kutoka upande wa afya. Gen Z huyu alikuwa na ujumbe maalum kwa wale ambao hawajui Ebola ni ugonjwa wa aina gani. Na hapa ndipo tunaona picha tofauti kabisa, manake wakati wengine wanajadili siasa, wengine wanajadili afya na usalama wa wananchi.
Before Wakenya mpanic, nataka mpanic tena mara ngapi? 2. Na mkiboeka mpanic tena mara 5. Because you know Ebola 2014 pale West Africa iliua watu 11,000 in one day. That means ilikuwa na 50% hit rate after that. So if you don't know Ebola, let me tell you how this thing works. Ebola ni kitu ni virus fulani yenye na dissolve body tissues za zile bado uko alive. So like mtu akitoka kama ana
haitakuwa kama yako wewe mwenye.
Lakini wakati wengine wanajadili siasa, kuna kundi jingine ambalo linajadili suala hili kutoka upande wa afya. Gen Z huyu alikuwa na ujumbe maalum kwa wale ambao hawajui Ebola ni ugonjwa wa aina gani. Na hapa ndipo tunaona picha tofauti kabisa, manake wakati wengine wanajadili siasa, wengine wanajadili afya na usalama wa wananchi.
Before Wakenya mpanic, nataka mpanic tena mara ngapi? 2. Na mkiboeka mpanic tena mara 5. Because you know Ebola 2014 pale West Africa iliua watu 11,000 in one day. That means ilikuwa na 50% hit rate after that. So if you don't know Ebola, let me tell you how this thing works. Ebola ni kitu ni virus fulani yenye ina dissolve body tissues za zile bado uko alive. So like mtu akitoka kama anatapika blood ya black. So this is not the easy disease that people can talk about. But let me tell you why Kenya is not the first place yenye gava ya US imeamua ikuwe na facility yao ya quarantine. Ni kwa sababu Kenya last year 2025 Ruto alienda akasign that every Kenyan data zitakuwa zinaekewa kwa system za US na plus kwa hiyo data hakuwa ameiona pia the second option kwa health facilities za US zitakuwa.
Number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States.
Kenya, so we are doomed. Na hiyo deal zote zilikuwa zimefanywa kwa kotini ya US na hata ukiona wa Kenya wakienda kupinga kwa kotini, my friend, we are doomed.
Baada ya kuangalia video zote 5, swali kubwa linabaki lile lile. Je, huu ni mjadala wa Ebola au huu ni mjadala wa imani ya wananchi kwa viongozi wao? Kwa sababu ukiangalia kwa makini, karibu kila video tuliyoona leo haikuwa tu kuhusu Ebola, ilikuwa kuhusu hofu, mashaka, uwajibikaji wa viongozi, rasilimali za taifa na mustakabali wa Kenya. Na ndio maana mjadala huu umevuka mipaka ya Kenya na kuvutia Watanzania pamoja na Waafrika waliopo diaspora. Lakini sasa ningependa kusikia kutoka kwako. Je, unadhani Wakenya wana sababu za kuhoji maswali haya yote au kuna taarifa muhimu ambazo wananchi hawajaelezwa kikamilifu? Niachie maoni yako kwenye comment section. Bwana, mimi naitwa Rish Mizuka, sauti ya vijana wa Afrika Mashariki. Namba 1 ni mimi, namba 2 ni mimi, namba 3 ni mimi, 4 na 5 na waachia nyinyi hapo. Bwana, tukutane kwenye video ijayo.
You can't imagine bana, huyo ni kijana wa from Tanzania. Anasimulia hiyo hadithi Bwana Kipril. Napenda wa Tanzania, simulizi zao zinakuanga tamu sana. Sijui kama unajua pia yule jamaa anaitwa Profesa Jamal. Kama unafuatanga video zake?
Hapana.
Ujui Profesa Jamal?
Tanzania ni Tanzania.
I have to show you.
Well, karibu niseme something bad about Tanzanians. Robange ni kula. You know, he has family there.
I have to.
I respect Roba hapo. Hapo ni kushika wrong number. Hapo Roba hapo siwezi ingia.
Huyu jamaa bana, mpaka nini bana, mpaka simulizi yake ni tamu ajabu bana. Wacha nikuwekee yeye kidogo. Let me introduce Professor Jamal to you bana.
Na huyu mtu wako ako mgonjwa sana, Trump. Mkono wake bado imeanza kuugua tena.
Ati mkono wake imeanza nini?
Imeanza kuugua.
Mzito ako sawa bana.
Ako sawa?
Mfocus na maisha yenu.
Please sijakwambia niko na anything wrong with Trump. Unajua si kiongozi wangu. I have no problem with him. You know that.
They caught him on his way to Stanleyville and flew him back. Patrice Lumumba securely wrote.
Ni nani Patrice Lumumba?
Vive l'indépendance de l'unité africaine. Vive le Congo indépendant et souverain.
Januari 17 mwaka 1961, wakoloni wa Kibelgiji waliokuwa wakiitawala Kongo ya wakati ule walimkamata Patrice Lumumba.
Ndio huyo anaitwa Jamal April. Ni msimulizi hatari sana wa kutoka TZ. So nitaomba mtu kama unataka kujua, amesimulia mastori mingi sana. Story mingi sana, like in his documentaries he has done so many things. Escape from Sobibor, so many things. Stories za kale nini. He is a keen historical man who has been able to put those things in his way.
Kisha wakamtesa kwa muda mrefu. Kipigo kilibadilisha sura yake kiasi kwamba ukimtazama usingeweza kumfahamu kama ni yeye. Mavazi yake yakiwa yameloana damu za majeraha. Kisha bila huruma wakammiminia risasi.
Ngoja.
Januari 18 mwaka 1900.
Umeona nini?
This is a super creator internationally. This channel.
Huyu ni Professor Jamal. Ni mnoma sana.
Hata si hivyo, no, it's not about that, eh? It's about the channel itself. The channel has 5.6 million views. It's bigger than any other channel in Kenya. This is very big.
Anaitwa Professor Jamar April. I wish you can listen to his narration. Some of the stories. He is a guy who looks at a story and he puts it in Swahili, and he is able to take you through every story. Ametengeneza
This
stories
is
that
amazing. No, I'm just talking about the channel's growth. It means the Wasafi Media, these guys are raking money, bana. This is huge. Are they an
Ni vijana wa
actual
Tanzania.
TV
It's just
channel?
people supporting each other. You see, and that is how people should. Na ukiangalia by the way, some of the content in Tanzania, you see that's why unaona like when you compare like Tanzanian content na Kenyan content, kuna Kenyan content ni ya ujinga sana. So like
This is good. No, I'm just seeing the way they've structured this.
nasema, that's why I'm trying to tell you, like ukiangalia sasa like kama sasa sisi, some of our biggest YouTubers in Kenya, Obina, what does he bring to the public? He is not able to bring something collegiate to the public.
It's about Maringo. Me, I'm seeing news here. I'm seeing, and I know this is independent. It just looks independent, but the way
Of
it's
course,
it's clean.
I like this guy, man.
And you know what I compare him to, what I compare this channel to is Mtembei. Mtembei has wasted a lot of opportunities because this guy, it looks like they
you
do their
see, sasa
research.
Mutembei couldn't do anything because he decided to work with the Viper. When people are
These guys
suffering,
look independent. I'm just looking through their channel.
No, I understand. Unajua sababu umeleta Mutembei, I have to mention him.
No, I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. You don't understand. I agree with you. They are doing
That's
it
okay,
right.
yeah.
This is what it's supposed to do.
Yeah. So please, in your free time, keti chini usikilize hiyo channel. You will not believe the content which is in that channel. You will not even believe those are Africans who can assemble such stories. You not believe.
Oh no, it's actually
Sasa
a media
kutoka hapo sasa, enda sasa kwa show ingine inaitwa Lilian Mwasha. Ama ni Lilian Mwasha. Wacha nikuonesha yeye. Let me show you these people because they do these are critical thinkers. They are in Tanzania. Mi ukiona hata niliachana na ujinga ya Kenya. It is because in Kenya we do not have people who are doing serious work. Ndiye huyu ni mama mwingine mnoma sana, huyu Lilian Mwasha huyu especially I will encourage women, ako na show noma sana ya wamama.
Oh, I see. This was actually founded by Diamond.
Huyu Lilian Mwasha huyu ni mwingine hapa.
No, wait. You don't understand. Wasafi was founded by Diamond in 2023.
Yeah, that's okay. Hata kama ni amefound, but
Well, no, I'm saying, what about our artists? Why are they doing things like this?
It is because our artists,
this is one man
they give us garbage.
3 years.
Our artists give us garbage. Hebu nikuulize sasa kidogo hebu nikuulize kidogo like huyu jamaa anajiosha kwa matope anaitwa nani?
Embamba. Ndugu ya Innocent.
Like what nonsense is that?
But I saw that thing with my dad in the room, but what the hell?
That is so stupid.
I don't mind the matope thing. It's the way he's
that guy.
The way that is the one. That is what I was saying. The songs he sings
like he
vulgar.
Anaimba porno.
Religious.
Anaimba porno. Huyu jamaa anaimba pornography.
But you know, if you can sing pornography and it's purely pornography, that is fine. Hiyo kuna audience.
Nothing like a beautiful
lakini like you're not listening. Listen. Shida yake ni anaingiza mambo ya kanisa na hiyo vitu. Ati Yesu ni nyonye.
And can you imagine? Na huyu jamaa anapewa platform mpaka pahali kuna watoto. That guy is given platform everywhere. It was just like another time, even people like Akina. That's why nakwambia some of our role models in Kenya are rotten. Rotten role models. Yule mama mwingine naye alikuwa anajitanga ati cheerleader wa single mother. Ni nani huyo? Okoth, huyo mama Okoth huyo.
Simjui mbara. Huyo mtu ana wimbo zingine hapo.
No, Kenya we don't have actors. Kenya we have jokers, my friend. Kenya we have no condensed moral authority guys who can actually transcend to taking a community to critical thinking. No wonder that my Gen Z wanna take that space, because we do not have people who actually can be able to assemble content which is creative. Angalia nyimbo za Kikuyu sahi wanaimba garbage peke yake. Wacha nikupatie one or two singers other than mtu kama Philip Kimani, you know, Amba. Those were the people who I used to feel like they used. Huyo mwingine anaitwa Karo Wanjiru, you can actually even follow the agenda and you can feel the agenda makes sense. But look at majority of Kikuyu singers wanaimba garbage. Tanza mbili tu, ile tu kitu iko ni watu tu wakurukaruka hapo, watu wakufanya hivi tu hapo.
Wacha nikupatie list of songs for Mbarambara. Imesimama, Niguze Ndani,
ngoja kidogo
Imesimama, that's one song.
Imesimama.
Nikuingizie Ndani. These are Christian songs. Nikuingizie Ndani.
Go ahead.
Kamata Tupa.
Go ahead.
Ingine ni Pumua, ngoja. Ni Mwage Ndani. Nani anitoe ndani. They're just sexual innuendos, and they're supposed to be Christian songs. He calls them Christian songs. Ukipandwa pandika. Mbarambara. Jesus is my opener. Alimbia Fred Matiang'i. Alimbia Tarela. Just look at, just Google the Mbarambara and see the name of the songs.
Siwezi. I cannot. Mbarambamba nilimalizana na yeye. Huyo siwezi. Hata nikimuona hata kitu yake inakuja kwa simu yangu na rukanga. That's a stupid man. I cannot listen to a stupid man. That's a stupid idiot man. I cannot do anything with that guy. That's stupid. Mimi nasikiliza Mbarambamba nini? That is somebody requiring deliverance. Na tunacheka na yeye. Mbarambamba needs deliverance, and we are busy telling him sasa in the market. Which market?
People, watu wanakujanga kwa market pana kumuona.
Wacha nikuoneshe Lilian Mwasha.
Bima Pub. Urahisi.
Lilian Mwasha ndiye huyu.
Yangu kimekamata hilo neno uchawi. Na nimekamata hilo neno uchawi, na swali langu linakuja hapo kwenye neno uchawi. Suluhisho la mapenzi sasa hivi.
Akona programu nzuri sana ya wamama. That's why ladies, I recommend you follow her. Huyu mama analetanga watu hapa. Si ni Mtanzania, maprofesa bwana, analeta maprofesa wa psychology nini, na alafu sasa wanakudafulia story na Kiswahili sasa. Kile Kiswahili rojorojo sasa, sio ile Kiswahili ya mkato sasa. You can imagine.
Actually, I'll start listening to them so that I can improve.
A psychological professor. You can imagine a psychological professor teaching you things in Swahili. Na hata achanganyi na Kiswahili, na achanganyi na Kizungu. Bana, information ina flow mbaya. Yeah, so Janet,
So,
yes.
so you've been listening to Swahili
Yeah,
Tanzanian media.
I listen to Tanzania media. Mimi sisikilizangi za Kenya. Kenya, there is no content. So me, I listen to Tanzanian.
You know the problem with the other problem with Kenyan celebrities and the so-called celebrities, it's the fact that they have rotten idea of what wealth is. You know, they have a right. They feel like they have to show off. Tumefundishwa na kina Murkomen. Mercedes, all this stuff. They want big things. They show off. There's this guy from Kisii anaitwangwa Kenyan Prince. He calls himself a forex trader. There's another one called Anyango Tate. And these are young boys in their 20s lying to the youth. And there's a thing I suspect about it, because the youth see them with big vehicles, and I see they're just making society more and more rotten. How to treat women bad, all that stuff. So, yeah.
Let me tell you, Bwana Kipril, you are safe in Kenya if you don't listen to Kenyan TV. Mimi nikikuwa, and I'm sorry to tell you that, Unajua kuna mtu ataniambia mimi Kipril nikikwambia mimi nasikilizanga TV ya Kenya kwa hizi tu vitu twa mkato tunaangalia hapa. Citizen hiyo tu vitu tudogo wanakata hivi. Lakini ati niketi chini naona Citizen. Uongo yako bana. Ati niketi chini ati naona TV. Bana, uongo yako. I listen to specific podcasters. Kama sahi I have like a list of specific. Kama sasa I have podcasters from East Asia nasikilizanga. Kama sahi Professor Jiang is I can show people he is one of my guy nasikiliza vibaya sana. Sijui kama hata kama hujasikiliza huyu bado wewe siasa bado. Wacha nikuoneshe kama hujasikiliza huyu wewe bado. Let me show you. Kama hujasikiliza huyu professor wewe bado. I started following huyu. Kama hujasikiliza huyu. Anaitwa Professor Jiang. Enda usikilize. You look the way he is combining his career with politics. You will laugh. Huyu. Kama bado hujasikiliza huyu Professor Jiang huyu. Bado.
So before this, what I would do is I would have, like, from my YouTube channel, I would have like a general PDF lead magnet, or sometimes.
So in geopolitics at the moment, that it's quite confusing for an ordinary person like me, and you've blown up across the internet because you've been able to demystify all of this craziness, but also because in 2024 you made 3 predictions that have come perfectly true. Some might say unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes.
What were those 3 predictions?
My first prediction was that Trump would win in November 2024. Second prediction is that he would start a war against Iran. And the third prediction is that the United States would lose this war. And in losing this war, this would radically reshape the geopolitical landscape.
How did you know that Trump would start a war with Iran?
The simple answer is this. The United States have invaded Iran because it has no choice in the matter. If it were not to invade Iran, it would lose its empire. Its empire is based purely on the US dollar, the petrodollar, which is a Ponzi scheme.
I've given a recommendation. That's another guy. Mimi nimefuata series zake zote. That's a guy you can listen to. Instead ya kuangalia watu wakijirusha kwa matope. Yeah, so he lives in America, but he is from China. This guy is a Chinese. There are some guys I can recommend for you from South Korea. I listen from them who also talk good politics. I have people from Nicaragua. Yeah. Those are the places where, so there are different speakers everywhere in the world. So tafuta information kila pahali. There are some people in America as well who are serious thinkers. Sio kila mtu, lakini ukizoea ma TV bana. Let me tell you, TV and Kipril, and I'm sorry to tell people, TVs employ the dumbest people in the society.
I don't have a television, my friend. I don't own a television. I haven't owned a television.
Kama wewe, if your narrative has been shaped by the TV,
I've not
wewe
owned,
bana, unafaa uwekwa kwa jeneza.
I've not owned a TV. I've not owned a TV for 12 years.
Hiyo kitu ilikuwa Citizen. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa CNN. Hiyo kitu ilikuwa Fox News. My friend, uwekwa kwa jeneza uende bana. Wacha niacha mambo mingi. Please, information is very selective. Otherwise, you will never be able to judge what is true and right. So me, I want. So hata ukisikia saa zingine, mimi kama TV ya Kenya sijui when the last time niliona TV. The last time mimi ati naketi chini ati nione TV ati nione program ya TV bwana. What is that? No, it's not about that. So wewe si ukuje urecommend mtu yako bwana. It's not about that na recommend. Huyu mtu nilianzia kumsikiliza kitambo bwana. I have not Professor Jiang has not started talking now. So naona sasa Roberto Ino sasa anaanzia kusikia. Si ukuje utupe recommend. Me I've just
Roba amerudi.
I'm just mentioning my way of looking for information. And I don't think but unajua Roba ni msee wa TV ndio unaona yani anawaka hivyo.
Wachana na Roba bana, toka hapa kijao.
Roba msee wa TV lazima awake hivyo vinoma sana. Nimegusa kati.
Just because he talks about Trump, you are recommending him to people. Ai, Roba bana. Anko. Weko anko squeeze.
Roba hakuna shida. Wewe endelea kwa TV ukikuja hapa tunakushape. We will shape you. We
ukasirishe bana.
Tunakupanel beat. Najua bora ulisikia kwa TV kusema biashara ndiyo hii.
You know Roba stormed out today bana. Sharp anatoka. Kwendeni nyinyi, you stupid people. Kazima kamera.
Yeah, unajua bwana Roba nasikia watu wakisema hii kitu ya bora iende, watu wanakataa pesa bana. What's wrong with these people? Bana, watu watakuwa wanapika machapo pale Laikipia bana wakiingiza.
Utakuwa naletea maji, mama mboga anatengeneza. Will make money, mama mboga. Wazungu watakula.
Matruck zitakuwa zinaingiza maji, zinaingiza vitu hapo, mayai nini.
Mama mboga.
What? Hapo sasa kutakuwa na administrator hapo. Kuna jamaa atakuanga kazi yake ni kushika thermometer ya kuangalia wale wako na Ebola. Sasa unajua sasa Roba anaona, unajua pia hata huyu jamaa kushika thermometer hapo na anakuhuzisha hapa kwa kichwa. Hiyo ni job. So those are the jobs which Roba anaona. Roba, but
apparently Ndwale was on Citizen today. I'm trying to look for that interview.
Yeah. So Roba, Professor Jiang is not about that he speaks about Trump. My friend, hao watu tulianzia kuwafuata kitambo. So there are so many people we listen to.
No, I'm going to watch him. Me, I don't care if somebody follows Trump.
Try to listen to
it because
wengi sana leo. Hiyo pia siku ingine I will tell you some from even East Asia who you can listen. Unaona kwanza TV zingine, ngoja kidogo ni kuonesha pia TV nyingine unafaa kukua ukiona Kipril. Hii nitawaonesha. India, na ukitaka kujua the best TV ni India. Wacha nikuoneshe, kuna TV inaitwa Republic. Zile madebate wanaleta bwana. Unaona hii? Kwanza na best mwingine anaitwa
Tafuta video yenye iko na Trump.
Unasikia sasa,
Tafuta video iko na
ngoja kidogo, nataka kugonga huyu jamaa sasa. Anasema anaongea story ya Trump. Unaona sasa, huyu ni msemo mwingine sasa. Unaona huyu Goswami huyu, kama unaona TV,
how to find the right car for you. Go to cars.com. Look at the car you like. Find your next possibility on cars.com.
A lot of restaurant owners are using budget scheduling tools, but budget tools aren't.
Yeah, the government of Madhya Pradesh raised these questions. The chief minister.
So India nyingine, wacha anaitwa Goswami. Huyu
ana Goswami. Tafuta yenye kuna Trump alafu
jamaa ana Goswami huyu jamaa unaona kuonesha hapa. Huyu ana Goswami, huyu ni msemo mwingine mudedri bana. Huyu. Hey. Haya. Sitaongea mingi. Nimeambiwa mimi nawachagulia watu wa Trump tu peke yake. So
weka Trump akasirike.
So nani I'm just giving an overview of how, instead of wasting your time by listening to propaganda, people propaganding to you, you can start following like that path which mtu kama mimi mwenyewe nafuata. I go to specific people who are speaking content. Republic TV ni ya India. Republic TV ni ya India. Yeah, it's a very good TV. Wanaleta majamaa critical thinkers wale wanaletwa hapo bwana. Hey, wewe hujui bwana. Wacha tu ni nyamaze. Wacha mimi niendelee tu kuenjoy tu wasee wangu. So I have specific people. So ndio hiyo. Alafu sasa hata Pakistan kuna wasee wengine wanaomba sana huko. You can listen. So bwana unfortunately Kipril bana, unajua bana, nimejaribu kufuatilia news ya UK bana. Hakuna kitu huko bana.
Kiaje?
Ai bana, hakuna UK bana, hakuna wasee bana. Na usiseme ati ni ile ati nimenini, I'm celebrating your people.
Acha nikuwekee mtu yangu wada alafu
kwa UK, hebu niweke wacha nitoe yangu. Hebu niwekee msemo serious wa UK.
Ni mtu wa UK, ni mtu wa nini? Ni mtu wa I'm just going to play.
Mweke mse serious within 2 minutes, unajuanga huyu mtu ni serious. Within the first 2 minutes anaanzia kuangusha mamisa. Mweke tujue
Goja.
Say serious man. I need UK. Nimejaribu kutafuta msee, hakuna bana. Hata huko Ireland, hata huko kwa kina Belfast. Huko Belfast huko hakuna wasee bana. Hakuna. Hebu weka tujue bana.
Ngoja wait.
France nimetafuta mtu hakuna. By the way, Europe is, I'm sorry to say this, Europe is declining. There's no in which like you are trying to look for thinkers na hakuna. People watu wanaweza kuambia sense. Sasa inabidi saa zingine inabidi tuende huko Russia today, and it is also not very ample. Ama saa zingine tunaenda huko Finland.
Gaza.
I wrote this.
That's too long.
Maandamano on Monday. Yeah, that's what they are saying. Time for impeachment. Orengo survived Mawe. You can survive too. Yeah. Ndiye huyu. Moats and Novara Media in UK. But they kama
utachoma macho ya watu bana.
No, Lawi truth nitakuja hapa niwape biblical truth about left and right wing, mutashtuka sana.
Like what?
Si wewe leta mtu wako bana, wachana na mimi. Me I'm just hallucinating.
Me I'm a conservative but I'm
ndio nakwambia left and right wing is directly in the Bible. Nitawatolea hiyo kitu hamtaamini.
Kiaje?
Wewe wacha story mingi. Hiyo si ya leo, hiyo ni ya siku nyingine. Uweze ambiwa kila kitu mara moja. So go ahead.
Ngoja je, nimepata hapa. Acha ni
kama jangusha mtoe.
Hata UK hata ni wa Democrats. Ngoja kidogo watu make them peace. Ngoja kidogo. Wait. You guys,
na subscription mazito, kama hujatu subscribe tugonge subscription hapo bana. Tunaweza kuwa tunaongea tu hapa tu kupitisha my time. One subscription. You can't be serious, guys. One subscription, one subscription, one. Aki msipo subscribe leo sitafungua kesho. Kipulilo nitakupea link ufungue.
Link gani?
Nitakupea link ya show ufungue kesho. Hamwezi kuwa yani hata moja. Sikuji kesho, nitagoma sasa. I will start rioting. Nenda utafute subscriber mmoja sasa ama kesho nisikuje. Wacha nione vile watu wanaweka.
Wacha nijamishe watu hapa, ngoja kidogo. Hebu cheza hiyo kwanza.
Wacha tujamishe hao watu.
Delivers a speech as I think I did see this. Oh my God.
I don't think so, because if you thought no kings rallies were a thing,
No kings?
people would take to the streets if they tried to cancel.
Yeah.
No, they have had an agenda that has been in place for decades.
Wow.
And here's the thing about real talk, guys. I mean, this is where, in politics, you know, we dropped the ball.
Dude! Dude! He's out!
You know, we dropped the ball in a variety of ways, although we've done good work.
Is this the first Kamala Harris ASMR video? It's just literally her talking?
Hope people will follow you, urge you to
He's just holding the saxophone. And she's the favorite to win the primary right now. I know that. So Kamala Harris is going to run again. 2008 presidential primaries. Kamala Harris is at 50%. So this is the problem. They can't run Josh Shapiro because he's a Jew. You can't run Gavin Newsom because he's both white and a man. You can't run AOC because she's too young. You can't run Pritzker because he's fat. You're stuck with Kamala Harris. Really, that's the way it works. And Pete Buttigieg isn't even on the list. I wonder why. Why could that possibly be?
Black voters, 0.
Democrat frontrunner has 0% black support. She's drinking again?
I think it's okay for us to be a bit transactional too. And to say, I'm gonna get mine also.
Isn't that how she started her career?
And so don't count on me to be a voter and be the backbone of the Democratic Party, because it is my value system and my ethics and my sense of civic duty and responsibility, so that you look at...
They're gassing her up on this too, which is what's so crazy. Run again? Run again? Please run again. Please, please, please run again. I cannot express how much I want her to run again.
So are you gonna run again in 28?
Listen, I might. I'm thinking about it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm thinking
so much.
about it.
On
microphone 1, then we'll go to microphone 3. Go ahead, Doug.
Hello, I was standing here with my gender equity card before you called on the previous speaker. That's my point of privilege that I would like to raise.
I will explain the speaking order, which is fixed, that I cannot amend, which is the pro-con rotation. You can move yourself up a line that you're standing in.
I am pro, and I was...
We went...
You went pro, con...
We went pro-con, pro, and my plan was to go con. The speaker at con mic 3 also has a speaking card.
Yesterday, this card was used in an inappropriate manner. And while I understand in Ontario we know this is equity, even if that, this was also used inappropriately in terms of gender. I want everyone to be mindful that these cards for individuals like myself who identify as a Black woman have no value outside of this space.
It's okay, even if I didn't understood.
So what happened is, unajua uko Canada, they have these super left people who talk about pronouns, sijui you have to be sensitive towards me. Make it so technical. I'm telling you, the West is being ruined by this super. Yani mpaka nchi yenu it's being run by, yani like here kubeba flag ya Palestine.
Yeah, Wanjeri amesema hiyo ni AI.
Gani hiyo?
Hiyo vitu unacheza hapo anasema ni AI, atakuja ukicheza real stuff.
No, he doesn't like Asmon Gold. Well, I will give those guys nightmares.
Wewe wacha kukasirisha Wanjeri. Unajua sio mimi nimekasirisha Wanjeri, ni wewe. Me, I was just chilling here, nikakuitisha the guy who you follow kanitolea hao.
No, I follow Asmond.
Aya, go ahead.
Robo nataka kurudi ukimchezea hii video.
Mimi sina shida na Roba. Unajua in fact Roba could be unexpected to Ebola bana Kenya. Unajua pengine Roba ndiye anakuja kupeana expertise bana. Na sasa tunamkatizia project. Wewe Roba, hebu vuta pande yako. Kama Ebola will make you good.
Labda tunaharibia biashara bana.
Tunatakuwa bana tunaharibia Roba bana. We Roba hebu bana. Follow your heart bana. Usitufuate. Follow your heart bro.
Kuna kachapange pata hapo tunakuja kuharibu bana.
So unajua we might not be we might maybe life is not treating us the same. Maybe bwana
kuna katenda.
Maybe Roba is on the windward side. Alafu sasa na sisi tunajua tuko kwa ile pande nyingine hainyeshi.
So umesikia cheza tape yake kabla tufukuzwe bana. Yakuje labda mimi niende kulala.
No, ila
dad.
Wewe
cheza tape yake.
Roba, reason according to how your stomach feels.
Roba ni expert. Pola expert.
Bunge au seneti ya Marekani, wabunge wawili akiwemo Mheshimiwa Jean Shaheen ambaye ni kiongozi wa upinzani anatokea chama cha Democrat, lakini vile vile na Mheshimiwa Ted Cruz ambaye ni mbunge kiongozi anayetokea chama cha Republican, walitebo muswada katika bunge au seneti ya Marekani ambao kwa kifupi sana unasema kwamba muswada huo unaitaka serikali ya Marekani kuwekea vikwazo, baadhi ya vikwazo serikali ya Tanzania kutokana na kile walichosema ni kurudisha nyuma demokrasia, lakini vile vile na political repression ambayo ni unyanyasaji wa kisiasa uliotokea Tanzania katika kipindi cha uchaguzi wetu. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, naomba kumnukuu Senator Ted Cruz kutoka kwenye hii taarifa ambayo alisema the government of Tanzania is carrying out a campaign of political repression and religious persecution. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, mpaka hapa lipofikia huu muswada sasa hivi uko kwenye hatua ya kujadiliwa kwenye kamati yao ya mambo ya nje. Hawa ni viongozi wawili wa upinzani na wa serikali wa vyama vya Democrat na Republican ambao wako kwenye kamati yao pia ya mambo ya nje kule Marekani. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, mimi nilikuwa naomba kuchangia kwamba muswada huu ni sio mzuri kwa serikali yetu. Kwa hiyo tuuchukulie kwa umakini na umuhimu wake. Katika mswada huu Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti umeelezea vile vile kwamba kama alivyosema Senator Ted Cruz kwamba Tanzania tunakosa uhuru wa kuabudu na vile vile kuna unyanyasaji wa kisiasa. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, sisi sote tunafahamu nchi yetu tunaishi kwa udugu na dini zetu zote tunaingiliana mpaka katika kuoleana kwenye dini. Kwa hiyo lakini vile vile kwenye uchaguzi ule wa tarehe 29 tayari serikali yetu chini ya Daktari Samia Suluhu Hassan imeishachukua hatua kwa yale yaliyotokea kama alivyosema mwenyekiti wa kamati, na kwamba wale wote waliotajwa watafikishwa kwenye tume ya jinai na kuchukuliwa hatua. Lakini vile vile, Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, muswada huu una athari kubwa sana ya mahusiano baina ya hizi nchi zetu mbili, na vile vile utachangia katika kuturudisha nyuma sisi kama Tanzania kwenye diplomasia yetu ya uchumi. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, mahusiano ya nchi yetu hizi mbili, labda kwa ambao hatufahamu kihistoria, yalianza punde tu baada ya Tanganyika kupata uhuru mwaka 1963. Mwalimu Nyerere alienda kutembelea Marekani, New York, kwa mwaliko wa aliyekuwa rais wa Marekani then John Fitzgerald Kennedy, na pale walijenga uhusiano wa karibu ambao mpaka sasa hivi ndio tunajivunia. Tanzania na Marekani tumekuwa marafiki wa karibu sana. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, mimi nilikuwa naomba kutoa rai na kupendekeza kwamba tuasihi wizara yetu kupitia waziri wetu wa mambo ya nje na viongozi wanadiplomasia na wataalamu wake, tuwasihi Marekani tuendelee kwa pamoja kuenzi uhusiano wetu huu muhimu sana kwa nchi zote mbili. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, athari za kupoteza uhusiano huu kwa nchi yetu sisi ni kubwa sana, lakini vile vile nilikuwa naomba kupendekeza na kamati, kwa sababu sasa hivi huu muswada uko kwenye kamati yao ya mambo ya nje, haujafika kwenda kupigiwa kura kwenye bunge lao, na utakapofika kwenda kupigiwa kura, muswada huu utawekea vikwazo Tanzania. Vikwazo vitawekewa utawekwa vikwazo Tanzania takriban 8, vikiwemo vikwazo binafsi kwa baadhi ya viongozi na vyombo vyetu vya usalama. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, nilikuwa naomba, mpaka sasa hivi kwa mfano Watanzania kwa mwezi tunapewa visa Watanzania 50, lakini Wamarekani wanaruhusiwa kwenda Marekani, wanaruhusiwa kuja Tanzania 12,000. Naomba wizara yetu ilichukulie hili kwa umakini, na ni Mheshimiwa Waziri, ni kuombe ukija hapa kwenye hitimisho utueleze. Nafahamu kutakuwa kuna hatua tayari zimekwisha chukuliwa kuhusiana na hili swala ili tuelewe kinachoendelea. La ikiwezekana vile vile hata kuichukua kamati yetu ya mambo ya nje iende Marekani kuliongelea hili, tutumie diplomasia kulikamilisha ili lifikie hitimisho. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, naomba kutoa hiyo, naomba kuunga mkono hoja. Asante sana.
Asante Mheshimiwa kwa mchango wako. Sasa namuita Mheshimiwa Najma Murtaza Giga. Ajiandae Mheshimiwa Esther Amos Bulaya. Dakika ni 8.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti kwa fursa hii. Kwanza kabisa nitumie fursa hii kwa niaba ya kamati yetu kumpongeza sana Mheshimiwa Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, mwanadiplomasia wa kwanza katika nchi yetu kimataifa. Kupitia wizara yake ya mambo ya nje na ushirikiano wa Afrika Mashariki chini ya waziri Mheshimiwa Mahmoud Thabit Kombo na manaibu waziri wake wote, lakini katibu mkuu wizara pamoja na watendaji wote wa wizara. Kwa kweli kamati yetu inaridhishwa sana na utendaji wa kazi wa wizara hii, na sisi kama kamati tuko na nyinyi pamoja kuhakikisha Mheshimiwa Rais malengo yake katika kuikuza diplomasia ya kimataifa inafikiwa kwa namna ambavyo tunahitaji. Lakini pili, niwapongeze sana mabalozi wetu ambao wanaiwakilisha Tanzania nchi za nje. Kwa kweli mabalozi wetu wanafanya kazi kubwa sana, kazi ambayo inastahili kuheshimiwa na kuthaminiwa, na ikiwezekana mabalozi hawa naomba sana serikali iwazingatie.
Sawa, hata Roba amesema itoshe. Yeah, you can remove the let me remove the video. The message iko si. Yeah. So Belfast sijui ni nini anasema kunihusu because I don't understand. Sanctions and embora economics, which is sweeter. Yeah. Innocent, are you there? Or you are doing guilty stuff? Unajua kuna jamaa alikuwa anaitwa Innocent, tulikuwa tunamuita Where Innocent? Yeah, Innocent. Okay, Bwana Kipril, can you react to that? Those two people will start trying to spoil the show. Oh. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes. So, I think it's a beautiful thing because the number of lives that were lost in Tanzania were just, unajua ile kitu ya utu, the way those people are being killed like animals, kama mbuzi. I would not even call it murders. I'd call them genocide. There was a genocide of the youth of Tanzania. Walikuwa naingia kwa manyumba za hawa watu na kuwaua. And that was one of the most shambolic elections. Hata afadhali yetu hii Ruto ya kuibaiba hivi juujuu hivi, at least that one he was trying to hide that he was stealing. How can somebody get 97%, my friend? That is not democracy. That is absolutely not democracy. Like Suluhu, Ruto, Museveni, same thing, same class. So hearing that they're facing sanctions will also help us as Kenyans. Yeah, exactly. Or what do you think? Because it will help us as Kenyans. Because if sanctions are being placed to Tanzania, it's a deterrent to us as Kenyans. Yeah. Cool. Otherwise, utakuja kesho motalala.
Yeah. Itategemea. Nisipopata hiyo subscription moja sikuje kesho.
Ndakutafutia subscriptions by the way next year bana. I see.
Naona
bro,
pia.
acha nikwambie kitu moja bro. You remember how Mtembe started picking up just a year before the elections and also Son Candid? People will need to come and vent. Huh?
Yeah, and they can trust this show. Hii show yetu hakuna mtu atainunua. So
No, it's not that. I'm seeing your show is going to expand because people can come and talk about the issues we have with the elections, the things, what decisions that have been, what decisions. Yeah. Roba is right. Roba, at UK and Britain are still talking about Tanzania. They don't want to do that. They don't want to let go of this Tanzanian genocide. Wazungu wakiuliwa hivyo hatuitangi genocide, lakini Waafrika wakiuliwa hivyo tunanyamaza. Those people are massacred, man. It's just like our youth being massacred every day. Yeah. But anyway, Njero, I just wish your channel grows. Sasa uichunge.
So we also want to encourage guests to come. So ukituletea guest pia tutafurahi. So that's
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
No, me.
Yes.
I'm saying without saying.
Okay, sawa.
I give you up to
Okay,
imagine Kipril. You have venye nakupenda. I give you up to December.
na ikikuja sooner.
Nimekupea miezi 6. Go ahead plan.
At the same time, grow your channel. Grow it.
The only way in which you grow the channel is being daily here. And those are the efforts which we are doing. So you just have to use the typical Kikuyu word, zilikuta washo kwa shamba. So the only way you can grow your channel is being there and hoping people will come and will listen to what you are saying, and we can be able to form that family. Actually, I was called by somebody from Pennsylvania, and I was very proud of what that person said. Huyo ndio yule mtu pia alikushtaki Kipril, which is okay.
Yeah.
I'm proud of that person. Wewe wacha mambo mingi. I've just told you I was called by somebody from Pennsylvania. Si ikifika hapo imetosha. Unajua shida yako unatakanga Kipril usikue manzi bana. Mamanzi ndio wanatakanga kuambiwa kila kitu. Alafu
utaniambia nyumba ya kati ndio
wanaume wanapeangwa information in service value. Wewe bana, unajua jamaa amefanya loss, wacha. So wacha kuanzia kusema kwani so if you are a lady sasa mwanamke ndiye ataanzia kuuliza, kwani aliuza ngapi? Si aliuza 7. So but the psychology of men. The psychology of
men. Nani ameniongeleza bana, but it's okay, tunaweza achilia.
Unaona ni kama saa hii kama kuna jamaa kuona game ya Arsenal ikiripotiwa na jamaa na ikiripotiwa na dem ni tofauti. Jamaa ataripoti, hey, by the way Arsenal wamelose jana.
Wewe soma hiyo comment hapo ya mwisho.
Yeah. Those guests by the way are the ones who grow channels anyway. So occasionally unakuwa na guest at least we grow. So huyo mtu acha niingize ile. That person was a bit alikuwa ananiambia bana, Njiru hii show yako bana tumechangamkia sana bana. I can't imagine you are still stuck at 2500. Hey. Nikamwambia sasa unajua bana siwezi beba watu. Me I have just to be here. Yeah bana. Anyway, but nikamwambia anyway, don't worry. So even I will not say that I'm not interested with growth. We are interested with growth, but if we can be able to get those highly sporadic visitors who can also come and address us, because actually, Bwana Kipril, I think we deserve that now. We are among the most consistent diaspora show.
True.
Wachana na show zingine munakuanga nazo, they only show up when visitors are here, when visitors are in America. That's the time when they come and they try to sideline us. We are the only people who from morning to evening we are here. Yet hata hao wageni wakikuja, they don't want us and we are in diaspora. Utakuta hata Kashagu akikuja hapa hataki hata story yetu, and we are the people actually who are holding the narrative for them. Si ati naringa na hii show, but I'm trying to say at times, even as they try to sideline some of our shows, which always even stand, even when they are not there, they should also start. We are not even asking them for money. We are just asking for their airwaves in our show. Just that, their airwaves in our show. So they should also come in. We are the only people who are able to hold the fort when they are not there. Wakikuja hapa like for 1 month, sisi ndio tunachangwa kwa ground, tumeshikilia ground. They should also know that is how important we are. So let me hear the accusation of Ellie. Ellie, go ahead. Mimi ni kijana mzuri. I'm not what you think, tafadhali. Go ahead.
Jiro, this matter will be solved directly between me and you. I would not want to embarrass you here in public. So I'll go on to another issue, but I think you know exactly what it is. And I think you know that I was at one point the only paying subscriber of this channel for many months until fairly recently. I wouldn't be wasting my time here if I didn't think that there was something substantive being discussed, okay? One of the reasons why I joined your channel was because I knew you from another 2 channels before, and I remember how you engaged in combative, discussions where you wanted results. And I know that people change their mind, so maybe you have taken a different route of how you do this, but I'm very bitter about this issue that I'm trying to address. And I don't think you see the importance of this matter. And I hope you will address it. You don't have to platform yourself here on the channel about it. You can address it. The reason why I texted it is because you're silent about it. And that makes me look stupid, as if what I'm saying is not enough. So I hope that you address this matter very soon, because, and this is not a threat. Like I've told you, I have enough information based on what I sent you. I don't know if someone used your profile or someone has hacked your phone. I don't know. But something has happened, and there are other people who are complaining as well about their phone devices, okay? So I hope you take this matter very seriously, because it's beginning to really annoy me. So I'll not speak more about it. You addressed, I hope you try to find time to address this matter. I know you have sent me a text there just now. I'm not going to say what you said. You're laughing there. You think it's funny. But if you want to try and...
No, I have to be happy.
If you want to try and be petty, you can do that. That's fine. But you are sending me a text after I've been waiting 2 weeks about this serious issue. Trying to make me look stupid. But this is a serious matter. Okay, so you spoke about the other thing that pulled my interest was this issue of the left and right continuum. People think that this is a Eurocentric matter, that it's ni wazungu ndio wameleta hizi ideas left and right wing and left wing. These are universal things that people experience in their lives, and they don't have to be a mzungu or a mwafrika. I hear there the disappearer saying that is conservative, and as if that's like something to archive as a memento or something. No, human beings are conservatives, and they're also liberal. There's no absolute person, because you'll find an issue, say for example, of abortion, and even here where I live, there is a bone of contention between the Catholics and Protestants about so many issues, political, whether Northern Ireland is reunited with the Republic of Ireland or it stays as part of the British Dominion. But these two sides, the most right-wing and left-wing of these two sides of Catholic and Protestants, they also subscribe to the same issue of abortion. They rebel against this. They say that it's too much of a liberal issue, So if you take that's just one example, then how can we say as human beings that I'm liberal, I'm conservative. I mean, people like Raila Odinga, for example, fought on the basis of improving democratic governance in Kenya. But the same Raila Odinga was very conservative about certain issues in Kenya. And you find that, in fact, Mwai Kibaki was liberal on certain issues more than Raila Odinga. So for me, not as if I'm forcing this down people's throats, I'm saying just for me, I think that the left and right continuum is not absolute. People have relative ideas which end up scattered. You can't be, the way you keep saying at ECG, where you are a conservative. You belong to some guy called Donald Trump's thinking, and that the Democrats there are left-wing people wasting other people's time with their ideas of change and governance. But you find that in America, those Democrats were not the most liberal people for as far back as many years of the American government. If you look at even the foreign intervention of the United States, a lot of democratic governments were involved. And is that liberal or conservative? What's that? There's the military-industrial complex. How can you say that that's a liberal agenda? So also the fact that some of those things that are happening in the West are not the same experiences that our people in Kenya or in Africa are experiencing. And away from that, this Ebola item, I saw there that the guy, the former MP for Garissa, is it Garissa Central or North, Aden Duale, who is Ruto's health minister, saying that this Ebola center in Laikipia will not be there just for Americans who have ended up in the Congo or Uganda, the places where Ebola has reoccurred again recently. So he said that this facility will be for everyone who has to be tested, cleared, or whatever. But so what they're trying to say is that this is nothing to do with the Kenyan government pact with the United States. I think last year there was a health or medical diplomacy that Kenya had to benefit from, but the US had to control, and it was something to do with even the breaching of people's confidential data. So this man Duale is trying to say that the Laikipia Center for Ebola will be for Kenyans, Americans, and other people. It will not just so it's the typical reaction by the Ruto's people, because they've been caught again. We know that the Americans have been controlling this diplomacy of health, how Kenyans can wriggle out of it after Ruto has signed documents, or the people that run Ruto's government are involved in all these shoddy dealings. It's a big problem because we have a parliament that is very confused. And I think that this parliament is very dangerous, the Kenyan parliament, because imagine the parliament is actually, if you ask me, is the most powerful constitutional body in the country, because they sit in those chambers talking about law, creating laws, discussing things that affect people in the community, and they're in charge of finding how our budgets are used or misused. Can you imagine this same parliament is the same body, the constitutional body, that will screen the employment of public officers when they come to parliament to be interviewed. And then this same parliament will decide on budgets of big things. But it's a very dangerous parliament, because many of those roles that they're given is a joke the way they do them. In fact, at that time, when we need them to change things, to listen to the people, they are together. They come on the media shows and funerals. As you know, that funerals now are a big platform for Kenyan conversations, and they make us look foolish, because they actually agree on so many things. It doesn't matter what political party they're in, but they're together on so many things. So I call it a very, very dangerous parliament, this one. And sometimes I feel that it is not only William Ruto, Mr. Njiru, that needs to be removed from power. I think that many parliamentarians, and many of them are in political parties that some people would say that that's who they support, not just because it's short term. No, they're seriously supporting. But those leaders are coming from all parties. And I think that one of the biggest duties of Kenyans right now, is to find how the young generations, if they come with a political, a political plan to remove the current sitting MPs, this would be more important than whether Ruto is in power or not. Me, I don't care about Ruto, because we know that he's a shoddy character. But what's the point of removing Ruto and having a shoddy parliament? So for me, this is a major concern, and I don't know how it's being addressed. Unfortunately, at the moment, you find that many people who are trying to go and stand, vie for MP, they're already paying for that. They're going to be sponsored by people of high political profile, and it's a thing that we have to break as a people. Time is too short at the moment to change things like this. But if some people have some ideas of how this can happen, I had Eric Omondi recently, a couple of months ago, mobilizing young people and saying that they have an advantage. And one of their strategies was to talk about this thing about Nico Kadi. I don't know if that's going to work, but if there was a strategy that includes how constituencies can be tapped into this, where people are thinking the same, if it's a political party that can address this issue of parliamentarians across the board, personally, I would be happy with it. Okay, the last point is the question of how people are entrenched in their political beliefs, and how that can affect a mass movement trying to dislodge this parliament. It's because, unfortunately, there are some parts of Kenya, including Nyanza, where I come from. It's very difficult to perform this kind of thing, where you want to change the parliamentary candidates. You know, you want to change the status quo completely. It's difficult. If there was a way, this would be the best thing, more important than people thinking about the presidency, because to me the presidency is just you know, right now it's just a clown within politics. You see, I hear Mr. Sifuna saying at funerals and other places that he is the best candidate, but Mr. Sifuna and other people like him, they should work on this issue of constituencies and who are the best candidates that needs to be elected by Kenyans. Thank you.
Harry, have you finished?
Yeah, I've finished because whenever I speak, yeah, I've finished because anyway, whenever I speak, there's no rebuttal from you or all the other people who.
No. I was listening. No, I have to.
So I usually finish and then I go away because I never get a fair rebuttal. So it either means that
I should not disrupt you. So
no. I've finished my points. My main strand of argument was: are we here for?
You are reacting to us. No, you are reacting to what we was talking about, right and left wing, na nimesikiliza. And you know that is usually a very difficult subject because some of the issues, they are about maiden issues, like how your belief system is. So that is why sometimes I would not want to challenge a belief system. I would rather remain silent. So when it comes to the issues of Kenya, that one I can do a reaction because that is the circus we have in our country. It's not that I don't do rebut. Niingize kiora pia. Anyway,
but you're the one who I think you opened a discussion there about CG left and right, and not only that's the only reason why I responded. I wasn't responding as an expert. I was just giving my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, and that is fine. And I think your opinion is merited, and I appreciate that. And I don't want to squat to it. I wanted to remain that way because sometimes opinions can be hinged somewhere. You know, sometimes I can rebut if I want. So let's give the other people an opportunity as well, because I can see people are returning. Mama Mary was here, akaongea kidogo. So Mama Mary, unataka kuongelea nini? Na pia naona Kiora ameingia. What do you want to speak about?
Oh, thank you, Jiro. I just wanted to say something about what Ellie has talked about, the Ebola thing. What we Kenyans are understanding that there is special people, but there are other people who are not special. Let me say that way. Because the very beginning information that we got, it was very shocking, as from the country whereby they are interested to have a quarantine in Kenya. The information the way it was narrated, it was so shocking, and also it was so like, how can I put it? Like those other people does not matter. Wherever the quarantine is being constructed, those inhabitants, they don't matter at all. Ilikuwa mbaya, na hiyo ndio imeonyesha kabisa the hatred among the people from Kenya and the other people who are constructing the quarantine. Because the original statement was very bad. It was like those people who live there, they are gibbons, they are stupid, they are nothing. It's not people who matters in any way. Sa ile mtu anasema, we don't want anybody with such virus to come to our country. We don't want that. Na hiyo maongeo wanaongea, they are talking about their own. Their own. Si hata watu wa nchi hiyo wanafanya hiyo mambo, their own. So what do you want? Wataenda kwa hiyo nchi iko hapo. What do you mean by those people who live there? Do you think about them? Do you consider them? What is the relationship? We are not related, actually. Okay? And so you use our space for your good to help yourself, but when it comes to our side, you don't care. Even if we die with their people, that's fine. But for them to be safe, that is why Kenyans are burning. Kenyans don't want even to hear anything like that. Now, I come to Duale, as Ellie said. Duale is trying to emphasize that these things are okay because it will help Kenyans. First of all, there is nothing in Kenya, Ebola. There is nothing. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu kuna mulete hawa watu, ndio hata hawa Kenya wakishikwa sio shida. Watapigana nayo vile watapigana. What kind of ignorant is that? Madharau ile kubwa kabisa ya kuharibu hata roho za watu wawachukie kabisa. Because the time you say hiyo itakuwa hapo kwa sababu hatutaki hao watu wakuje. Nani watu wao? Wewe unamaanisha nini? Unamaanisha Wakenya sasa hawa wamekuwa ni watu wetu? So hiyo kitu ambayo waliongea inaonyesha hatred kabisa na pride yao. Kwao hakuna kitu kama hiyo, na ni watu wao wamepata hiyo kitu. Kwa nini? Watuletee. Sisi hatutaki. Nduale kama anaona itasaidia Wakenya, kuna mbuga kubwa kwao, empty space. Hata saidi tunaangalia habari ya allocation of funds, hao wanapeagwa na size of the area but not the people who live there. Kwa hivyo wako na space kubwa, wapeleke hiyo kitu huko. Na sioni ni haja gani wamelenga hiyo side while they know there is another big area not occupied that they can occupy with such kind of a thing. I don't see the reason. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo mingi hapa tunatakiwa kutatua. Tujue mlengo yao ilikuwa nini? Ni interest yao ya kuwa hapo ni gani? Huko Sugoi kuna space, huko kuna mashamba. Hata Ruto ako na shamba kubwa, angegawa one side apeane ijengwe hiyo, ndio akue rafiki yao kabisa na rafiki halisi. Usiletee watu ambao si marafiki atuwakae pamoja. Don't do that. You are friendly to them. Give them space where you are so that you can know whether they slept well, whether they ate, they drank, they are sick. Then you stay with them. Si kuletea watu ati kwa sababu wewe ni president. Wewe ni president wa nchi, tumekuandika, lakini si utufanyie madhara. Na tena ukumbuke nchi ya Kenya si yako. In fact, you own only Sugoi space. Hizi nchi zingine, hii nchi nyingine kubwa kabisa iko na wenyewe, iko na wana Kenya ambao wanaangalia mali zao, na huwezi kuinterfere. You cannot just go and start telling them this is how you're going to live. No, we want security in our country. We want public health to be taken care of. We want everything that are basics to have them. And we are not requesting, we are demanding. Kwa hivyo Nduale achukue hao watu awapeleke huko kwao, kuna space kubwa. Kama sio hivyo wapelekwe Sugoi, kuko na space kubwa. Ruto awapee space kwa sababu yeye ni mkubwa wa pandio, apeane. And we are sorry to say this because yeye ndiye ameleta hii mambo yote. Kama ilifanywa na public participation, watu wajue ni nini inaendelea, tungeamua na hata huyo mkubwa angekuwa pahali safi ambapo ameelewana na watu wake. But you cannot push people to the wall. We expect not to react. We are reacting because of your behavior. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka tu kusema hiyo mambo ya hiyo quarantine construction. Ndwale aache kutuambia yeye anajua pahali ametoka. Mbuga hiyo ni kubwa sana, kuna space, wapeleke huko. Kama watu wamesema hawataki, wacha wakae. Wewe peleka pahali ingine ambapo pana kuhusu zaidi. Kama sio hivyo, waende Sugoi ambapo pana kuhusu sana, because they show that they have got very much interest with this thing which is burning people's mind and people's I think not thinking right now. They are angry. Kwa hivyo wananchi wetu wa Kenya, tupiganie nchi yetu, tusiachilie, tuendelee hivyo na nchi yetu itasimama. I believe one day our country will stand and we have it at hand. Hakuna mtu atakuja kuturule, hakuna colonizer atakuja kwa nchi yetu ati aje atuambie mtakaa vile mnataka, kwa sababu ya yule kiongozi anatuongoza, wako pamoja. Yeye aende kwao, watampatia space, ako na mali nyingi, enda huko ukakae na wao, wacha nchi yetu iendelee. Sisi wa Kenya tutajua vile tutaishi. Sisi si watu ambao hatujijui. We know so much about our country. Wao wako na nchi yao, wanajua vile wanataka kuishi, and they showed us they want to live with no virus. Lakini sisi tuletewe virus, na sisi tunasema hatutaki virus, so let them decide where else. Asante sana. Thank you, Jiro.
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary, and thank you for that reaction. We keep the dialogue going. I've gotten triggered by a J message, and I want to reiterate here again. There is no country which is sovereign to disturb another sovereign nation, unless if their people are idiots. Not necessarily people, leaders are idiots. And I will say here again, there is no way in which America had the capacity to force Kenya to have those quarantine things in Kenya. What there is, or how diplomacy works, is you are at the proximity of accepting the issue or not, even if you are approached. And the fact that it has been said for so long it was a secret deal, there is a reason why Ruto mwenyewe alitaka hiyo deal kuwe secret, and they didn't want it to be like open to people, na watu walianzia kupata hiyo story kwa uvumi. So for me, I don't think we need to blame America. Unajua, as I give Stony PK, my teachers used to tell me, if you are that person who blames others for your problems, you'll have a very harsh life. Sometimes when issues and problems happen within your life, could you also try to interrogate and truncate and understand, hizi mashida niko nazo, what is my portion of contribution, before I start saying that hizi mashida nimeletewa na kina Stony PK na kina Mary. So I think Kenyans, even as we try to interrogate that, tukisema ni wa Marekani wanataka, what is the Kenyan involvement in this stupidity? Because Americans are busy saying kwao ugonjwa iwezi ingia, and they are right. But neither did they say that they want ugonjwa ingia kwa nchi ingine. So if Ruto went and lobbied for a disease, I think it would be unfair to judge America that way. That's what I think. That is my idea. So my problem, I think we need to be blaming Kenya and Ruto. But because America you can push against America. Many people are pushing against America on many issues. Yeah, you can push against. So hapo sielewi. Stone PK, you can react to our today's discussions. Sijui kama umekuwa ukitufuatilia hapo chini ya net ama sasa ndio umetokezea.
Sasa ndio nimetokezea.
Kama sasa ndio umetokezea, wewe huwezi briefiwa.
Hapana, hata sitaki briefing, manake sasa ni ile inaitwa injury time. Sitaki briefing. I was just looking at your headline there. Sifuna gem seen in public. Hiyo ni nini?
Sifuna ni Sifuna. Ukuona Sifuna leo bana kwa matanga hadi anaambua simama unyamazisha watu bana. Ongelesha watu watulie.
Nani amespell jina ya Sifuna vibaya hivyo? How do you spell? Nani ana spell jina ya president hivyo?
We will edit it, don't worry, but ni Sifuna. Go ahead. Oh, kumbe huyo ndio Rezo na sikuwa nikijua.
Huyo ni Rezo in waiting. Hata kama ni 2032 ni Rezo.
Sasa ona, sasa umeanzia ku extend time. This is a problem. So una confidence?
No, nakwambia hata kama. Because tuna maorezo kama watano. Tuna ma president material kama watano. Confirmed.
Leo kuna picha nimeona zikisambazwa za Gachagua na Sifuna. I don't know what they are insinuating. Wacha niingize huyu mtoto msumbufu huyu. Go ahead.
Okay, naona pia mnasema reaction za Ebola. Of course, this is one of the biggest disaster, but then if you look at when some agreements were being signed in the US in the very recent past, nobody was told what that agreement, your document tuliambiwa ya health, na watu wakapiga kelele wakanyamazishwa, watu wanasema isomwe tuone contents. Hiyo maneno kawaida ya Kenya, you raise temperature alafu you die, munaishia without even having reached at a conclusion. So now it has come out, that is when all this hii maneno ilikubaliwa, that you'll be a dumping place. America ikitaka ku-experiment ama kufanya mambo ya ajabu, kitaka yani hata sitaki kutaja, nyinyi mlisema mtakuwa mnapeana hiyo ground because you are experts of everything, even that which has not even happened. Kenya already knows what is, yani they can see and prepare for the future. So these are the disasters that Kenya will get with the presidency of William Samoei Ruto. Na bado muliambiwa there is a devil in incarnation. Yeah, so Kenya is yet to kuona madhara. And I think, as I keep on saying, every life cycle, there is always a disaster that comes at the end, which may sink with the nation, or then the nation might survive and then get reincarnated into another phase. We are yet to see the worst of this man. Remember, yeye hakuna mahali, akiona mahali atapata dola. Remember, he is a president of a broke nation, and he needs to survive. So anything, pesa yote kuambiliwa hizo kawaida, naye wako the same wanaitwa nini? They are twins of the same mother but different fathers. Na huyu msee wa huko, because they are copyright, they are thinking maneno yote ni the same. That's why they are out to destroy.
Njeru's fainting bana.
That's why they are sinking the nation, but they are telling you it's afloat. Kila mtu anakuambia we are making this best, we are doing the best. Tunaenda na obviously kidonda inanuka na mtu anakuambia inapona. Watu wa Kikuyu wanasemanga roa maithotiro arudhiomi, yani ya macho haitaki kuambiliwa. What you can see clearly with your eyes, you can see. So basically I'm not surprised personally as much as I see Kenyans in panic. Again, Kenyans watakufa in actually maybe hundreds of thousands. Tutapiga nduru, tutaongea, but now what to do? I was talking to a friend of mine today. Ako huko nyumbani and he's a doctor. Yani akaniambia sasa, wewe mazee, mtu akishakuwa urezo kuisha. Yani it is that bad. Wakenya wako yani wame lose hope. Msidanganywe hapa. Wakenya wame lose hope na Ruto. There is nothing they can do to Ruto. There is loss of hope. You know, ni ile unakaa ni kama sasa those people who fear flying. Once umeingia kwa ndege na iko airport, mtu brave anasemanga sasa wacha ikue because now you have no control, no umepanda, you must go. So the fear somehow it metamorphoses into loss of hope. Yani unasema tu wacha ikue. Then of course that way una survive through fear, and then you have no hope. Wewe unaona ni kama utafika, then of course utafika. So our country, that is it. That every indicator, every go left, right, center. I know some people say sijui unaambia watu unauzia watu oga ama nini na nini. Talk to people on the ground. Ukisikia mtu anakisha kwambia wacha tu tuachie Mungu, that is a sign of hopelessness. Yeah, once you take it beyond human capacity, so una hope for the best. Yeah, una hope something miracle itafanyika or something like that. Yeah, so I know we were saying county kule tunaambiwa wa resist wakatae. I've seen guys of Laikipia, nimeona another lady there. I don't know whether she's the deputy governor or sijui hapa ni nani. Alikuwa anatoa statement kali sana, but to where? How far will it go? All right. I know Martha Karua has talked very strongly, very, very strongly, but now individual voices zitasaidia. For me, I thought by now, all Kenyans should be out. Mara tatu ya ile ya matatu, ile without due respect. Yeah. Yani waseme hiyo makubaliano mlikubaliana hiyo ni yenyu, you know. Come on. You cannot be sent into a slaughterhouse just because you are saying you have a president that you elected. Surely it is sad. And as we are talking, nasikia wamesha learn. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So hapa watu wataanza kudedi na mtambua si hiyo, because that is Kenya. Mtambua hakuna kesi imenini itakuwa imefanyika. We've gone through that and we can see. So I know already wananchi wa kawaida walikuwa wanasema watokelezee na wasirudi. But shall we be able to see that? I don't know what worst Kenya is waiting for. The worst scenario ni gani hiyo? Sijui ni nini ingine tunangoja. Because huyu jamaa ameenda ameenda beyond bana. Mpaka sasa anaongea ni kama hata kwa meeting anaongea ni kutusi watu, ni kama people are really vile anaita watu ni brainless. Ati sasa hao watu wote opposition, then if the leaders are brainless, it means all Kenyans, we are all brainless, and that is what he's seeing us. He is the best of the best, the rest of us are idiots. Wacha niachie hapo.
Unajua, that is what happened to Europe, akina Mussolini na Hitler. That's how they were speaking. Na wengine walikaa hapo for 30 years. Go ahead.
The problem, Stone PK, is the fact that people react when it affects them. Unajua sahi, the voice of reason are the few wale watapiga kelele wasema kitu takumiza nini. People are waiting ikuja kwa doorstep yao, yani hiyo Ebola wasikie jirani mfalani or family member somewhere alipata hiyo kitu. Now, the eruption of the fuel thing, other than the fact of betrayal or the finance bill, is it erupted because it directly affected them. Sasa hata huyo mtu ako Laikipia ataambia oh, sijui hii kitu ni it's bad, you know, you can, you know, take it with the seriousness it is, right, Stone? But the problem is, until it affects them, they don't react. That's a problem with Kenyans. They react after the fact. When it affects them directly, waseme, oh, niliona jirani moja, whatever it is, or an outbreak happens in Laikipia. Let's just say an outbreak happens in Laikipia. Waanze kufungwa, waanze kuambiwa, you cannot come out, you cannot come out, mkuwe na curfew. Magari za Laikipia zikatazwe kutoka hapo kwa sababu kuna outbreak. That is when they will come to the streets. That is the problem. That's the problem with us. Why to affect Upper? It's okay. We are okay. And it's the same the way Stone PK had talked about this before. The rich are beginning to start saying, oh, taxes imeanza kutumiza. That is when you saw the business community going to talk to them and saying, oh, you know, you're adding this here inatumiza hapa. You remember the only time that the rich people started complaining and threatening that they're leaving the country because of fuel cost. Not fuel cost, electricity cost. What did the government do? Government reduced the electricity prices for business units. Wakaongeza ya wananchi. They added taxes on the tokens for the people and reduced the prices for the electricity for businesses so that they can stay. That is the only time the businesses would come out and say, oh, what are you doing this? So, uniona juzi, what did the other businesses start complaining about? Oh, ati, why are you increasing VAT on transactions for businesses that do financial transactions? Usifanye hivyo, they complain, wakapiga kelele Safaricom. All these banks started complaining. What didn't Badi come and say? Oh, no, don't worry. We're not going to put tariff on your transactional money. We're only targeting international companies like Branch and whatever it is. Oh, sijali tutaguza watu international. And that's what I mean right now. The problem of Kenyans, hakuna hiyo kitu inaitwa umoja, oneness. The oneness of let me tell you, the country that has oneness is people like France. France wakienda maandamano, especially when it comes to the common workers. Hao wataingia streets na watakaa for months on the streets until the government listens to them, until the government goes to parliament and reduces whatever tariff it was that was being imposed at that particular point in time. Watavaa ma yellow jackets zao.
But unajua kipulili huko hauawi. That is also another nini. France,
I agree.
Unaandamana na uawi, lakini in Kenya you are doing a very hot maandamano because unaandamana na mnauawa. Kama sasa kama Mande kuna maandamano, be assured kuna mse atalala mob.
No, it's every single time police are involved. Huh?
Mande ni maandamano ya nini?
Madaraka.
Wanaandamana juu ya madaraka. Ifanye nini?
Because what one of the Gen Zs was saying, that every time when I complain we're coming to destroy businesses and disrupting businesses, we're going on a public holiday. But I don't
for what? To achieve what?
Financial bill.
Also kuna maandamano ya finance bill.
Yeah.
Ni maandamano ya watu wachache ama ni with all due respect?
It has started.
Ni maandamano ya Ebola.
Ni ya Ebola.
Ebola aje?
Hapo tuone bana, mimi nilifikiria ni ya finance bill.
Mbona tunipikeni kama hiyo maandamano uitaki?
Si, no, mimi of course mimi nilimalizana na maandamano za Kenya. Unajua hakuna jichocha. Hakuna haja ya kujichocha. As in, they are meaningless. We only lose
the end
life.
after one day.
Yeah.
Okay, the end after one day, because it's a false start. By the way, it's the tabia tulifundishwa na Raila, where we go for maandamano, we are told we go on Tuesday or we go on Thursday, and then it became what do you call it, a habit that it is stopped at a particular time. And I would like to state, maandamano haifai kusimamishwa mpaka upate chenye ulikuwa umeitisha. Maandamano si statement ya siku moja peke yake. That is the unfortunate
but
thing.
unaona kama Kenya maandamano inauzangwa na the leaders. Kama hii maandamano ya matatu, leo watu wa matatu walihongwa, story ikaisha.
Na ikaisha hivyo. But I tell you, that was the most effective maandamano, I'll tell you the truth.
Nani, Ki, what people should do, our wamehongwa, you should go and get them out of their houses. Come on. That's what you do. Betrayers. Siku za mamao ilikuwa ukikujulikana wewe ni waponia, ulikuwa na watu wanakuta kichwa hapo nje.
Like that is actually true. Like I state, that maandamano for transport was the most effective. It was the best. You kwenda strike bila kwenda, bringing the economy to a standstill. No blood was shed. Okay, there were a few places that blood was shed, but it was not as intensive as before.
But those guys were conning us. They were reading playbook ya Raila. I could see mischief.
Yes, it is true. Because I said you are there that day. You are there that day, and we stated that these guys were going to do that, and we knew it. And we said, don't put too much hope on that thing.
Mimi niliona hao wase wametuchenga wakati nilianzia kuona wana address ma press conference na akina Mulkomen. Wanakakaa let me tell you, they were supposed to have press conferences free of government. Press conference yao iko kando ya serikali, iko kando. Lakini historia ati they want to talk to us together, ati akina Mulkomen wako hapo akiwa na smile na Mbadi yako hapo ati ana smile, ndio amewaleta pamoja. That's the day I knew hapa tumepikwa.
Mwananchi was genuine. Mwananchi is always genuine, but alikuwa betrayed by those guys. Are not serious faces. Huyu jamaa alikuwa ana meno hapa akisema with all due respect, is that a serious face that can go for redemption? Seriously?
But let me ask you, Stone PK, why do you ask if they're serious faces? I mean, we left the whole issue to a people who had no capacity to understand, okay, the dilemma that we had. Why would a section of Matatu Owners Association just call a strike on fuel that had been added not only to Matatu, but was affecting every sector of what? Of the economy? Do you expect just Matatu operators and Matatu owners to understand the capacity? Yes, they may have brains, but do they have the capacity to negotiate so that they can understand, like me and you may actually a little bit understand the effect of that? It is until me mwenyewe I saw some of the interviews in Spice FM and other areas on why and how in this situation. So people went for them on their business basis. So there's nothing like seriousness based on them. No, the whole issue is the whole country was leaning on Matatu Owner Association to negotiate a national effect on the economy and our pockets. Obviously, the Matatu were one sector. So when they called the strike, the whole country was depending on them to negotiate on us. Whereas that was not how we must get the solution. We needed corporately, all of us, to make sure that we shut down. Remember, once they agreed through pressure, what happened? Now the Matatu, the so-called, I never even knew that the Taxi Owners Association of Kenya were there. And then there were business owners now came out. Why? Because they connived themselves and gave the responsibility kwa huyo jamaa unaita meno mbaya kufanya nini to negotiate on us. He has no capacity to understand how we got to G2G and why and how that amount of money came there. So for them, they were asking a reduction. But if you saw the interviews that were there on how initially, you know, no country has VAT, double VAT for energy sector. Secondly, when we pulled down the finance bill that eventually was discussed by what? By our cabinet, there was an addition of 7 shillings on top of 18 shillings and with the double VAT. So I think we are very unfair to these people. Why? Because these people were reacting. It was a knee-jerk reaction from their side. But if they have the capacity and the knowledge on how where we are and what they should stick their guns to, they did it. They were forced. Even at least that guy, at some point, amongst everybody, say, with all due respect, and later on he realized he was fighting the government alone. I will give him that credit for that particular day. But did he truly understand? I think we were failed by labor unions, we were failed by the stakeholders, that the whole issue, because it had a simmering effect to the whole economy. But Stone Picker, how do you leave the matatu sector to negotiate an addition of 40 shillings of fuel to the economy? Are the matatus the only one we are affected? I think they were failed by other stakeholders. I think TSC could have come in. I think the doctors and the architecturals and the engineers and so on and so forth should have come in.
The doctors tried to come in.
Yeah,
but
they should not try. They should have. They should have. They should have. That should have been a national. So the matatu looked like they are fighting the government. And you know very well, Ruto is lethal. Ruto is very lethal. When I think we should come up to this point that kama tunaenda maandamano, that's why Stone PK is questioning. Wacha mchezo ya kufika town na kurudi nyumbani. It will never yes to Ruto anymore. If you guys want to do just do it. Get the guy out. But let's not as go 2-3 people die, we go back. Because I think Ruto amezoea hiyo na hiyo haiwezi mshtua.
Hata anaweza kaa kwa nchi this time. I think he can stay in the country this time. It just it doesn't make sense. Kasongo now, he's getting more and more on break because it just feels like more and more. After even the UDA, I'll just give an example. Even the UDA MPs, after an absolute tribalistic statements that were done by Hassan Omar. Kutoka, they threatened to resign, but they did not leave UDA. They are still there. Even after a great man like Orengo, anaenda anaumizwa, Orengo and Otsosi being attacked by goons in Kisumu. These are leaders that are respected by people in that community. Sasa, how can the leadership the leadership cannot move with the flow of the people?
Which leadership? Yes.
It confuses me. Like, it absolutely confuses me.
Most of them. You know, let's not be as confused as some of these Kenyans. I think we should not be. You know, Kid, for me, you remember my statement was that hakuna haja ya strike, and that's what Alex amesema. So, because remember, on this same platform, when these guys announced, we all said, this is it. I don't know whether you people remember. And like for me, I was jubilating. I was saying, I hope that everybody.
No, you explained it for a day. You explained it for a day, and we missed it.
Yeah. So
we were talking about something else. But then the next day, not the day for the thing. we started questioning the people
I was
themselves.
saying when they announced that it would be the mother of all in terms of transport, I said specifically that this should be the moment now. I'm on record saying that now everybody now should come and do one and once and for all. What did I mean by that? Is what Alex is saying. You know, and we kept on saying that naturally you wait for a trigger. It can be somebody burning himself pale, mtu wa mkokoteni kama ile ya kule nani, you know, it could be mtu wa kuchoma mahindi hapa, amekuja akapigwa kofi na mdosi hapo, amenyang'anywa mbuzi nini mahindi moja. It could be mtu huyu kijana wa mayai, anakuzia mayai, amekwambia amekuzia 3, unaanza kumwambia zilikuwa 2, anapiga nduru, unamrusha, unamnyanyasa. Trigger za already hurt people. Like now in Kenya, I believe people are paining. That's why everywhere you go and shout one time, it should manifest into real asira. Kwamba sahi, yeah, and that is why that was the best of the best opportunity when now everything tools that transport are downed. Now the professionals, kila mwananchi angetokezea. People should have come to back mwananchi wa kawaida, because mwananchi wa kawaida ndiye anakupatia numbers, and that would have been it. That would have been it. With all due respect, would not have been able to retract any statement because sasa imechukuliwa na kila mtu. We would have even been kusema hakuna conference zinaholdiwa, you know, we would even have dictated tuna rain fence where we want people to talk and we tell them what they are supposed to say. That is how maandamanos are done. Okay? And we say, well, usiongee, well, ongea, well, usiongee, because Kenyans know cowards. That is how, like for me, if I was a leader, if I was any of those principles, ningekimbia na hiyo, ningeanguka na hiyo one touch. One touch. I'm the one who would have now mobilized people to come and support that cause without saying, oh, ni watu wa matatu, ni transporter. The moment in Kenya will stop those garbage of apportioning. Atika saa hiyo unasikia Gen Z ndio watafanya, sijui mara saa hiyo unasikia hao hiyo ni ya madaktari. Come on. Then we are just doing and dancing the same old tune, which is now a broken record.
Did you see that? Did you see that Mr. Kaunda, his name is Kaunda. Kaunda was intoxicated from the time alipata hiyo pesa. And I think it was just about not more than 1 million shillings. Nafikiri amekunywa hiyo pesa yote. He started drinking from the time they went to JKL live.
Unafikiria Ruto is stupid to give somebody like that 1 million? Ruto knows. Ruto anakuangalia na wewe ni karatari, unapewa 100 unaanza kupiga nduru.
Alilewa, he was just drunk. I was like,
that's why yani tumeshukishwa, yani mpaka you hate to be even associated with a country called Kenya, which is our motherland. Watu wameshuka chini sana. Hata press hawa nini inaitwaje, media wameshuka sana. Koreti ya chini tu sana. They even don't chuja who should be on the national TV talking. Yani we are all nakuwa tu nini. Mzee Ruto ana enjoy ile to death. Ni vile tu hawezi naona sijui nini na nini. Sasa hivi angeona ile times 40.
Masikio zimekuwa kubwa sana.
It is very annoying.
So this is literally, now I have to go back to that thing. This is really a serious thing, yeah? That leaders have been beaten up in Nyanza.
Watatandikwa sasa. Ruto is an expert. He is taking advantage of that. Munaongea tu juu ya huyu anaitwaje, huyu mnapiga nduru juu yake, huyu mjaka huyu kwa office of Raymond. Watu wanapiga
Raymond is a puppet.
Raymond ndiye anafanya, kwani Raymond ndiye ana Ukenyo ngapi? Ana Ukenyo ngapi huyu? Sasa amehangaisha watu mpaka hata akina Kachagwa tu, hata akina nani wanasema we know it is Raymond. Come on. We have succumbed. Yeah, we have succumbed, man. Na wananchi wana nguvu. They only need to be supported.
Yeah, because this literally happened at a ferry hapo in Lake Victoria, because he was coming straight from, he was using the lake to come through to Kisumu from Homa Bay. So akafika tu hivi. Sasa nashinda hao wananchi wengine, Mkenya mwenzako anachapwa na panga.
Kwani ni watu wangapi hao wanawachapa? Hata ngoja nikwambie, let me put aspersion on opposition pia. Ni mafala. Wewe saa hii ungekuwa opposition, utaenda ukitembea kifua tupu kama nongo?
No,
hizi mnaita goons zinatoka wapi? Ni aliens.
I don't think they were expecting those goons to appear at that place.
It's not a matter of expecting. Mimi saa hii, anyway, let me not talk on radio, but on TV. Listen, Kip, you will be the most naive person of the stature of Akina or Wote walking there thinking that you are so popular. Yes, you are popular with Mwananchi, but you are unpopular with the people you are disturbing, and you want to remove nyama kwa mdomo. You don't expect.
So no. So okay. I think you don't get what really happened. I know what you mean. No. Wait. What you don't get the area alichapwa.
It doesn't matter.
You see what happened is he's been safe in Homa Bay all that time because the people love him in Homa Bay. He actually has been causing some inroads in Homa Bay. But when he was coming back into Kisumu, wakam time. So obviously, why his situation was a bit safe for him rather than Otsotsi is he had his security. Alikuwa na security yake.
Security ni wangapi?
Walikuwa wengi. No, it's just that two of them were really happy.
If I'm coming to your village, I'll have goons from your village. All right? If I'm coming
But it was a convoy. But you don't understand, it was a convoy. Utabebana na hao goons wote ukipita huko. Okay.
Of course. You only need three Land Cruisers. Umepepa watu 12 very well.
Si ndio nakwambia, the problem was it was after the fact. He had four vehicles. The ones who came mbele ndio waliumizwa. The rest were okay. The rest of them stood their ground and protected the governor. I'm just saying,
wala walikuwa mbele, walikuwa akina nani na walikuwa kiaje?
Ni bodyguards. So bodyguards who are protecting the governor. I'm just saying the security of the governor was protected. He was safe.
Na wala
si walikuwa shafukuza goons bana, my friend.
And they were not beaten, basi wewe kitu unasema nini?
Hapana, wawili waliumizwa vibaya sana bana bro.
Bodyguards.
Acha nikuwekea video.
Then unasema protect you aje kama they were beaten? You are contradicting yourself.
Okay, sawa.
How do you say you uliweza na ulipigwa? You are the one suffering, you have casualties. Ulipigwa. Si ndio?
Say.
Yeah. Saa hiyo Orengo na Sifuna, they should not be moving with a motorcade of less than 30 vehicles. Keep. When are you hujafanya siasa ground? Unaona mimi hii position ya MCA, saa hii niko na 100 volunteers. 100 in a ward. You know what that means? 100. Na by the time tunafika next year nitakuwa na watu kama 300. Yeah, 300. Wale they are good people. Lakini ukileta fire, utapata fire. Ukileta binja, utapigiwa binja. Yani watu wanaitwa chameleon. That is how you do it now in Kenya. And it will be worse come 2027. So when I see these guys, kwanza hii mambo ya kusimama juu ya Land Cruiser, hii siasa ya Kenya ya ushenzi ya tunatokelezea juu ya tumesimama kwa gari huko. Unafikiri ati democracy. You know, hamjibu mnacheza na radi bwana. You know, people should now be high alert. Kabisa, red alert. Unatumia hata unakuwa prepared kwa an unorthodox method. my friend.
But the politics there is not. They are doing bad, ban. It's not the best.
Yeah.
Politics in the lake is not going the right way, ban.
Na si ndio sasa itaingia mpaka ulikuwa unasikia watu walikuwa wanaitwa Msumbiji. I know you are younger than me. Huwezi jua juu ya vitu zilikuwa zinaitwa Msumbiji. You can read them, they are there. Msumbiji nini ilikuwa, my friend, hata ukideclare unataka kusimama ilikuwa lazima uwe umejipanga, otherwise ulikuwa una retract hiyo statement tu ukiwa unasema unapinga Stone PK. Unakuja unauliza tulisema unataka kusimama upinge nani? That is where we are reverting to. Mkiimba democracy hapa. Yeah? We have a bad leadership which has gone and we have given it leeway. That's what I'm telling you. The opposition should be volatile. Sahi, because they are with the Mwananchi is with them. Advantage, the best of times in Kenya in terms of opposition is now. When opposition Wananchi don't care who is coming out to tell them tuende. Unajua mbeleni opposition ilikuwa ni ya Raila. Alafu anaitwa ni Mjaluo wanapenda kunini, then others wanakaa nyumbani. Sahi hapana. Imagine sahi when they are ready na watu wameiva, ndio hatuna watu wa kukuja kusema tuendelee na tutokelezee tusirudi. That's why I'm saying Kenya we are doomed. We make 7 steps ahead, tunarudi zingine 14. This is the right time. Sahi ukiwa na balls ya kuita useme tutoke na unapeana definition properly, guidance. Unasema tumetoka na haturudi kama haita hivyo. Si kusema tutokelezee alafu sijui turudi, ati tutokelezee ushukishe bei. Hapana, ulipandisha kwa nini hiyo bei in the first place? Why did you pandisha? Alafu tumepewa facts that it is not about world economy, it is theft, it is greediness of individuals. Mumeambiwa hii jitu jini garbage, you still come on. I think it is terrible. We have all the facts. Ingekuwa ni global ati ni war in Iraq ndio inafanya hii maneno, then people could negotiate. But now it is broken down kabisa. Dozi zinachukuliwa na machali wachache. Outright theft. It's not any rocket science. We have the facts. So ikiwa huyu mtu ndiye anakula hizi do, utanegotiate na yeye ashukishe, sincerely speaking? How do you negotiate with a hyena that has come and killed all your sheep? Unaanza kubonga ati sikuje kukumalizia sheep. Unaiacha iende kwa nini, kwa kichaka. Alafu unasema na usirudi, umebakisha hizi 8 tafadhali usirudie. How would you do that? Yani we are negotiating with Orezo at a reduce. Kwanza ukisoma hii bili ya saa hii ndio utaona yenyewe haki ya Mungu, huyu mtu ametuchukua mafala kabisa. Ametuchukua mafala ile mbaya mbovu. You know, I was reading it na sijamaliza. Nilifika hafu, hata si hafu, nikasikia kulia. Ati na MP man. It is sad for the country. Alafu hii document hii mnaongea juu ya hii ile health ilisainiwa. Yani
damu yetu kila kitu.
Yes, imagine
data.
Na tuko na hata opposition leaders tuko na, mpaka mimi naona pia hao ni the same too. We are all the same. Yani tumepigwa na kasongo tukapuliziwa, sijui hiyo dawa ametoa wapi. I think zile sindano tulikuwa tunachoma siku za COVID zilikuwa na mafala. Because tumekuwa mafala sana. I'm telling you. Tumekuwa mazombi. Hata ukisikia kwa mapress huku watu wakiongea, kila mtu anaongea, unasikia but you see, because we are democratic, let's wait August 10, 2027. Kila mtu anaongea hivyo. Kila mtu anaongea hivyo. Ni kama vile tunaongea Wakristo wanasema Yesu atakama with a lot of vigor. Sisi sasa tunasema,
but you know what? But you know what made me come to the show actually? Ni kitu ulisema hapo ikanifurahisha. You know, my first choice is Martha Karua, but vile ulisema Sifuna for president, man, nikasmile tu nikasema yes, don't, you're seeing it. Unaona kanyota hapo, umeona nyota, huyo mtu akana nyota. I see it. That guy, that guy, I admire his aura. I admire how he carries himself.
Mtukaa huyo ndio mimi naweza patia, mtukaa Sifuna ndio napatia sword aende war. Juu huyu unajua akipata mtu ni kumaliza, si ku negotiate.
Because mkiniambia Kalonzo, mkiniambia nini. By the way, yeah, I'll tell you how I'm hearing from Gen Z's on the talk. They want him. Wamesema sasa, unakumbuka vile alikuwa anasema leaderless sijui nini. They have identified him. Wamesema huyu ndio wanataka. Gen Z's wanataka huyo.
Lakini unajua hawezi kuwa hapo. So of course he needs some people. He can't manage that.
He needs support. That is why I like that he's being talked.
He needs people. He needs hata saa hii ukamfanya urezo, he can't go anywhere. You know, hii gava imeoza to death. So he needs a very big force. Force moja nzito na siku tujidai ati wewe ndio ni maziku toa hii kuna Kiswahili inasema muozo. Hiyo ni kimbere. Yani ile kuoza hii gava, yani Kenya imeoza. It needs actually a dictator, benevolent, because you need to take over and suspend this constitution for 100 days.
I don't think you'd do that. So anajitanga mtu kama, he calls himself a lawyer.
No, but that is okay. There is nothing. Kwani what is wrong even if you are a lawyer to suspend a constitution?
See, what is wrong with that? Ni watu wa rule and law.
No, what does that mean? What is rule and law for who? Who makes the law and rule? Keep. Hata nyinyi mna interpret vibaya. Kususpend constitution is part of governance. Come on, keep. Hata kama hujafanya law. Kususpend constitution is part of governance because number one is to hold for people, for you to put what we call rapid surgical salvage.
So which parts of the constitution, of the constitutions will you suspend? Is it the governorship, the MCAs? What part of the constitution are you suspending?
The entire constitution.
Do you understand what is to suspend the constitution? I mean, you know, a constitution is a whole product. Yeah. When you suspend the constitution, you don't leave anything into action.
That would mean the military is suspended.
Yeah, you entire whether judges. Literally, you are enacting anarchy.
No,
in another one.
No,
okay. Because the absence. The absence, because there is nobody who is in the duress to obey anything.
Judges out.
Those are
MCAs out, governors out.
So that because whatever is meant, when you have the right people, when you have the right people and you suspend the constitution, then they become the conveyor of the goodwill, so that you can quickly do what you ought to do in the absence of the constitution, okay? So that immediately that act that we needed to do outside the constitution can be done, then we bring back. So it's a temporary anarchy, semi-anarchy situation, okay?
But that would mean that you
no,
have
ask me to explain what I mean. Unajua kama mtu ajui kitu unauliza
before
no, I mean, you know, we must interpret first of all what is the suspension of the constitution, not what you mean. Not what you mean.
Ask me, so you ask me what.
So the fact that you say does not mean you have a monopoly that you know it. Don't PK, tafadhali. It's not about no. What is the definition of suspending the constitution? It means there is no law. There is no law that is functional. Period. which means it is under.
You see,
There is no way. Once you suspend the constitution, nobody is under anything that will put him under the courts, under the law, or there is no crime at that particular time. You can do as you will.
Alex, you are wrong. You are wrong.
Okay.
Let me explain.
Now that is where now keep question comes in. What do you suspend the entire, or what do you do?
Now let me answer that.
Yeah, so then say you mute the constitution. Part of the constitution are muted. You don't. Constitution is not a fragmentation of ideas. It is a supreme document. It is a supreme document. You cannot say a constitution is one part and a constitution is another. It is one document that is supreme.
Suspending the constitution.
So when you suspend everything.
Suspending the constitution occurs when a government officially puts its highest law on hold, temporarily stripping away the legal rules, checks and balances, and the citizens' protections that normally govern the country. When a constitution is suspended, the country is typically placed under martial law or a state of emergency. Hiyo ni kumaanisha kila kitu imeangushwa, military inafaa kufuata mtu mmoja peke yake. There is no MPs, there are no MCAs, there are no governor. It's one person. It's martial law. That when you hear the word martial law, it means it's only the military that is in function. That's it. That is what
they can do as they want, and nobody will ever come to do what? To judge them on the basis of what they did, because they were not under any law.
And that is what Burkina Faso did. It suspended its constitution, and the constitution of Burkina Faso is still suspended, by the way, to date. It is under military law. So, Stone, what do you mean by suspending the constitution? Mr. PK.
No, Stone sasa hataki tukubaliane first of all the definition of suspending the constitution. The reason why the constitution is suspended is typically there are things, if you do, you are under that supreme law. You are culpable and complicit, even if it is of goodwill, because the law does not bend. But because it does not bend, and you see that it's being used in a wrong way, you suspend it to achieve the better goal, but you cannot achieve that better goal without suspending it. So there is. What are you suspending in particular? That's the question. Do you suspend a section and leave another?
Wamesema hapa that there are two types of constitutional suspension. There is partial and targeted, and then there is total suspension. So the partial or targeted one, the government poses specific articles, usually those protecting civil liberties or regulating judicial
But what do we want? Is it the government suspending the constitution, or it's us suspending the constitution because the government, we want to deal with the government? Let's talk in the content and the context of the suspension of the constitution. We want to make the necessary changes. That will guide us for us to see. It is not the partial that the government does so that it can deal with us. We must suspend the whole of it so that we can deal with the government, because we have an issue with it.
But the reason why partial or targeted are done is during states of emergencies, during severe war, natural disasters, or violent insurrection. So,
but what you and me need right now, is it that one, or we need the full so that we can deal with the government that is not able to deal with our issues?
the full one happens when there's a good coup d'etat. That's the only way. That is when a coup happens, ni yote inaangushwa. So after an election has happened, what is the reason to suspend to any of them, any of the forms of the constitution? What is the reason to suspend any of it?
And
because
if
we've waited this far.
and if legality has to guide you to suspend the constitution, you will never get it out of there. What is the reason? You must arbitrarily suspend the constitution for the good of the country. Right now, for instance, Ruto legally or illegally has allowed the first American First Global Health Strategy to enact what they've been wanting to do in the 20 African states that they have signed their health, whereby they have full control of our some of the facilities in our country. So in that case, if you want, because it was government to government that signed that, legally we are bound because the government represents us. So if we want to negate that, we must entirely suspend the constitution and say, we are the constitution. That is the kind of, suspension of constitution that can help us. But if we go to the legality of it and say, this one is done this way, this one is done this way, we will never be able to suspend the constitution for us to gain what we want. Or am I thinking too much, Keep, about what we want to achieve vis-a-vis what the government wants to achieve? What kind of government, what kind of constitution suspension do you want? Is it the one that helps you to target and achieve that which we have never achieved, or you want the government to deal with specific things which they will never be able to reach out?
For me, let me go through, because let me go through Stone's thinking. Yeah? If the suspension of the constitution would mean that Sifuna, let's say Sifuna is the commander-in-chief, and that has been, through him being given the sword, is enacted. He then says that I'm suspending the whole constitution, meaning that me as the commander-in-chief of this country have rendered all other arms of the government useless. And now we're going to follow, because military has all these arms, military has judges, military has everything, doctors, whatever it is. A country can run through that. If that is what you mean, that is now moving towards a benevolent dictator. And I think that is what this man did. What is his name? Because of civil war. What's the name of the president of Rwanda? It was the Rwandese president. That is what he did. After the genocide in Rwanda, when he came in, alikuja akaangusha hiyo constitution yake. Kagame has come in and just became absolute dictator from 2000 to now. It's almost 14 years.
I think it was a two-tier thing. I think because it was a planned coup. For them, first of all, it is a coup that happened. Okay, up to there, are we together, Keep? It was a coup. Then the next thing was a state of emergency.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he allowed the former functional government, including the prime minister, to continue their functions. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So which means they did not suspend the entire constitution.
It was partial.
Partial. So it was a coup.
It was done via coup.
The question is, are you saying the kind of state emergency we want without the military to take over? Or you want the state of emergency whereby everything will become dysfunctional? We sort out things the way they need to be sorted. Do we want the military to be part of who to come so that they will declare state of emergency so that we can be under them as a temporary custodian to our law? Or what do you want?
That is the only way. That is the only way I see it, because you need an arm of the government that's going to assist you that, and the only logical one would be the military. Hakuna ingine, because you can't run the country on your own without the backing of some force. You need a force, and unlike Iran or some of the South American countries.
That is one part of it. But there is also the other one whereby you totally and anarchy kicks in. Are we together there?
Yeah, which means, that's what I'm trying to tell you, MPs, MCAs, governors are rendered useless. You don't need them.
Exactly.
They're gone. Gone.
And that is what I'm talking about. That's what we want. I don't know. For me, for me, that is what I want. That's the state. That is the kind of suspension of the constitution that I want. I want a drawing board. I want a country to start afresh. I don't want anybody to negotiate for me anymore, because it has never worked. If that is the state of emergency we are talking about, then I can board. But where you go ni kama ya kwenda maandamano, tunaenda tunarudi jioni, where we don't achieve anything, we still have people who have power who can look at the revolutions that happened in Egypt. Look at the revolution that happened in Zimbabwe. They gave a certain section of arm of government power to negotiate for them. Were they successful to achieve what they wanted?
So here's the problem now. Eh? Here's the problem.
No, let me just ask you before we go to the problem. Were they successful?
Yes.
So Egypt sorted out its issues and sorted out its issues.
Yeah. Okay. I get.
Well, me and Stone are reading from the different things. I think I'm on the wrong conversation.
Here's the problem with that story from both of your sides. Huh? Here's my problem. My problem is we've got Arab Mr. Ruto. Eh? Tumemtoa ametoka. Yes, we've won. Whatever it is, doesn't matter. It is maybe it's Yokashagwa, maybe it's Sifuna, maybe it's Martha Karua, whoever it is. But for the last 4 years, what has Kasongo been doing to the military? He's been changing the heads. All of them are people from my tribe. Will those people follow Sifuna? Will those people follow Gachagua? There is the problem.
If we agree, first of all, that all arms of government have been so corrupted, there is no one that has been able to save us from this deep slumber that we are. I guess if we have to suspend our constitution, it will be for the sake for one arm to help the two arms. It will be a situation whereby we must we must drain the swamp and restart afresh. But kama ni sarakasi ya kuacha some technocrats who are able to deal with the West and still come up with another form of a replica and a phony democracy, that it seems that we are moving forward, but we are under a negotiated democracy, then I think we will not be able to get back to that.
Okay. If that is the case,
Parliament? Do you leave the parliament?
Okay.
Who do you leave them currently in Kenya to negotiate for us?
Nobody. Not the current crop. Not the current crop of leaders.
So where do you get the technocrats from?
So before we move to the coup thing, this is what I think, from my opinion, from how I see it, is we need to fix things from the, because we've all resolved.
So who is
that
fixing it? Keep. That's the frustration
I'm about
that
to
has
explain.
been.
That's what I'm trying to say. Because we've resolved that we're going to 2023 to 2024, 2027. That includes what you guys are calling a suspension of the constitution, where you need 1 month to do that for you, right? Because kwenda na military coup haiwezekani, protests haiwezekani. We've given up on those avenues. So what I think are resolved from what we see the people are behaving like as Kenyans, whatever it is, ikitu ya kwenda strike haifanyikani. So the resolve is the path to freedom is 2027. My logic is, my specific logic is to campaign for good leadership, is to campaign for good MPs, to campaign for good MCAs, to campaign for good leadership. That is where I see the way forward. Because a coup, or I mean a suspension of the constitution after an election, means you've already resolved that you're going to move towards the direction of picking the president. But then I've told you that after you've picked your president and then he decides to suspend the constitution, every single institute is rotten. Hakuna mwenye atakusaidia hapo. Acha tu kuambia ukweli. Military is gone, police is done. There's nobody who's going to help you. But if the likes of DCP pick good leaders, the likes of Jubilee picks good leaders, we have a bunch of good independent leadership that will go there kwa niaba ya wananchi, not utumbo, then we'll be all right. And if we have a good leader like Sifuna at the top, who will not be using bribery, including your older brother Matiang, who will not use bribery, or even Martha Karua, will not use bribery to dish out money to politicians, who will remove that stupid animal called CDF out of, because CDF is actually a bribery. That members of parliament, members of county assemblies actually go there and negotiate on actual development and laws and bills that will help the people. That is the only way forward. Otherwise, total suspension or partial suspension of the constitution will not work right now unless we go to a referendum. That is it. The next thing is take it to the people. Tell the people what they need. If you need to get rid of all these people, make less MPs, or even just make corruption legal, then that is the way.
Unfortunately, now you are speaking right, Raila. We did not allow the GNC. We couldn't do that because I mean, you're a classic Raila here, my friend. I'm not buying that. Let me just be quiet. I was better listening down there, all that, than just debating people who are not ready to know that the whole society is rotten. There's nothing you can do. But if you think that there's somebody left and institutions that we cannot form from bootstrap to negotiate for you, you are speaking like Raila. That is what he said. Ruto and what next? That's what you're basically telling me. Yeah, there is no difference of what you have said with what Raila said.
Bibi yako amekutetea huko chini bana.
It's not about bibi yangu. It's all about what you say. You need to be called Raila Jr. now.
Yeah. Let me ask Mbudi a question.
I take it to the chin. By the way. I'm not taking it bad.
Kipuri sitaki urudishe Mbudi hapo chini. Mbudi anakaa hapa, unajua sasa.
Sawa, sitamrudisha bana. Nimenoa.
Before you take Mbudi chini, let me take over.
I stick with that. My point.
Before you take Mbudi huko chini, let me take over. I don't want that. Budi ataenda alafu sikie pia Stone PK akisema anataka kwenda na huko chini, then I'm left I'm stuck with you here just to disturb me. So Budi, a question for you. You can see like Ruto is getting a lot of maandamano which are coming on and off with some reasons tunakuja tunaandamana inaisha, tunaandamana inaisha. Does it mean that Kenyans do not understand how to turn it on to bring the government on the receiving end, or what is it like? We just have maandamano they wither. So like, is it from how we plan them, the methodology, the goodwill from our people? What is wrong with our maandamano that we do not have a maandamano which has ever achieved what we want? What's wrong?
I may not know the exact problem Kenyans have, but here's what I've come to conclude. Number one, our culture and the ethos have come to this conclusion. Everyone has a price. We have seen this. I mean, there is no question that, a politician who will stand firm and say, I will not be sold or bought. Everyone, including Raila mwenye alikuwa anasema ni mweupe kama pamba, has a price. And that's why for me moving to Gachagua was easier, because those we thought they could not be bought or sold, they can be bought or sold at any particular time. And because our culture dictates that everyone has a price, and Ruto has the money to buy everybody who is important. And that's why the route of negotiation is going to be very difficult. I want us to go back and keep remember this. During the Damco report, Ruto gave us a condition. Me, as the president, you, as the opposition, though we don't have an opposition, he said, as the opposition, but all these things have to be spoken through parliament. And we abided by it. Where are we now? The 10-point agenda has never, ever, ever, ever been implemented. The monies that were supposed to be disbanded to political parties have never. The monies that were to be compensated the people who died have never. And those are the frustrations. I keep on saying that. Yes, they look so, and we will always get people who are extremely intelligent, like Stone and Jir, who will go on the table and say, "Ni mimi this time, I'll negotiate for you," and we still get the same results. And that's why, for me, total destruction is the only solution. Destroy everything that Ruto and his cohorts or cahoots will not have accessibility, so that when we go to the table, not him as the president, not Koome as the chief justice, not anybody kama mkuu wa majeshi, we as citizens, we decide to make a country new. For me, I think I'll be more radical like that, because what you call success in Egypt, what you call success in Zimbabwe, I'm laughing here that Kip is able to tell me that there was success in Egypt. So the whole issue of success is remove one abnormality, add another insanity. As long as that abnormality is from Kalenjin land, we can have an insanity from Kisii land. It is okay. I think we are better than that. Njiru, everybody has a price so far. So far where we have gotten.
And is that the norm? Is that the norm? Does it mean that ideally, is it a must everybody to have a price?
But now everybody has a price, including huyu Maraga tunaongea. The other day was working for him in the prison reforms. Akamtetea, akamusifu. Remember when the judges that we refused, they should not be sworn in. Maraga went there. He was one of the few people that actually walikuwa nasifu Ruto, that a new beginning in the judiciary. Finally, you saw that. They celebrated him. So my fear is, for total change, if we have to suspend, if we talk about the issue, now let us suspend the constitution. Why do it with fear?
Why don't just do it? My friend, if you go to commit adultery, commit it. Because a constitution is not a petty document. Once you start tampering with it, take it out and do exactly what you wanted to do outside the law. Then bring it as soon as possible, because you don't suspend it forever. You take it out to achieve a target. And once you achieve that target, bring it back. That's what I can say.
Okay, sawa. Yeah, I think that one is in order. So then, if that is the case, do you want to tell me that we do not have serious people who hold authority, who are incorruptible in Kenya? Like the 6 principles, do they also have their prices? So, Bwana Kipril, what is the price of Mother Karua? Now that the issue, everybody in Kenya has a price.
Freedom of people. Freedom of her people. All these years, ashaichukua pesa hata zako bana.
Okay, Budi, what is the price of your party leader? I need to.
You know, you're looking at a mirror. You're asking yourself the question. You're asking.
Whether he's asking himself or not. No, and that is why, because every time on a political platform, you see these issues that always come. The international community, our interest rate, direct foreign investment, our perception about our country, all these things, when they factor in, we never seem to do what we ought to do, because the global world dictates what we must do. So the only way for me, with boldness, that our people may start moving forward. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm frustrated when I'm saying that, but I don't see a partial suspension of the Constitution, whereby we will be able to solve the current problems that we have. Given the fact that we have even suspended the Constitution by even creating the seat of the Prime Minister to accommodate political agitation, to see if we can be able to sort so that we can form a committee to handle issues of police brutality, equitability in voting, one man, one vote, all these issues. It's not that they are new. We have very good ideas on where our country ought to be. So the blueprint is already there. The courage to do it and the direction of how it must be done has always been the problem. So it's not like we don't know where we ought to. We know what ought to be done right now. If you ask us the 10-point agenda that Kenya needs, apart from this one, we are being told that the opposition signed Ruto. We have our own 10-point agenda, which brings me that the only way to achieve them is to suspend the Constitution and deal with those issues once and for all, and then we come back. But I don't know if, for me, if we are going to talk about the suspension of the Constitution, partial will not make sense to me, period. I refuse to debate an issue of partial, because I don't see how we will get to a point whereby we will stand firm with the issue of odious debt. We'll stand on the issue of G2G government, G2G oil, we will stand with the issues of American First global health strategy. All these things that are weak and are affecting us, that have been signed on our behalf, without our participation, cannot be undone the way we want. We have to be radical, because I don't see any other way. That is the same thing we have seen happen in Senegal. The president is afraid. He's walking on eggshells. But the prime minister, the former prime minister, is saying, no, radical changes are needed here. And they can't get along because on the path to achieving that. So our past hold us hostage. So we need the birth of a new nation. Period. For me, that is what I see. But if we have to hold on the past to craft our future, then I think we'll have one personality changing to another personality, without having any significant changes. Because I don't trust the military, I don't trust the judiciary, I don't trust the current institution at all. So how can I trust them by reviewing the executive and allowing another one which actually gave power to the executive? I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not going to allow the issue of partial suspension. We either do it or we don't do it. Period.
Aya, Stony PK umerelax sana. Do you want to react to that? Kiora? Are you there?
Sema, nilikuwa tight kidogo. Sema.
Kiongo, does your party leader Kalonzo Musyoka have a prize?
Who told you is my party leader? Mbona una apportion maneno? Ama unataka hivyo?
You know, I have analyzed that based on I have truncated your speech na nimejua wewe you lean more Kalonzo. Kwani ni vibaya? Tony PK, so you lean more Kalonzo. You lean more Kalonzo. Nimesikia pia umeongea story ya Sifuna, my president. So I think you lean Kalonzo, you lean Sifuna. If I'm asked. True or false?
False.
Huh?
False.
So where do you lean?
Ade? Jiru, unasema, what are you asking whether it's true or false?
You lean Kalonzo, you lean Sifuna.
Jiru, remember, we have said the country where it is, and this, I don't want you to go into dichotomy directions. This is where you go wrong. As we are talking today, we have we have a very nice menu of leadership that ukifunga macho au watu wakiwa kwa room, ufunge macho uambiwe shika, utashika kiongozi. That's the joy. And I can see you people trying to gravitate towards individuals and thinking this individual is better than this. Far from Akuna. Those people there, it's not us who, it's not, it's us who have put them in that level. Okay? And they are there by virtue of being leaders. So for me, I tend to think we have a fantastic menu, so much so that it is a menu of individuals we can believe in if they are given. Any of them, any of those guys. I've not come with any. Yeah. So and I would jubilate very, very, very much, because I know once any of them is there, of course, he will embrace that team, and it will be a very formidable team that has never been seen before. Probably we might be near to getting the first term Kibaki kind of a thing. And then fortunately, this one cannot deteriorate because it's a very sober team and they are walking on eggshells. Because yani wakiteleza ni kublanda ni kublanda. Yeah. So therefore I think it's not a matter of ati sijui nani ama nani. They are good. They are good to go. So you wanted me to comment on whom?
I wanted you to comment on that story of Budi, when Budi was talking about every person has a price. Is it scary? Can it actually make us to lose the revolution if everybody in Kenya has a price? And I was also asking the issue, why is it that in Kenya it's like some other countries, they turn their maandamano into a revolution, or they get changes from their maandamano. But why is it that in Kenya we have not gotten it? Even after doing maandamano for almost over 2 decades, as far as from 1991. That is when serious maandamano started in Kenya. From 1991 to date, it's like maandamano ya Kenya, it has not resorted to the change of power. Why? What's wrong? Stone PK, umenisikia?
Yes, I've heard you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Njiru,
unafikiria eh?
Njiru, no. I mean, I got what you're saying. Njiru, in Kenya, we believe, adore, and cherish and worship money. That's the bottom line. You believe, you cherish, you can even kill your brother for money. You can sell your brother for money. You can sell your child for money. You can sell yourself for money. We believe, trust, and obey, and worship and do everything. Money. And that is why we almost don't believe, we worship corrupt people. Okay? That is not in any doubt. So once you worship money, then you don't care where that money has come from. Remember, there was even one time in a pastor or whoever it was said that msianze kutuambia hapa kuna pesa, dirty money. There's no dirty money in Kenya. It was said in Kenya. Akasema sisi hiyo pesa mnasema ni dirty, ikikuja tunachukua. Ruto tuletee hiyo pesa. That is a Kenyan, a clergy saying that. A clergy saying that. So when you start saying and thinking that a maandamano has not transformed into what it's supposed to, how can it, if even the leader who you believe, you as a mwananchi, naively, unaenda unakufa kupona, unaenda chati kifua, unapigwa risasi, while the leader and negotiate the cost and the price. Not once, not twice, not thrice, not this time. How do you expect it to transform into that? It is not possible. It is not possible for anybody in Kenya to lead a revolution through maandamano. Okay? Look at the way Gen Z maandamano was scattered. People started fighting and saying, oh, we are menunuliwa. Look at the Kasamuel and all these other guys. I mean, that is typical. It shows you it's impossible. They were running hell-skelter all over the streets of Nairobi. For what? Visibility. Kuja hapa. Pewa cheo kwa the biggest party in sijui south, north of Limpopo, sijui wapi, kwisha. You start talking in tongues and different things. So how would you expect a revolution, a maandamano to manifest into what other people are doing? For those of you who may have had the benefit of interacting with West Africans, West Africa, any West African, whom we detest. Kenya, ndio nakwambia Kenya, we are so fake. We think we are the best, we are this. I don't know who lied to us those things. Those guys, as much as tunafikiria ni mapala, for them anything wakianzisha inakuanga kufanya kumalo. Kama ni corruption, wanafanya the biggest, which we have learned from them na tume take over in terms of corruption. All right? Wakisema the leader ni kumtoa. The only people wale wameshindwa kufanya hiyo agenda ni Nigerians. Now you walikuja wakado wakasema corruption is part of their gene. Okay? So hata leader akiwa ni corrupt utakuta anakuwa defended na wengine. So hao wako hivyo. But the rest of the countries, coups are like ni order of the day. Sisi ni mchezo. All right? Now, remember people have been criticizing Burkina Faso. We have the guts and audacity kusema unajua huko ni military junta, sijui nini. Hizo matheory zote nyingi watu wamesoma college about democracy and all that. Mwananchi wa kawaida anataka service. Tunasema kama sasa hapa tumedebate sana, ni vile nimekuwa busy nikatoka. Ati kususpend constitution sijui ni kufanya nini, italeta nini. Hizo ni matheory. Kama hiyo constitution imesuspendiwa, whether ni jeshi ama ni nani itakuwa huko, na mwananchi hospitali unaenda unatibiwa, unaenda, yani you get all those services that were supposed to be given by the so-called democratically constitutionally elected government. If you can get them through whatever supervision that you have in the country, what do you care? The only people who suffer when you have those kind of manenos are the bourgeoisies, waizi, politicians, matumbo kubwa. They are the ones who feel discomforted. They are the ones who feel they lose. All right? Mwananchi is always the one to gain. Go to Rwanda, where you are calling Kagame a dictator, sijui na nini. Mwananchi is jubilating. Go to Burkina Faso, where you are saying it's a military junta, sijui walifanya nini na nini. It is the thieves that suffer, but mwananchi anapata services. All right? What you may want to call anarchy, it's anarchy to the waizi, to the corrupt, to the leaders, to the matumbo kubwa. Okay? Because they are not able to do and lie. For example, today, if I asked you, what's the benefit of having parties in Kenya? What's the benefit? Zero. To mwananchi, hakuna. It's only that it's good to
the path to power.
Sorry?
Parties are important as a path to power. Is a path to power.
Path to power for who?
It is path to power for the politician, and as well, it is a form of identification for the mwananchi, because mwananchi needs these people to be domiciled somewhere in a pool.
So you identify yourself as what? Member of DCP. Then anyway, let's not monologue. So truly speaking, there is no value in being in any party in our country, Kenya. Hakuna value. But the day things will change, the value itaingia if the leaders are proper, they are good, they are all this and that, they are delivering services to mwananchi. Okay, then we shall now say we need that form of democracy where you can be in any party, you are elected, and you go to that house to deliver. Okay, but as of today, parties are only kiosks for those who start them. Wale wanazianzisha. And once you are lucky to win through those parties, then you join the table where you start eating and dining. Unasahau mwananchi. Because if you look at Kenya ever since, why would mwananchi be where he is or she is 62 years down the line? With all those very good democratic mauas, who is the loser? It's mwananchi. Now, before I put my mic down, I remember I got busy when there was hot discussion about suspension of constitution and all that kind of a thing. And the people are so scared about that, yet people want to do radical surgery. Then if you are too scared of suspension of a constitution for 3 months, because you are saying that immediately you suspend that, then Jeshi comes in and all that kind of a thing, there are many other ways you can skin a cat if you want to eat it. You could take over and then you begin with a series of executive orders. You can operate on executive orders for at least 3 months, 90 days. Serious executive orders, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. And that will help you put some things that you think would be able to stitch together a platform for you to be able to have a proper takeoff or a proper base for you to put things in order so that they run your way. Okay? Some of these executive orders, one would be very unique. You can even decide to have an executive transitional, you call it whatever name. You know, you get a team, yeah, that can be fully mandated to look into recommendations, okay, that would be able to kind of surgery or do a surgical operation to the rotten area, key rotten areas. Within the first 6 months, you'd be able to achieve that. All right. Again, you can also, on top of those executive orders, you can decide to have what do we call this? Are they commissions or whatever it is? Yeah. Some of the commissions you can decide to mandate. Others you can decide to have them, you know, investigated or reevaluated and all that kind of a thing. As a president, you have that very nice. It's not a. It's called a feather that you can use to be able to create a path for you, and that is what most of these very action-oriented presidents do. Yeah, we saw that when Trump took over. Things that he had irritated him all along, he implemented all of them through executive orders. Yeah. So, yeah, if somebody is sworn in and is serious, you can salvage the country in the shortest time possible. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So to see what the constitution is not cast.
Of course, that is why we have a 100 days action plan. Eh?
Yeah.
It is actually believed, Tony PK, if a president is not able to do something visible within his 100 days, hata mumupe miaka 20 hata ifanya chochote.
Yeah, you know 100 days, hii kitu si ati watu walitoa tu, it is scientific. If you are given a new appointment today, whatever position you are given, the first thing you do, umeingia kwa ofisi, uko na TOR, okay? What you do, you sit down, you evaluate your office, you look at what they have been doing and all that, and then you put up a work plan yako. Within most of the time, if you are a period of probation in 3 months or that, you have to put a framework that you present to your supervisors or to whoever has employed you. Within that 1 week, 2 weeks, unamwambia, this is my action plan. This is what I plan to do in the next 3 months. Now, that action plan, the executives will be able to say it marries into what we agreed you are supposed to do. It will show, it will indicate that you are going to achieve. If you are off, utaambiwa hapana, this is not the way. So that by itself, that framework, within the first 1 month, second 1 month, people will see, this new CEO is good. The mahali zile can of worms anafungua kule anaangalia huyu ataunda hii maneno, and that's why you get people, some people start, either if it's a very senior position, unaona watu wengine wanaanza kuresign, wengine wanaanza kutafuta kazi, wengine wanajua sasa tutadu job. So even as a president, once you are sworn in, because before, as you are campaigning, there is that which has been burning in your, whatever, you and your team. Like now already, for example, all the Sifuna, Akina Kalonzo, the opposition, they already have a framework. Wacha hivi huyu nani anawaambia ati hawana nini? And the framework is what? It is number one, to undo. Stop and undo all the evil. Okay? That is, hiyo ni kazi ya mwaka mzima. Juu zingine zina legal implications, nini na nini. But reinstating that which worked and improving on it, that is good job. Okay? Kama unaambiwa kama hii sisha, unaambiwa the old one kulikuwa na budget ya kuimprove to the latest of the latest in the world. Why would you not go back to that quickly and then have it, immediately our team starts working on that improvement version to deliver. So I tend to think, yes, they don't need to come with a manifesto talking about what? How do you talk of somebody who is dead? Mtu amezimika hapa. Do you start planning vile utamnunulia suti, ama you start planning on how you resuscitate the person? Kwanza atembee amke, then you dress him or her. That is where Kenya is. Even if I was, for example, far buying, I would not start saying how I would begin new things before I give life to what has been vineyard and has been almost killed. Education. That is a lot of work to cancel all the nonsense and putting things back to normal. It's a lot of work. So you can't go challenging at people have no stopping abduction and all this, and having the police realize what we had realized with Kibaki. That is not a simple thing. Remember, you have to clean, you have to remove those who have been put there not because of qualification, but because of their first names and all that. So basically, if you have a good team, there are many ways of coming in and giving yourself capacity and ability to deliver to Kenyans. Okay, all these things, if reverse the documents signed by World Bank and all that, come on. Kuna kitu watu unaweza ambiwa hii huwezi badilisha hii. How much does it cost for us to badilisha this? Okay, fine, we badilisha. Kwisha. It's better I save my country at an extra cost than let it sink. And I tend that is what people do whatever. Hizo unaambiwa hizo madeni za fake nini. Let them be reviewed. Why not? But if you are part of it, if your hand was in that cookie jar, hata ukiingia itakuwa tu ni kukanyanga. Wanasemanga zima. Usinini. It is wrong. Okay. That is where we are, man. Back to you.
Okay, sawa Stony PK, I think that one is in order. So kila mtu wako, Innocent, are you there? So Bwana Budi, there is an impeachment motion coming on Ruto. Is it going to see the light of the day? Ama ni munyambo ya punda tu? I'm hearing like even the opposition is now becoming very astute with it. They are saying kila mtu anasema anataka kuimpeach Ruto. Can we now see the first impeachment motion against Ruto coming? Whether we win or we don't win. Budi?
Is that a joke, Njiru? Is that as a joke?
Yeah, he is being impeached. Kuna watu wamesema wanaleta hiyo motion.
Nani? Watu ni nani? Tunataka kusikia ni nani na nani hao.
Kare Bamisi amesema ataleta.
Ataleta wapi?
I think itapelekwa parliament. So there is some attempt to impeach Ruto. There is some attempt.
Pale alisema kwa press conference. You know why I'm asking that, Njiro? You know, when you give such a statement, you are supposed to show the pathway. Okay? Yeah, tunakuja parliament. You give us the structure of parliament and how you believe that part, the way it is structured, your parliament vile iko itakusupport. So maybe I wish I had listened to his press conference. Then I would be able to wherever. Is it that, for example, secretly, we know maybe 3/4 of people have shifted from UDA? You know, that could be, you know, the hidden card. Yeah. So this time around, are they convinced and they'll be able to support Caleb? Or if it is maybe Nisiri labda hawezi sema, could be ni secret. You never know.
Wamesema tu kwa mikutano zao Stony PK, so there is that attempt wanataka ku impeach Ruto. So do you think this time round they can attempt it, whether they make it or not? Caleb alisema, I think, and also some other several people I'm hearing they also coming up. It is Stony PK. It is becoming a debate in Kenya to impeach Ruto.
Okay. So it's a good.
And by the way, Gen Zs also are already talking about it. Gen Zs wanasema that thing need to be done. Don't you think Gen Zs can put that pressure, especially together with the maandamano wanafanya as well from Monday? Ama?
No, we are going back to the same debate that we had. Do you trust? How does an impeachment motion tabled? Usually the leader of the majority takes the motion, pass it to who? To the speaker, and then it's debated, then it's what? It's voted. It is a process, not an event. And you're taking it as an event. The question, Stone amekuuliza, the critical question that we have been talking about, you trust that Ichung'wah and Junet will take it after they take it through the committees that are necessary. Do you think, again, that it can be tabled for discussion? Do you think it can be voted for? So I don't know. I mean, Jiru, kuna vitu, unajua there is a time we came here. We were so sure, and not knowing our history, we said the former was the Koome guy. Was it the Koome or which one? That also ilikuwa Lagat. And we were 100% sure that he has been sentenced for criminal what? Allegations in the court. And we said here that whether he likes it or not, he will go to court. If you remember that debate, I asked you, who's taking him to prison? We debated about it. The next day, sensational politics came in through our courts that he is remorseful, and therefore this thing has been put to rest. And that's a mere police officer, but sitting at the highest, you know. Now, Stone amekuuliza, who is going to table it? How? Where? Show it to me. Stop this mere theatrical saying in the political circle.
The parliament for once can try to do the right thing.
No, you want me to chew more than I can swallow. Which parliament? First of all, remember, Ruto is the parliament and parliament is Ruto. Technically, Wetangula the other day was cozy to the ODM members of parliament because he himself is supposed to be impeached so that they can choose another speaker because he is no longer valuable. To who? To Ruto himself. And therefore, Ruto is trying to craft a way to appease the Linda Mwananchi by negotiating with them. So the talk we should be talking is Wetangula being impeached, not Ruto. So I don't know. I mean, for me, I wouldn't even make that as a topic here. Why? Because how Ruto made the minority to be majority and he allocated those seats. He sits pretty. Wetangula knows very well it is by the hest and it is through the blessings of Ruto. He became what? The speaker. The worst speaker in the history of anywhere in the world that I have read, not even in Kenya alone, that I have read. I don't know if there were worse speakers than that. So for me, in my lifetimes, so do you think this very person who knows that immediately that happened, the possibility after Amekuwa impeached Ruto, his seat is also gone? You have to see the people who will have to hold on to Ruto to make sure that even an impeachment. Do you think this is the first time even to attempt?
Sawa Budi, ni kama umepotea. Wajeri, karibu.
Saseni.
Jema kabisa. Can you react to our show in general?
There's been a lot of things from America trying to install the thing, the Ebola thing. Nimeona court imesimamisha, lakini I hope the court is going to stand. I hope that's going to stand. Nimeona hata the Law Society of Kenya imepeleka hiyo kitu kotini. It's a matter of emergency, an emergency case, something like that. I don't know how they call it. I hope that, Kenyans also need to fight for their country. Now, and I also am also praying that the borders of Kenya remain safe, that we don't have that disease coming into Kenya. Because right now, Ruto's health facilities are in the worst condition. And only God can save Kenya. Nimesikia mkiongelea maneno ya presidential candidate, somebody is going up, people are suggesting Sifuna. Is comfortable with all of them. Yeah, any one of those persons. Hey, what is speaker eating? I don't know what speaker was eating. I'm also like, among those top people, I think each one of them can take the mantle. They just need to stand united. Now, you've also been asking whether they can table motion in parliament to oust Ruto. I don't know, a motion can be tabled, but Wetangula allow that motion to be tabled. And do you even have the numbers to make that motion work? That's the question. How many MPs have the guts and the audacity to do that? I'm aware what Kasongo. So for me, that could be practically impossible. Okay. Now, the other thing, nimeona yule kijana, our Mr. Speaker. Jiru, umemwona huyo kijana? Wacha kwanza nisalimie.
Yeah, nilimwona. Yes.
Be yourself. Good to see Be Yourself, Ani Rufraf. Nawasalimia ni nyote Acacia, nyote ni masalimia. Umeona huyo kijana anaitwa Mr. Speaker sir. Nimesikia ameannounce anaenda kwa mkutano ya kina Babu Owino na kina Sifuna. And I like the way he's explaining himself, that they were not invading parliament, they had been invited by Babu, hata wakapewa chakula, sijui nini. I mean, do you think anybody can sue that boy?
We are waiting, but I don't think for me, I don't think suing is the risk. My issue was her own safety.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think anybody's going to sue him, because I think that has been overtaken by events. And soon him is going to just escalate the situation. So, yes, Alex, we're saying something.
No, I'm saying Sijui kama mimi ndio sikuwa nakusikia. Njiru sijui ameenda wapi. You can pick up from there.
Oh, ulikuwa unanisikia sasa?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so that boy has come out in a time when I think Kenyans are getting agitated, and probably we are going back to reset mode 2024 finance bill. Now, sijui kama hizi vitu za Ebola ni za kudistort, za kuambia take away people's attention from main things. You know, history ya Ebola ati America ina set up sijui nini. I don't know. Or is that situation going to escalate the already agitated Kenyans who are getting worked up every day over this, over that? Okay. So, and don't forget, kuna celebration ya the fallen heroes of the Gen Z of June 25th, 2024. Kuna hiyo celebration inakuja, and we are already feeling like this finance bill should not go through, should not be passed. And then now, history ya Ebola, I think Kenya is becoming a boiling point. So, Arya Njiru, you were asking why protests in Kenya don't resort to revolutions. We have done so once in a while in 1990. That resorted to a revolution, that there was a change of status quo. Okay. So even though we may not follow the paths the other countries follow, maybe military takeover and all that, Kenya has fought. And so I do not think it's time to give up. I think it is continued to, whichever, I think Kenya takes a different path altogether. Like, and probably we can say we are lucky that we have not taken the military option. So I don't want to say that the countries that took the military option have missed it, but I want to say that if we can remove Kasongo without a military option, then I think we'd be better off. If Ruto can just go, wengine wetu tunamwombeanga sana aende tu akiendanga. If Ruto can just go without a military option, then we'll be better off, because I think our constitution is sovereign, and when all is said and done, when we have something governing the country, we may be better off than anarchy. Not that I'm thinking that the countries that resort to military options have asked for that. Those things just come. Some things are spontaneous, Njiru. Some actions, some events that happen in certain countries are just spontaneous. Sometimes they are not even planned. And people like Ruto are the people that cause such events. Okay, so I hope, I want to see the pressure. Nimeona kuna mkutano walinda mwananchi kule Machakos. I hope now the pressure starts again. Now, finally, I don't know that you people talked about this. I know we talked about this previously. The Timishi Academy fires. I understand there were several reported fires again today in some other schools across Kenya. And what concerns me is that I have had discussions in Spice FM and the others. Nobody is coming up in an option of making Kenyan schools day schools. I do not understand why. I don't know why they are stuck saying the children are stressed. Mara siji kuna mtihani, siji second term is too long. Second term will always be too long. And a Kenyan exam will always be stressful. So they are not addressing the issue. And again, I don't know. I saw another lawyer, I'm forgetting his name. He analyzed several schools that went on strike, that he began with St. Kizito, Bombolulu. It is painful to see how many lives we have lost in our boarding schools. Yet, we do not want to take that bold move and have all schools to be day schools. Kwa nini hakuna mtu anaweza tokea na hilo wazo? I mean, nobody is seeing that the solution. We still go around and round and round. That school principal was blaming two teachers. She needs to be jailed herself. That school principals stop being principals of boarding schools. So Njiru, wacha nifikishe hapo kwanzia, nitaongea baadaye.
So, Julia, do you think there will be a day when Kenyan maandamano will be will yield to something?
If it has yielded something before, then there will be. You know, I keep saying you are young. It did yield something in 1990. So it will be.
Because, frankly speaking, there is so much we have lost in maandamano, lives, what, and I don't see substantive fruits. Tunatokezea, watu wanauawa, like we are unable to do like the Tahrir Square thing. Unajua Tahrir Square is very famous in Egypt for what people did. Watu wanakamp hapo wiki moja na Hosni Mubarak anaenda. Anyway, I think maybe Kenyan historians are not able to stand well. I think before me Julia vile nafikiria ni before we do another maandamano, I think Kenyans need to study how different maandamanos happen different places and what they achieved, because you cannot invent the wheel, but you can have a starting point based on what others have done. I think we are not able to compare. Sisi tunafanya tu maandamano yetu tu. Wewe fanya. Okay, Julia, you can react about story ya Sifuna leo pale kwa mazishi.
Oh, nilimwona briefly. Can you play that clip? I saw it briefly.
Nili alipewa tu nafasi anyamazishe umati uko unaongea sana na it was actually effective.
Okay, so that is the point that alinyamazisha umati.
Yes.
That is why now you are proposing him to be the presidential candidate.
That is Tony PK. He's calling him his president. Na anasema all before 2032.
Yeah, he has a future. I agree with Stone, but I don't think right now he's the most likely presidential candidate. I don't think so.
Sahi ni nani?
Sahi we shall be fair enough to look at numbers. Who will give us numbers? That will be the formula. He's among those who bring numbers, yes. But we may be looking at the combination to bring out numbers. So
Sifuna seems he can manage to bring some good number of Western people. Although pia nimeona kuna jamaa anaitwa Didmas Baraza is trying to fake to have support.
Jiro.
Yes.
How are you? Let me just nimesikia Julia, let me just give her the chronology of the event so that she can chip in. Sifuna came to the burial na alipofika huko the crowd and na how the attendees wote waligeuka na wakaanza kuongea mkutano wa watu, they were not able to stop. Na alienda kwa kiti alikuwa ameenda kukaa, watu wenye alikuwa amekuja, unajua na kusikiza na kujanga na watu wake pia wenye wanamlinda majeshi yake, so walienda wakakaa huko mbele in case of anything happens. How do you call this guy, the kofia guy mwenye anafanga kofia, ule Mluya alikuwa amelipa watu ati ndio wamueko wamuattack, but aliletwa na majeshi yake. Sasa walienda wakakaa huko mbele, hata mali sanduku iko karibu na sanduku, so the meeting could not go on. He had to be called akuje ndio ajaribu kutuliza watu. Sasa at least ndio mpaka wale wengine wenye hawakuwa na yeye walianza kupiga makelele kuongea, unajua the mamas in that speakers hawangekuwa nasikika, so ndio aliitwa. Mkutano ikiendelea, that inkaendelea, akakuja akaongea, akawaambia please, tuko kwa matanga, tunataka kwanza wamalize the program alafu baadaye tutaongea maneno ya one term ama two term, na wenye wako one term watasema na wenye wako two term wasema. But mimi sijui nyinyi mko nyinyi ni nani? Ndio watu wakasema sisi ni Sifuna. So nyinyi ni watu one term. Kama nyinyi ni watu one term, hebu tuheshimu hii matanga ya huyu Wangamati, alafu baadaye tutaongea maneno ya hiyo. Sasa ndiye akaambia wale wenye wamekuja na mimi, wote wenye wamekuja wananisupport, nyinyi ni Sifuna, mrudi basi nyuma. All of them walirudi nyuma na kila kitu ikanyamaza, ndio wakaanza kuongea. Ndio baadaye aliongea sasa, but that time another meeting there, yani the program ilianza tena vizuri. Otherwise watu walikuwa wamesema hawaongei anything, kuna mtu angaongea hata huko mbele, hata those one term people. So that was the genealogy of the event. So kutoka huko ndio the MPs walianza, when they were given before him, walianza kusema huyu ndio tumeendorse. Wakina if you see the Kalwares, the Wambogas, wote walisema sasa hao ndio watakuwa foot soldiers kutoka Uluya, wame declare, na any person mwenye atakuwa against Sifuna hatakubaliwa kwa western region. Na ndio Kalwala alikuwa ameambia tumekuwa na leaders na sisi ni the former leaders, tumejaribu kuleta Waluya pamoja na tumeshindwa, but sasa time imefika that we have our own mwenye tunaweza ona. And akaswambia don't make the same mistake, the only thing tunataka hapa western ni power na development yenye hatujaona kwa sisi old leaders. Yeah, Julia, you can continue now.
Okay, yeah, he's obviously attracting a lot of attention, especially from Western Kenya, and he's obviously probably the most popular leader from Western Kenya. So either one, I give it to him. And he also happens to attract the attention of the youth, probably across the Kenya. A lot of youth, I don't know how many youth, but a lot of them. So that I appreciate. And yeah, they are right to see him as their presidential candidate. That's what I would say, Innocent Nanjiru.
No, unajua walikuwa na this was the first time kwenda Bungoma. Bungoma unajua ni side ya Wetangula na speaker huyu former speaker wa Senate pia anaitwangaje Lusaka. Na hao ndio watu wana support two term sana, but he was surprised, he was surprised that hata watu wa Bungoma peke yake they were able to endorse him, na even the speaker, yani Bungoma senator, yani governor na naitwaje Wetangula walikosa kuattend hiyo masiri because Sifuna was coming. Walisikia ati intelligence ilikuwa imesema ati walisikia Sifuna anakuja, na Sifuna akikuja huko lazima how do you call it, lazima ata inject. Sasa waliogopa kukuja, so ndio watu wanasema because waliogopa kukuja, Sifuna ni kama ame overtake. Yep.
So I think Innocent, I think Sifuna should do what Gachagua has done to Mount Kenya region and make Western a no-go zone for Kasongo and his people. He should concentrate and do that. And then he needs to give them the direction, because bado wako DM, ako wapi sasa? Maybe Innocent unaweza nijibu. Where is he?
You know, one thing of ODM yenye hata mimi sitaki atoke ni ku make sure that ODM imeisha na imeisha kabisa. That's one of the strategy walikuwa natumia na Orengo, wakasema kama ODM ndio inaenda ku make Kasongo akue president, then they will make sure that wastay hiyo ODM wa spoil wakue na at least some number of people and also the MPs when the president MPs wenye wako huko wame turn from that ODM waende to a different thing. That's why wamekuja na parties zingine. So for me, nataka endelee kukaa kwa ODM because they are spoiling it from inside. Hawataki support. Wanaona the only party yenye inaweza support Kasongo ni ODM na wako huko, na akasema ati wakiwaachilia then wale watapata impetus. So I don't know, but for me I believe that is the right thing. Washikilie, na that's why unaona hata James Orengo anasema kama party leader amesema ati Saizi unajua ameanza kusema anataka kukuwa senator wa Siaya. Sasa amewacha ile maneno ya presidency, alikuwa anatafuta ama deputy president. Sasa wameanza kuona, wamesema huyu jamaa kama ODM haiwezi toa presidential candidate, then we have people who are able to do it. So wameshikilia huko. To me, na many Kenyans wamesema akae ODM but alinde wananchi. The support ndio ODM isipate numbers ya kusupport Kasongo. Na ndio naona Kasongo ameshindwa ku gain ground, especially kusupportiwa na watu ODM. I don't know, you can comment on that.
Yeah, that's a good plan, but eventually he will need to vie for a position. He'll vie through what?
They have many parties zingine zimeanzishwa. Amisi ana moja, huyu wa Suba anaitwaje, Karoli ana ingine, na kuna yenye sijui Renaissance pia imeformiwa, and they are also playing out. Wanasema wanaendelea kuona how things cook, but walisema August ndio kila kitu itakuwa wataambia watu vizuri August. So we don't know what August has for them.
Because I think he should form a new party for himself. We should not do, you see, like the challenges Matiang'i is going through, setting Jubilee. Don't you think Matiang'i should have formed his own party too, Innocent?
Yeah, we advised him, but sasa unajua aliona kuna financially he was not able to but I don't think the finances ingefanya, but one thing alisema Jubilee, yani wakati walimuita Jubilee walisema that it has the, how do you call it, branches all over Kenya, so it was easy. But unajua in Kisii, another parts of Masai land na some places, hiyo party yake ilikuwa imeshika mizizi, hata alikuwa anaenda kuilaunch, but I don't know how he was convinced. Maybe ile kitu tunasemanga ni puppet wa Uhuru, ama Uhuru there is something he wants to teach Ruto, so watu tukanyamaza tukasema let's wait and see. So people are waiting and seeing, but the way ameanza kuileta Jubilee ni kama ameanza kuifuvua kidogo, but hii Ngunjiri ndio sijui what's happening with him. Umeona what he has said?
Who, Ngunjiri?
Ama
Kioni?
Ngunjiri huyu alikuwa MP wa Nyeri.
Sijaona
Jubilee.
Amesema atanipeleka kotini sijui ati kutetea nini. Okay, whatever that one is working for Ruto. But okay, I think Matiang'i can still get he can still ride on Jubilee and he has a lot of support from Kisii and like you have said, even Masai land. And wacha nitetee Uhuru. Okay, first, kama simtetei, of course, he's also looking at his personal interest, like any other person. But then I believe that Uhuru believes that Matiang'i is the best candidate for Kenya because he worked with him. And I understand why Uhuru believes so. And I agree with, personally, I think he's still among the very best candidates we have for a president. Like the changes you people are talking about here, the changes, no school fires, the rule of law and all that. Matiang'i is among all those people, including Sifuna, he's the only person who has proven that he can implement that. He gives them a run for their money. If we were to not look for numbers, you see that I began by saying that why Sifuna may not be the presidential candidate, because we shall be looking at a combination of numbers. Okay? But if we are fair enough and decide we want the best person for Kenya, we should go for Fred Okemo Matiang'i. That's my take. Unfortunately, people are looking for akona numbers ngapi. Unaona Innocent Penyako. But I think like you people have said that Sifuna may be president one day, Matiang'i may be president sooner than Sifuna. One day. Because the only challenge we have right now is to remove Ruto. And once Ruto is removed, any of those persons can become president. So while we need somebody, we are talking about numbers right now because we have a challenge of removing Ruto. So we must look at numbers, the combination of numbers also, as well as you select the team that we want at the top. However, the two people... Yes, go ahead.
Matiang'i also alikuwa Kiambu na Uhuru na ndiye alikuwa anaambia the Jubilee aspirants, akawaambia kuna wakati sasa atakuja aanze kuongea na awaambie strategies za kulinda kura zao na watu wasiipa. Akasema those things we will not speak them kwa kamera, tutafukuza hao watu wa kamera waende, and then we will tell you how kura zinalindwa. Ati unafikiri Ruto anaweza iba kura? So it means these people wanajua kura zinaibiwa and they know how they are going to do it. By the way, in Nyamira zile position za MCAs unajua zote alichukua, na the way alilinda hizo kura, that's why sometimes we don't speak them the way, and we don't speak the way alilindanga kura yake. That guy is a mafia. Akitaka kulinda the same thing kura zake, I know he's able to do it, but unajua alisema some of these things we don't speak them kwa media, so that wajue, tutawaambia sisi pekee. But the only thing hasa nilikuwa nashangaa, you know, in Nyamira they were supporting him, but Kenya unajua, sio ukianza kuuliza Kenya na uanze kuambia watu vile mtalinda kura, Kasongo unajua lazima ata infiltrate watu wake ndani wakuje kusikiza hizo ma secrets bila cameras. Umesikia juzi tu wakisema ati hata hii DCP we will get our own people, tuwaweke huko, those who are popular, tuwapatie pesa wachukue wapate nomination za DCP, wakimaliza wakishachaguliwa baadaye waende wa shift to Ruto. But sasa ndio Matiang'i alikuwa anasema hata kama wanaenda kuinfiltrate that walete watu wao waweke, hata kama ni Jubilee wapite, ndio those famous candidates wenye wanaweza chukua kura ati ndio waende baadaye kununuliwa. Akasema those ones wenye wanakuja kwetu ati tuwapigie kura na tunajua ati wako hivi, those are the people tutaki. So amesema kuna strategies, na akasema kuna ile international, he mentioned ile international campaign team yake ni kama sasa itaanza maneno. So that is the first time again nilisikia akimention since akuje Kenya, ndio amesema ati we know how to do these things, ni ile maneno ijaanza. So akasema na yeye by August there are things we are going to talk, na ameanza kuongea tough in the Matiang'i we knew. Ameanza kusema na sasa ameanza kusiongea, amesema tu hapa tutaonana, mpaka ukiona ma clips ama ma photos zimeanza kutolewa kukunja, amesema sasa hizi nataka kukunja shati. So I don't know, especially hiyo maneno ya kuiba kura, unajua ndio Wakenya wengi wanashuku sana, wanasema what if we vote but kura zetu sisi they are not counted. I don't know, you can comment on that. Is he able to do it? But in Nyamira najua alifanya.
About kulinda kura, kura, that is another discussion altogether. But then let me say this: if Kalonzo Musyoka and Gachagua were to agree, a Matiang'i Sifuna combination will be the best combination for Kenya. It is such a good compromise candidate that is not based on tribal balkanization. It is a reasonable ticket that would sell even to the Gen Z. And it will not sell as a tribal ticket. It will say that this is the team that we believe can deliver. If they don't want Matiang'i, Amartha Karua, Sifuna is another combination that can deliver Kenya from wickedness. I'm looking at people who have proven records of performing and standing their grounds. So, lakini tempenye tuko, I don't think the Kalonzo Gachagua team are seeing a Matiang'i presidency. I don't know. I want to speak for them. In fact, penye tuko na shida innocent ni Kalonzo Musyoka. Hapo ndio tuko. That's where we have a problem.
Yeah. Kalonzo na Gachagua, in case Gachagua also kesi yake iende through. Uliona vile Methu wameanza kusema pia.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Gachagua would easily throw his weight behind somebody than Kalonzo. I think Gachagua and Methu, they are selling their party. You know, you cannot go around telling people you're not vying for president and ambia wajoin chama chako. You know that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So I think they are in the Gachagua and Medu are making DCP more popular and powerful. And for sure, DCP has become another powerful party. But I think Gachagua is taking the place of Raila Odinga. Those days that Raila Odinga could throw his weight behind people. That is the Gachagua has sealed the hole that Raila Odinga left. So I think Gachagua is going to stand in the place of Raila Odinga. So Gachagua would easily throw his weight. If Gachagua maintains his stand, he's determined by all means to throw Kasongo out of power. So Gachagua would easily throw his weight behind a popular candidate. The only person that will be a pain on their ASS is Kalonzo.
Yeah. You agreeing with me. Unajua alisema for this time ukiona sijui ilikuwa ni KTN ama Citizen alikuwa ameitwa huko akasema this time round it's Kalonzo and Kalonzo.
Unaona sasa?
If not Kalonzo, it's Kalonzo.
Meaning, if they decide he's not the one, he'll join Ruto.
And it is Kalonzo, and if not Kalonzo, it's Kalonzo.
You see?
So means he must be there.
That is where we have a problem there. I'm telling you. Bundi wants to say something. Alex, go ahead.
Okay.
I don't know. I look it from a different angle. I think both Kalonzo and Matiang'i are overrated. I think we have an emotional attachment to them because we don't have a solution. I'm getting to a point that I must detach myself from emotions and that perspective that they have the best chance. We look at the community. A presidential candidate is based on how you're building your party. Because I'm still wondering when we all speak this, that those both combinations you told me, it means they will not have numbers in parliament. And it means Gachagua has become a monster, not a bad monster, like he has taken a takeover from the biggest target of all presidential candidates. Matiang'i sits pretty well if he was to take, and initially that was my thoughts, that he has decided to go to the Jubilee for two things, money and the vote. But the most important of all,
Sorry, you said man and what?
the votes.
Okay.
The reach for the mountain. As days goes by, I've come to the conclusion that I don't think where things stand, unless Gachagua becomes a fool and does very shambolic nominations that will actually take the most formidable players to this side. But if anything was to be learned, and if I was Gachagua, and I think he knows very well, is to have a takeover of the mount, and which he has smoothly done. I mean, he has related. Even today, we are talking about Olkalao. I think that was for Jubilee, but now all eyes are on him. So now, how do you sit on the table eventually when your stronghold is Nyamira and Nsi? The best bet that Matiang'i had was with the Gen Zs. Now they have an alternative, which is Fufuna. If you look at it, he has the rich votes of the Louis. There was endorsement after endorsement after endorsement. And they are willing and they are excited as a Louis. And today, if you look at that funeral of Wangamati, it was basically not a funeral. It's politics of the core. That is why Petangula will come and About reasons, they demolished the plan of the museum. And when Wetangula was reached and asked why would Ruto demolish Mali ya Mzee and his all, they did nothing. In fact, they punished the Mzee when he was alive. Now, Sifuna seemed to have crafted a way when he went to Busia and Kakamega, and he has totally solidified that place. Remember, it is a total takeover force from Natembea too. Natembea, when he came with the Tawi movement, we said, now we have somebody who will deal with Wetangula. But it looks from the way, traditionally, the problem that the Luyas have had is the Bukusu. Now, the Bukusu seems to be having a person who easily can, manage the other Luyas and Bukusu, because even within the Luya community, they actually Sifuna seems to have quelled and slowed down. Now you can see Boni Alwale on that. So him and also the coastal region, for some reason, I believe Sifuna was to do tara, because if you remember the sensitization and the mobilization and the registration of ODM, where they went through the last meeting they did was in Mombasa. They did so superb, where Raila alipanda ile sijui ni punda kule Lamu. They did very well. And I believe that vacuum is there. Also, Sifuna feels it. The other thing again is Sifuna takes the Gen Zs. So those three factors makes him sit on the table. When we go to your earlier allusions that numbers will be a fact. So Sifuna sits on the table. Gachagua sits on the table. Kalonzo sits on the table. Where does Matiang'i sit? That is my fear. It doesn't mean that Matiang'i has been blocked completely, but if I was Matiang'i, I will rush so fast to get myself into a deal with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta to a position whereby maybe I can tilt my fortune and see if the worst gets to the worst, these young people, because Matiang'i claims he was called by these young people to come and represent them. But it looks like he never did a good job. Now they found a person who is already doing a good job. So it will be detrimental to put a person as a presidential candidate whose stronghold is only Kisii and Nyamira. For me. And the Masai thing you're talking about, I don't see anything, because if there was anything, I think the Imur Dikir was an experiment. I mean, how do you become a presidential candidate? And I asked this question here, and somebody tried to lie to me that it can be. How do you become a presidential candidate if you're missing from what? From by-election to by-election to by-election to by-election. I mean, Julia, help me. From Mbere, I didn't see you. From Malava, I did not see you. Emur Dikir, I did not see you. Now we are coming to, I did not see you. What are you making that we don't know? What surprise, what miracle is this? So, I mean, for me, technically, Matiang'i is out in that ticket, because I think he's become lazy like Alonso, whereas other people are working. But technically, you are right, and you will convince me that he is a president that we will miss, that should have been. But based on the current politics, on how people have been, and even Kioni cried, he said, Gachagua is eating from the opposition seriously. I don't know if you heard that statement, Madam Julia, when
I had.
He explained so well on how he was managed in his own constituency, and he wondered if he will win from Jubilee if Gachagua continued that way. He posed the question, and I was like, Kioni is honest. And we don't want to agree to that. We just want to massage lies here. For me, I feel painful that Matiang'i did not get to where he needed to.
I feel scared on how Gachagua is growing day by day and the takeover. But I feel proud of him because this is politics. It's a contact sport and you must do it. So Sifuna and Gachagua is my take. And I have alluded this. The only way to take Ruto one way out. Let's forget about it. When, and this is going to rattle my friend and my homemate, and I think he will respond to it. When we thought Akikuyu will not become a president again, and Uhuru said he wanted Mudavadi to represent him. And Kabado and Kabando said, if that is the case, we are not giving Madimoni this. All roads will lead to what? To Bondo. The thing, if you say the one priority we want by all necessary means is to get Ruto out, and the rest will do this. I think it was Kip who said that. For me, if we truly meant that, we should create a Kumira situation, whereby we know Ruto will not get the 47%, the biggest junk that he got what? Last election, we totally take it out of him. And then we compound it. So we can create a situation that was in 2002, presidential candidate of Aluya, of Akikuyu and Aluya. I think if you mean numbers, if you meant what you said in numbers, let's not go now to what we usually say, which is governance. If we want this thing by all necessary means, I think a Kikuyu and Aluya candidature will give us this thing by 8 a.m. That is me. Thank you.
So, Alex, I don't know whether Gachagua candidacy will sell across Kenya. I think he's only selling Mount Kenya region. And while we talk about Gachagua candidacy, what about where will be Kalonzo Musyoka? Because that is a pain on our ASS.
I don't think it will be a difficult. Because I think
your mic is not clear. I think your mic is too close to your mouth or something. Ama ni mimi sisikii poa.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now that's better.
I think we must ignore noise and pay attention. If the country will see that we cannot appease everybody. Remember, I'm coming from also the backdrop of a man who is to be a president. Personally, I believe if given an opportunity, and if he worked hard from the very beginning and showed that he really wanted to govern, I would have wanted Matiang'i to become the president by all necessary means, because we are sick and tired of all these theatrics that we are having. He's a man, you and me know, there is no question about his capacity. There is no question about his intention. There's no question about all these things that we have about other candidates. So if that is the case, why would another, if Kalonzo's candidature will cause or will rattle us, then why not treat it same as also the Coastal, the Kisi, and so on and so forth? So, I mean, my common denominator is this, Madam Julia. If we wanted by 8 a.m., and I'm giving an hypothesis, I'm giving an hypothesis that should be open, but I know many Kenyans will not follow that hypothesis because I think we have been indoctrinated with this thing called rotation of presidency. And we see Kikuyus as a people who should not take power, but people are willing to put Ruto Yeye. Still, again, when you look at the years the both tribes have governed us, then if we are talking about rotation of president, neither this and this. But we are asking ourselves now that this man is in power, is the one we are going to fight. The problem is not that we do not have a galaxy of leadership. The problem is we are having a man who is in office and we want to get him out. If we can speak from that point of view,
then we say we must take out the major votes that he got. The 47% of his votes must come out. If Gachagua will not run, is he preparing Methu as a running mate? I don't know. DCP wants by all necessary means to be on the top. Gachagua was beaten twice shy. So Gachagua did not just prepare DCP to take the speakership or the governorship of what? Gachagua wants to have the presidency. So I'm giving an hypothesis if we wanted to win by 8 a.m. But again, if we want everybody to be on board, I don't know how we can accommodate. I've asked myself, and it's almost impossible. And I came to the conclusion that either Matiang'i or Kalonzo will be a sellout. And that is why when you say Kalonzo is an ASS, I agree. His people, including Mutula Kilonzo, have said openly. And even when the last election, they started working with Ruto immediately. If you remember the saga of GMO, when Nani came to, Gates came to Kenya, given immunity and prosecution for anything can happen, he was doing those things with Mutula Kilonzo. So the Wiper Party, most of his leadership have also been working, including the person who set the motion to impeach Gachagua was Akamba. So Akambas have also been working very well with Ruto, the leadership. So we don't know the last minute what they will do in order to do what. But I'm looking at a situation whereby we should be prepared. Either Matiang'i or Kalonzo will get out. But if they do get out, do we have two who will take us to 50? Then we look +1. Just to get Ruto out. And then we do post agreement with the rest of the two. Once they see that we have taken until we were together, come back. I'm not sure. I'm giving my hypothesis too. I don't want this thing to go to round 2. I want it once and for all. And one of the things we must know is that when a Kikuyu is a candidate or is part of the candidate, they vote man to man. That's my hypothesis. But Matiang'i on the ticket and Kalonzo on the ticket is going to be difficult on us. As we sit today, it was viable at some point when the Sifuna and the Linda Mwananchi, they are going to Machakos, you will see. They are going to Machakos, you will see. These people are changing the hearts and minds of Kenyans. So by all necessary means, Sifuna will be on the ticket. So who do you give Sifuna? So it's the common denominator. So you give him Matiang'i, you give him Kalonzo, you give him, and what are the effects? Where do you leave the DCP who have taken over the mountain? As a Kenyan, I will sacrifice Kalonzo and Matiang'i and get the biggest junk and also the current sensation and say, let's remove Ruto first. Because if you look at somebody who is able to put a quarantine in a country for Ebola, I mean, Ruto will continue doing the worst things and will just die there waiting for an ideal candidate.
Alex, your brother was supporting it, Bana. Your brother was supporting it that economically it's viable. Mpaka nilishangaa nikasema, okay. So we don't know what will happen. Okay, I agree with you. What you're saying is right, and that is what is going to determine how these elections will be held and will be won. The two people you're saying, I believe wao ndio kisunguti sana. Hatujui how if they insist that they want to be in the ballot, then it means that round 2 is viable. Round 2 lazima itakuwa. And choosing now, especially now from what Gachagua said, that lazima watakuja kwa meza and then they'll ask, what do you have? Kalonzo na Matiang'i hawatakuwa na enough votes to tender to the bidding table. And if that happens, then it means that these people might go out alone. And if they do that, then things might backfire on us. So, Apple, I agree with you, but we don't know what is ahead of us. We are just waiting and seeing what will happen maybe by next year. Nafikiri maneno itakuwa imejulikana vizuri.
Okay, another thing imekuwa ikinisumbua. Do you think if Kalonzo is offered a running position by Ruto, you know, you guys have totally dismissed me on that issue, but I've always seen that it can be a possibility.
Huyo ata agree.
Atachukua, Alex. That is what I was trying to tell you. Atachukua. Let me say this.
Yeah.
I think the person I know will not go to Ruto is Matiang'i.
Exactly.
No, Matiang'i will not. Na Sifuna will not.
Matiang'i has already spoken like he's ready to work with anybody. He has given us the signs that he's not dying to be called head of state. He has made clear that we don't have to worry about him. So I'm not worried about Matiang'i changing sides or shifting to Ruto. He will not. But Kalonzo, we'll jump to Ruto the next day. I'm telling you.
And he has been approached.
And now that you say that, have you a trend that I've noticed? If you look at the stronghold of Sifuna in terms of the people that surround him, they are not really pieces. Ipatenti, Barongo, Isairo, Onyonka, like there's not this idea. Have you realized that these boys have a backup plan, a contingency plan, that in case Jubilee flops in TC, we are with Sifuna?
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? And that is why
yes, they have gone to Sifuna, the like of that Kisi senator.
All of them, I'm telling you. Look at Bisairoma MP. The other day was Spicer. Look at Barongo. Many people that don't know that guy is a genius by excellency. Look at Kibagen. Kibagen is all the meetings at Sifuna. They are best friends. Look at Onyonka. Onyonka is the one actually they waited funeral initiation. Is the one actually announcing the Machakos thing. Like they are fully in all their hearts. Onyonka was being even beaten in Kisumu because of those meetings, leaving the mother in the hospital, but going Linda Mwananchi. So if you look at them, you've never seen them really fully committed to the Jubilee meeting passionately, the way they are committed to what?
Linda Mwananchi.
And that is now that I'm looking at that. I believe, and I have got, they are persuading a formation whereby they will put Matiang'i and Sifuna. And even in the funeral, you say, hata vijana wangu ambao wako in the funeral of mother, ya mama ya Onyonka, Matiang'i alluded that vijana wangu ndio wako strong, mwambie Sifuna. Eventually we will do. He said that. So the question is, Kalonzo now.
The question is, Alex, I can answer to you that question. Tomorrow, Siwako Machakos. You know, there's something that has been annoying me so much with Kalonzo. You people see the proximity of Lower Eastern and Coast. Angaria penye Taveta iko. Just see the number of Kambas in the Coast region and the Kikuyus who easily are close to the Kambas. Kalonzo is so lazy that he has not even gone to Coast Province. He should have now successfully balkanized Coast Province to be on his side. Jamaa hawezi. Unaona? So if tomorrow there's a massive turn up in Machakos and Sifuna goes to Coast Province, we shall begin to think that we can do without him. I'm telling you that. And that is a picture Kalonzo will begin to give akina Gachagua and wengine that they can do without him. He shall begin to show them, like, we can come to your region and take over. Unaona? Because the guy is so lazy. The guy is just lazy. You see, what were coast, we have these Mijikendas, and I think they are Bantus. I innocent, I may stand to be corrected. And it's probably, they are probably closer to the Kambas. Now, places like Lamu, we have Kikuyu representation, members of parliament, as women rep wa Lamu ni Mkikuyu. Kuna vile Kalonzo angepata favor in Coast Province without much struggle. You know, he would easily win the house without much struggle. That's using the tribal card. But the guy is so lazy. The guy is lazy. So, and because the guy can't do that, I think we'd rather have Sifuna go to Coast Province now. So, Kesho, tutajua, Alex, you are asking yourself about Kalonzo. We will know tomorrow.
Hata sio kesho, ni leo ishafika.
We will know.
Ishafika. And unajua Linda ground iko Kisumu and they were using the same tactics zenye Linda wananchi used kuchukua ile gari ya Linda wananchi. They also bought their own vehicle inapita around na mapikipiki zikitangaza ati kuna mkutano. So I believe most people will watch the Linda wananchi ya Machakos than ya Kisumu. Na unajua Kisumu Nyong'o amesema yeye hataki maneno ya hata attend hiyo meeting yao, na Siaya senator alisema na yeye hata attend, na there are people who have refused, wanasema wataki hiyo maneno ya tribal cards. So we are watching the two events, but I believe the Machakos one will sell than the Kisumu. Kisumu now advertise the same way how walikuwa na advertise. But what you are saying is right. People usually say that Kalonzo in campaign wise ni mtu akianza ati anaweza campaign Monday, Tuesday, by Wednesday bank imeisha pesa imeisha and is not able to go out. I've seen Gachagua do the same thing week in, week out, and that's how he has won the mountain. And exactly what you are saying, Julia, if Kalonzo could have done that, he could have easily gained the coast region to his side. But he's lazy. I agree with you, he's lazy. The same way Alex amesema Matiang'i is lazy. We don't know what they are doing. They are having boardrooms. Anyway, we are waiting to see. But Saisi, what we want, people who are able to take especially the votes from wananchi, who are able to convince the voters to their side, we will support them. That is what I can say. But Sifuna is showing
na Matiang'i kama alikuwa na pesa ya Uhuru, hizo magari angekuwa nazo Nairobi saa hii, we would be seeing Jubilee, right? Yeah, he would have domineered Nairobi. He would have gone to Coast Province. You know, Matiang'i was an easy candidate to sell, bearing the fact, you know, he performed so well when he was in Uhuru's government. According to me, he performed because I know he's the Ministry of Education and other ministries. He performed. He's a performer. So he was an easy candidate to sell. So he would not have been waiting for akina Gachagua waite mkutano ama waambie wako wapi. He would have gone on rampage, like he would have known Kisii iko nyuma yake. Hakuna hiyo, he doesn't need to do that.
Huko.
Yes, atoke huko. Angeanza huko Transmara, akuje Narok, Kajiado, and then he ends up in Nairobi. Then he takes his motorcade to Mombasa. If he had the finances of Uhuru, and I'm sure he has the finances of Uhuru, bona hajazitumia. Unaona, kuna kitu tuwezi pea watu. You see, you're talking about money. Gachagua has been on the radio, has been on mikutano. Gachagua, every moment Gachagua gets, he has to say something. He has to inject. Kama Gachagua anaendeka mpaka kwa vernacular za radio za Kalenjin wanamtukana, lakini ana inject. So what does that tell you? The guy has style, has style of injecting. Lakini these two, you see, Matiang'i has Uhuru's money. Why hasn't he gone out of the box? Now, when Kioni was trying to say that Gachagua amewakazia, what is wrong with Kioni? Kioni, what they have Uhuru support. Wamefanya nini na hiyo support? Wanataka Uhuru na hiyo magari. They want Uhuru to be on the rooftop of cars now. That's what they want. Uhuru, Kioni and Matiang'i. Is that what they want?
You remember when the other meet tour people to Kisii, the Jubilee waliwapatia ile gari yao kubwa, and many even Kisii, some of them turned their vehicles wakai label Jubilee. So I don't think Matiang'i is short of campaign money like Kalonzo. I agree with you. Matiang'i saizi kama ni kuinject angekuwa amepita many places, because hizo gari ziko na kuna mahali nimeziona ati they are waiting. I don't know what they are waiting for. They should be moving. Hata ile tu kutembea peke yake tu, ile unajua kuna ile marketing tu zinaonekana zinapita, just passing around because the vehicles are there. I believe if they do that, especially Jubilee saizi ingekuwa iko mbele sana because of the grassroots, but they are not utilizing that opportunity.
I think the greatest mistake, according to me, and I would like to be guided on this, I think the greatest mistake Jubilee did was to take one person, Kioni, from a Secretary General, a person who single-handedly represented Matiang'i before he came, and who there was hope if DCP does not do the nomination. Actually, even DCP, we didn't have DCP then. That even if there was to be a dominant party in the mountain, the alternative would have been Jubilee. So Jubilee was going to fight with another party. And the person that put Jubilee up there for long and carried it single-handedly, whether he was being paid or not, was Kioni. So Kioni going out of that position weakened the party. Now, to make it more worse, Metu coming in as the Secretary General of DCP makes DCP a home party for the mountain. It gives them the sense of belonging. After all these years, again, they think they don't have their own party. So the question of DCP and the mountain is a done deal. It's a done deal. So I don't think there is anything Jubilee can do to advance itself more, and therefore minimizes the chances of Matiang'i in the negotiating table, if the criteria, as Julia had said earlier, that numbers will matter when you're sitting on the table to negotiate. So that will technically put Matiang'i out. But is that the end of it? Not really, because remember, we might go for a rerun. And this is where the wild card comes in. And you end up having another individual who complements a candidate, obviously, that was not a favorite or did not garner 50+1. So I think the Kioni factor, the removal of Kioni, and the appointment of Metu has also changed this week's perspective of politics. I don't know how sustainable it will be. I'm going to look at how Metu is going to inject, because Metu already started with the issue of Utumishi condemning the government. But I would like, if Matiang'i to be the alternative, I would like him participating in the by-elections openly, clearly, and tantalizing campaigns to show the power of Uhuru's money, so that people do not blame him that you went to that party without thinking twice. So if they are able to show that the reason why they went there is because of money, and they prove that, then I think Matiang'i has a second chance. And that second chance may work for him very well. Unaelewa? And he may be able to speak with Gachagua. But currently, he has no leverage. He has no leverage completely because he comes third or even fourth. Sifuna comes first, or comes second. Kalonzo comes with his numbers, all those things, and the governorship. Now, my president top spot. I don't think
Alexi,
that voice is on the fourth. Yeah.
Alexi, I don't know whether it's true that one of the impediment of Matiang'i showcasing his muscles is because he has not been given the party leader. Na wanasema they are giving him very soon. Na Uhuru was playing it gently so that asikuwa wamemwekea mizigo yote because Ruto is trying to make sure that he kills Jubilee once and for all. That's why Uhuru hajawachilia ile party leader, and once he becomes the party leader, I don't know, walisema very soon they are going to have a NDC and then wachague Matiang'i wamuachie sasa ile kabisa. That's what Uhuru was saying last week. Akasema very soon we'll be having a NDC and we will pick a party, nitawachia sasa ndio mfanye vizuri, but I'm not going to leave this nikiona watu wanaisukuma kando. So I don't know how that will also uplift his candidacy if he is given the party leader now. Sasa tuseme yeye ndio party leader wa Jubilee na Uhuru ametoka kwa scene. Will that add something to his candidacy?
Unfortunately, no. You remember what this statistic gave us.
Are you using headphone?
No, really. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it's okay.
Yeah, you see the statistics that Gachagua gave us the other day or last week in regard to the excitement and the number of applicants participate as contestants with through DCP was mind-boggling. Well, first of all, it started with governorship, gubernatorial, which was 34, record of 34. Remember, this is a party that existed only 1 year, so 34. Okay, I don't know if Jubilee is able to do that. Honestly, we are talking about money and fielding candidates. And remember, Kenya gave us a law of, first of all, governor can use 1.2 billion to fund the campaign for what? An election. So which scares me that even if we keep on giving credit to Uhuru and his money, are they willing to spend that? Now, second, the same question I will ask with what? DCP. Secondly, they said the past people who are willing to buy for senatorials are about 80 something. Then when he came to the members of parliament, that is where I was shocked. It's a record of 11,000 people. And I was like, wow, are you sure what you're saying? Is this true or you're blowing things out of proportion? But even if it is blowing things out of proportion, we have seen how, Olkarau and, Murdi and, in other, including Gachagua trying to even flex muscles in Malava. Remember, he was there for a long time before eventually he did what? He gave it to Panyako. He flexed his muscles completely even in Luyaland. Who was Jubilee? So the issue of him taking so that he can be able, I think still will not be a matter. It's inconsequential to me. I think there is a part that Kion used to play.
Yeah, of course, Kion played a lot.
The mind. And the changes they made were strategically and calculatively wrong to me. Single-handedly, when Jubilee was being grabbed from the hands of Uhuru, single-handedly against Sabina and also Kioni, not Kioni, Kanini. The person who stood the face of Jubilee was Kioni. For me, I was shocked when they got him out. The reasons, I don't know. And I think whether you put this one, you take this one, you put another one, the removal of Kioni was a mistake. So it doesn't matter. So the reason Kioni there was mattering for me was there was hope for the mountain votes. And that's the only reason we agreed and we gave our sons to take a party that was not his. Remember, there was that conversation within our own before I got out. We were asking, is it right for you when a husband has died, you go to, shack in his house? Why don't you have your own house and then you bring that woman now that she's a widow, if that's what you must do? Okay. So the only reason we forgave him is because let's just hold, we'll get the Kikuyu votes. They are not there. It has been taken. Fact number one. Fact number two, we are not doing very well in by-elections. So him taking the position will not matter to me. It's inconsequential. And I had to take you that route for you to understand why I believe that whether they give it to him or not. I think the only thing that will resurrect Matiang'i right now is to start another movement that obviously he has to be bold. Because Gachagua also started from bootstrap, but where he is and where he sits, he's being controlled by the monies, the perceived money, which I think is not even there, and also the mistakes that he has made. And I don't think he will be able to come out. But his loyalty to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta can be, explained the same way Nick Salat was so loyal for the Mois for so long until he had to say enough is enough. So I think Matiang'i is stooging to become another Nick Salat if he's not careful. Loyalty must come to an end if you want leadership. That is how Uhuru became a president. That is how Ruto became a president. That is how Raila became a president. He was not loyal to even his own father's party. He had to move out. If Raila had to move out from his own father's party, who is Matiang'i? That was a person he worked with. That's not even a party that belongs to you. So he should just get out, start his own house and see if it can move ahead. As a person, he qualifies to be the best presidential candidate in that country. As a person. But now the vehicle, mwambieni bana, this will taint him completely.
Okay,
Lakini
Julia.
mbona hata Innocent, hata kama ni chama kutaka kukaa kwa hiyo chama, let me ask, does he want Uhuru to be on the rooftops of cars to campaign for him?
No.
Why haven't we seen him in public? If truly the Gen Z called him, why haven't we seen him? Why is he not creative? Unaona kama hiyo lori akina Sifuna wako nayo, mbona hajatembea nayo hata yeye
Na zake ziko there are many. Hata moja alipatiwa iko Kisii.
Sasa inafanya nini Kisii? Kisii are for him. They don't need that.
Na Narok kuna moja. You see that they have those vehicles. Sio kama lina mwananchi wana moja inapita around. Them they have at least those facility. They have those how do you call them, the campaign vehicles. No, not one, not two. Hata kuna zingine zimepakwa rangi ati zimeongojea. So I'm wondering, that's what I was telling you, in marketing sometimes kuonekana tu hata gari zikipita tu uongo tu, hata sio lazima ati mko hapo, but gari inapita watu wana hiyo ni Jubilee inapita. But okay, juzi ndio nimesikia akisema ati they are ready, kuna campaign how do you call them, can I call them hata ya sama nini zenye wanatumia, wanaendelea kupanga by June, July they will release them, those who are ready, wanataka candidates for various positions wakuwe ready, they be given the materials. Alitumia the one materials to be used. Na nasikia kuna gari mingi zenye zimewekwa tayari, those ones who want to use them kama unataka kucampaign, amesema atakuja one by one, hata kama ni kwa ward. Those vehicles ziko zimepambwa, zimewekwa. So what I'm saying is taking long to start it. Sijui mbona wanasema maybe from June, July wataanza kwenda around. So the vehicles are there.
Innocent, I don't think he need to put that effort in Kisii. Those are his people.
Not Kisii.
He should.
Not Kisii.
He should be out like in Nairobi, Masai land. Let him get out of the box. Imagine right now, if Matiang'i has been walking around with Jubilee vehicles and all that, Kenyans would be singing Matiang'i Sifuna. He would be the song. He would be the song. Yeah. Why he wants, the question is, if he truly has Uhuru funding, does he want to see Uhuru on top of roof cars campaigning for him?
There are more than 100, by the way. More than 100 is already kupita around. Sasa ndio sijui mbona anasema ati they are waiting from either June na July. I don't know why. Ni kama kuna mtu ana hiyo kampeni yake anampatia advice yenye I think wa Kenya they are not tolerating it. Unajua wa Kenya sio watu wa kungojea, hawana subira. Wanataka things to be done immediately. Wanataka uonekane ukipita. So those vehicles sijui that they are ready at India sasa kumove now. Wakitaka kwenda kama ni Mombasa ama nini zitakuwa zinatembea zimeandikwa Jubilee na nini. But you see, you don't have to wait. Anyway, I don't know their end game. Why they have said they'll start. Maybe they were laboring them sikuwe ready for that. Like sijui, maybe we are blaming him na kuna vitu wanaendelea kupanga kama hizo magari sikuwe ready ndio waanze.
I think Matiang'i's hands are so tied. Matiang'i, as a person, he had a vision how he wanted to unveil things. The part he found the structures are limited. And I think his vision with Kioni was curtailed, and that is my own perspective. I have no facts about that because I asked, why would Kioni work so hard to bring this man home, and when he gets home, he finds Kioni first? Okay. If you look at this, at time Kioni unveiled how many vehicles? I mean, man, there were so many vehicles in Ghana. If you talk some basement, I don't even basement Yanani, and they were ready to run and campaign for people. So I think he's been controlling and the remote that we questioned of the old man, and how he speaks, who he speaks to, where he goes. He has the itinerary of the old guard, the old man, or the Kenyatta. That does not give him the leverage to have the originality of buying, which prohibits him and inhibits him to be the Matiang'i who actually was the Minister for Internal Security or the Minister of what? Because he comes parodically. And I don't know if you have realized this, Julia. Once in a while, Matiang'i becomes the Matiang'i we knew. But then he goes to incubation for a long time.
Yeah, then he disappears again.
Yeah. So, and Gachagua has never done that. Gachagua consistently become Gachagua that people want. And I don't think he lacks knowledge on that. I don't think he doesn't see why Gachagua is growing. I don't see that he doesn't see that Gachagua swallowed him completely. All these things, he has seen them. But the fact that he's too loyal to a person, not a cause or an idea, I think it will bring him down. I think his friendship with Uhuru has become his biggest nightmare again. And in the history of Kenyan who have moved forward, you must defy your mentor to move ahead. And I think that
like
is
what Sifuna is doing. What Sifuna is doing. Saizi unaona ameanza maneno ya baba kuacha sasa. He's becoming himself.
Okay. you cannot, the environment we are nurtured in politically, and I think this is politics 101. Look at Ruto. Look at Uhuru eventually had to get out of Kano, in spite and despite of how much he loved Baba. Yeah, no, not Baba, Moi. Right? Same thing. Look at Ruto. Look at Kalonzo too. Look at Mama. Finally, she had even to rebrand. I mean, there is something that Matiang'i needs to learn so fast. But we are not here to amaze him because some of us have already moved on, and I think my party is doing better. So I'm okay. Sawa, kuna mgeni amekuja, wacha tusikilize.
Kuna mgeni ameingia ni Valerie Innocent before Valerie comes in. Sasa kama mnaongeanga na Matia, mwambie kuna watu, some of us were his faithfuls, real faithfuls.
Yeah, we do, but the way Alex amesema, whatever is advised to do, anasema ngojea tu kidogo, ngojea kidogo. Ni kama kuna some signals anapatiwa from somewhere, so si unajua plane ikienda lazima ipate that signal kuamuka iende. So unajua sometimes also when you give advice unapata asichukuliwa, anasema ati there are things we are waiting. So ndio nimekuambia Wakenya ni kama wanaanza kuchoka, wanasema until when, until when. So well, let's wait. Tumeambiwa tuongojee from next month. Next month is imefika. So we'll wait and see what is this plan that they have. Anyway, Uhuru also is not a mere person. He's a astute politician and is able to play his game well, but asifanye silver ya Matiang'i irudi chini. We'll wait and see, but we keep on injecting the same information we get from different people through Onyonga, and he's able to tell him. And I believe that's why Wakin Onyonga, or the way Alex was saying, that they are able to have an alternative in case things backfire. Watakuwa huko mbele. They have an alternative for it. So Matiang'i also should play his game well, ama akuwe na msimamo wake, aseme this thing bana, it's 14 months ama 13 months too, because the last 2 months asihesabiwi. Si unaona saizi ni June, we have 1 year to go, so he should play his cards well. Karibu Valerie.
Asante, ndio naingia na ndio naamka. Mlikuwa mnaongelelea nini Innocent?
Tulikuwa tunaongelea mbona Valerie amelala sana hivi. Anyway, ni maneno ya tu ya candidates ya Sifuna na Matiang'i, wakina Kalonzo. Where is it taking us? Inatupeleka wapi? Ni nani who will bolt out? Ni nani tunaona atatuuza very fast? Ni nani tunaweza patiana? From the way they are playing their politics.
Kupatiana
Unajua,
flag bearer.
yeah, we were talking about the numbers na strategies they are using. Whom should we give?
I think the other day here we were talking about penye imefika as Kenyans, we are tired of this thing of kungoja ni nani anataka kuwania. We as Kenyans, we have reached a place where tunafaa kusema sisi tunataka huyu na ndio tunataka tusimame. For a very long time these people have been coming, wanajitokeza wanasema I am the one who want to be the president of Kenya, but where we have reached as Kenyans, we are the one to pick whom we want, so that kukikuwa na ngori ama what happens or whatever happens, that person is accountable to us to tell us mbona anaenda hivi, mbona anaenda hivi. This thing of watu kukuja kujisemea mimi nataka, it has Ona imetuletea trouble sana in Kenya for the what is it called? For the kama sasa unaona venye Ruto anatufanyia saa hii. So I think it is better for us now tuamke tuseme, oh, kama ni Matiang'i tunataka Matiang'i, we are sending you to do this and this. And I don't know maybe if there is a person who is differing with my opinion, but yeah, there was an interview here that we were seeing. They were saying instead of okay, mostly cartels are influential in the politics of a state. So kama for example, let me say the governors of Nairobi. The governors of Nairobi ni kama wanaekwangwa hapo kwa hiyo kiti na cartels. So wakishaingia huko, they are only accountable to cartels. But if we make tuseme sisi we want fulani fulani as a governor, and it is not that I want that. It was just something that was it was like an assumption or something. I don't know if the wananchi are supposed to fund someone's campaign, because in most cases it is these cartels who fund these campaigns, and when someone rises to power, they are accountable to this cartel. So I don't know, and the United Opposition, I think they should give us a candidate as soon as now. There are people who are saying that maybe ukitoa candidate Ruto might anaweza mapema. So I really don't know, but where we are headed as Kenya needs a person or a president who mwenye atakuja kwa power and make sure all that people have been stealing irudi and whatever, because what this guy has stolen is more than enough and needs to be recovered. Na it has put Kenya into some abyss penye ni kama tumefika na huyu Kasongo sahi hapa hatuna nchi, because it is
Sasa nyinyi wa
scandals after
Kenya,
scandals.
nyinyi wa Kenya mmechagua nani?
Me, I was just giving my assumption. Maybe people will react to it, but let me just finish innocent. Because Kenya penye tumefika, it is scandals after scandals. Hatujamaliza Ebola, sijui kama mmeona hiyo ya mining ya hiyo place pale coast, scandal ishakuja. And at the same time, Ruto is just creating distractions because he's a master of distractions. At the same time, ndio hii tuna concentrate na Ebola, tuna concentrate sijui na budget nini. Ukienda uangalia sasa hivi tuna concentrate na Ebola na hii scandal ya mining yenye imetokea pia. There is what is it called? Parliament finance bill ishafika second reading. So in as much as this person is creating distractions everywhere, a master of distractions. Hatujamaliza na hii, Wakenya kichwa yao kama bado ingali kwa Ebola, ndio hiyo ya mining Mombasa. Akili yenu kama ingali kwa mining Mombasa, ndio hiyo finance bill ishafika second reading. So I really don't know where we are heading as a country, but now that we have realized that he uses distraction to distract us, and now the opposition should have learned the tactics that this person is using. And Kenyans, we are not also supposed to depend on the opposition alone. We are also supposed to stand as a people. This is our country. Chapter 1, sovereignty of the people and the constitution. This is a country. We have to remind Ruto that he is not above the law, because all in all, he's been violating the constitution of our land. Na hajali. So yeah, that is it. If anyone has a question for me, maybe Innocent, Jerry, and there we can also welcome Stone PK and Roba. I can see au pia wamekuja kama wameamka kama mimi, because yeah, we supposed to stand in as a country. Hiyo deal ya mining yenye imetokea juzi, I think because of the memorandum of understanding that Trump signed juzi na Macron, it has started being put into effect. Sijui kama mliona hiyo memorandum of understanding yenye the MOU that Kasongo entered into with Macron. It has started coming into effect. Thank you.
Yeah, Stone PK and Roba.
Wacha tuwa welcome tuone wana nini la kusema. Stone PK and Roba, welcome.
I'm listening because I'm listening, yeah, guys. I'm at work, but I'm listening. I'll contribute. I'm listening. I want to be a good student. As you, Alex Yakapa, because you know I
Stone
was
PK.
coming. That's why I came here.
Ako lakini ameanguka kidogo, maybe atarushwa ndani.
How do you know that innocent one?
Si alikuwa hapa sasa hivi.
Waja Rudy. Kuna something I want to ask him.
Okay. You can ask him, he's listening. Nila hajawekwa.
How do you know? What did you become Alex's spokesman? Oh my goodness, innocent. Okay. Why didn't listen kidogo? Then baadaye I'll come in. Let's don't be caged just percent. Today I want to be a reasoner a little bit.
Sawa. I can see Stone PK is here. Stone PK, how are you? Welcome to the show. Okay, najua ulikuwa kitambo, but yeah, mi ndio naamka nikapata mko huku.
Thank you. Tulikuwa huku for quite some time. Tukarushwa nje, then your Njiru alikuwa hayuko, so nobody would kind of recall us back, and yeah. Anyway, maybe I can comment on what nani walikuwa wakidiscuss, Innocent na Alex and Njeri. I could hear them trying to talk about numbers and all that, but I think in my own opinion, we are almost missing the boat, and we are even being sucked into the old school, the old bad way, old manners of our election. And I still keep on saying, ideally, if elections were held today, of course, Ruto would lose early morning, irrespective of who is going to be the candidate. Ideally, irrespective of who will be there, issue of numbers, nini will not come in. Kabisa. This is my opinion, and I think I've been in many forums, because most people are saying exactly what you have said, Valerie, that now it's the people, watu ndio wamesema. But unfortunately now, the people can't. What mechanism will they use to pick one candidate? Haiko, that's the problem. And that is the joy of Ruto. People are ready to pick, I said, any of the people in opposition, irrespective of whether huyu ndiye ana sauti kubwa, huyu ndiye ana act, huyu ndiye anapanda juu ya gari, huyu ndiye anakuwa juu ya mti mrefu, huyu ndiye anajua kutukanana zaidi. Kenyans would beat Ruto asubuhi na mapema, ideally, because if their system is right and the votes will be counted well, as of today and as of now, Ruto would go home the first thing in the morning. That's there. Flip the coin to the other side. Is it with the current, the systems that are in place, which we are running away from? That debate tumetoroka kabisa. Maneno ya IBC, nobody wants to talk about IBC. You know? So if you don't want to talk about IBC, it means we want to bury our heads in the sand and assume ama vile wa Kenya wanasemanga tuachie Mungu. Hii election tukiwachia Mungu, Kasongo anaingia asubuhi na mapema. Okay? Kabisa. Ataingia asubuhi na mapema, because tutaachia Mungu, na Mungu naye ametuachia sisi wananchi, ametupatia uhai na brains na will to do what he has. And I think I'm not advocating for God, but I know even if I was God myself, I would say I've given you everything. Do you want him to come and queue for you? No. Yeah. So it is upon us to insist on what is it that can ensure we can hold free and fair election. It is simple. It is the Electoral Commission which is so much, I mean, it can deliver elections. Never. That we don't want to admit. Na sijui ni kwa nini hatukubaliani hiyo. Sasa watu wanaongea sijui watu huyu anaweza kuwa sold, huyu anaweza kuwa kununuliwa. There is nobody who will be bought. If there is, by the way, I keep on saying, if there is anybody among those people who are in opposition that can easily drift back to Kasongo, it's none other than Gachagua. I can assure you that. This I can say without, blinking my eyes. If among those guys there is anyone who can praise all excuses biblically, niliomba, tulipanda mulima, tukaambiwa, we love our country, your country is bigger and this and that, better the devil you know than the angel you don't know, blah, 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 blah. For me, if I'm asked, I would say the easier bet would be our very vocal guy called Nani. Because remember, he was there initially, okay? Just like the way a woman or a man, you say you have separated, unakutanga, unaenda, unazunguka, muna gravitate to each other. That's my worry. That's my biggest fear. Yeah. Because anybody who bargains in terms of money, how much money are you bringing on board? What are you contributing to the party? What are you contributing to the deal? Anybody who is money-minded, indoctrinated with values of money is the easiest bet, the easiest person to sell a soul. That aside, the Gen Z had proposed, and somebody was saying allegedly. It is not alleged. Gen Z had gone straight for Matiang'i. Yes, and they have not changed their mind as such. Only that, of course, somebody like Sifuna has come up, and luckily has come to the opposition. And there is a reason why people floated that in the midst of the fire. Yes. And remember, the quality, what people are looking for is not who shouts most. That is not what people are looking for. All right. Another person that was being floated all over is Maraga. And then people downplay it. Yeah. The voter, when asked at random, anasema fulani ama fulani ama fulani. Then sisi pundits ndio tunaanza kupeana our opinion, sijui nini, figures zetu, nina. The other person that these guys have been floating in the villages everywhere else, uko chini, is Sifuna. All right. So there is a bigger chunk of people pick at random, ask them, they will tell you, hey, huyu anaenda, huyu ni sawa, huyu ni sawa, huyu ni sawa. And then silently also, because when people look at various parameters, they give you even a wider range of choice. There are people there parking there, wanasema huyu hata kama ni hivi, we think anaweza. So it is so good, and that for me, that's very nice when people have a choice of not more than one, of not one, but 2, 3, 4. Those are very good options. And by the way, where we are, these people might sit on that table and they decide if they use that kind of formula you guys are discussing here, at sijui numbers, we are na watu wengi na we are na hii, it will be rejected by the people. It will. People will say no. If you bring somebody they don't like, or somebody who people would not trust, tatupwa nje. Yeah, I tell you, na tutakuwa hapa tukidiscuss. So for me, I would think number one, we should have somebody, the opposition spearheading 3 pillars. One pillar is fight the contemporary issues right now that are going to hurt Mwananchi, like the bill and all that. There should be mobilization going on, to kupinga the bola, the bill, all these gaping, very bad gaping issues. They should not be given a break. Okay. Then on the other hand, also now the IBC, the platform, also that should be on top of our table. It should be on top of the deck, okay, so that we don't lose. Otherwise, we are lost in all these shenanigans, these side shows, yeah, and the time is going. Then utaambiwa hapana, and then tuna hiyo na vile hiyo IBC iko, and then tuna hiyo bill, tuta hope tutarekebisha. We will deal with it. Kenya is bigger than XYZ, so let's go pole pole, and that is when we are going to be changed. Back to you, Valerie.
Well. I don't know if anyone has a question on what Stone PK has
Ray,
said.
can I add something?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you, Father, for coming in. I was there. We disagreed with a lot of things. That was we started the show a long time ago. Maybe you can go and see what happened, but that's fine. So what I would say is, to add to what Stone PK just said, I think at this point, also, if we are not careful, the distractions you are getting from all this idea of Ebola, whatever, all these things, maybe this is a time Kasongo is working with IBC because nobody's paying attention. So we have to be very careful. This guy, they can cause whatever they cause. They bring this thing here when they are on behind the scenes. They are going behind and trying to see how they can lead their elections. That's all I want. We have to be awake 24/7. And we get focused on what we have to do. In terms of the candidate, at this point, you know what, I care less. As long as give me a candidate on opposition, come on, if it's Gachawa, come on, where they agree, as long as they don't go and start dividing and crashing one another and dividing the whole thing. Let them, like I said before, my wish is let these guys tell us they will have a conference for, like now, already we know, by the way, we know there'll be a retreat from Rinda Mwananchi somewhere. Then before they give us what they want to do in the coming days, I think that was done by Onyonka a couple, I think 2 weeks ago, if not 1 week ago. We are waiting for that one. Then from there, I expect the so-called united opposition just to come up with a framework and tell us between this time and that one, we will have a conference, cross-doors conference. We will talk as men, we will talk as women, we will talk as a team. Then from there, we will let you know, update you what's the way forward. That one will keep us like, we are just like, there's hope. But at this point, it's just like, it's a waiting game. And the problem is, Kenyans, we don't wait. Kwa sababu yani kila mtu, yani unajua, if we had a wish, then tomorrow mtu asema, what do you want? Wakenya wengi wangesema, I want a piece of Ruto. Nikate, mmoja atasema nikate sikio, nikate kidore, nikate nini mpaka amalizike, so that it gets out of the face of this earth. That's a fact. This man has destroyed our country. Even though I disagree in terms of Ebola, like what I said, like economic factor and everything, that's aside. But in general, Ruto is a conman. Ruto was not ready to be a president. Ruto has ruined our country real bad. You can just see even right now, just look at the country the way it is. People are suffering. We have more deaths than any president ever. Do you know why? Because they have messed up the healthcare. At least somebody angekimbia anapigwa kidogo anakuja, he survives. But now they are not counting how many people are dying. Unajua is scandal after scandal, is something very bad after. Angali kama watoto walikufa jamani. Now that's when they come see, or mom, or what's his name, the freaking whatever minister or permanent secretary for freaking education. I don't know him. I don't want to hear his name. He's now telling us, oh, safety not. Don't tell me saved aftermath. Tell me saved before something happens. Tell me that. These people cannot govern. These people, wherever secretaries, they are useless, all of them. And that's why this so-called parliament, somebody was here, I think it was Innocent, who were trying to say, oh, the parliament have said, I don't care about this parliament. They are all useless. It's time for them to get out of there. Okay, there are a few people, we can say there are a few people who make sense, but the majority of it, they're useless. By now, the so-called Kasongo will be out of power. This man is there. The more we wait, the more it's destroying the country. And that's a fact. That's a fact. You can take the bank. Who doesn't see what's going on? Who doesn't see? One day is unaambia Wakikuyu, they become a subject. One day watoto wamekufa. One day they are breakfast eating. Hata wangekura hii watapike wafanye nini nini wakufe. Yeah, they are eating breakfast when our kids are somewhere, parents are crying. Shame on them. Shame on you, Ruto. Shame on him. Let me just leave it there, guys. Let him there. I'm listening. I'm at work, but I'm just listening. You can see me. I'm at work, guys. You can see me. I'm working, but I'm here. I'm here to support you guys.
It's okay. Yeah. So for me, I'll just like to add on what I said earlier. This person has decided between sahi na elections ni yeye ku create distractions na scandals na kujifanya kama vile alisema ule kijana kama venye alikuja pale Kilifi kumuattack. He created that distraction in order to change hiyo security line yake. Sahi ana focus na Ebola na tuna focus na Ebola na hii scandal ya mining. I don't know kama hii scandal ya mining mumeiona wenye mko studio, maybe mnaweza niambia the ninio one. And there was something that I saw. It was saying that I hate how me as a Kenyan every day feels like we are parenting Ruto through his presidency, because he is a toddler and he wants to mess up everything. It is a wacha, usiguze hiyo, usiuze hiyo, usiibe hiyo, usikule pesa ya education, nisikupate na terrorists, for God's sake. So huyu president wetu ameamua ku act like a toddler. Sisi ni kama ndio tunamparent. We've never have, I don't know if we have ever had
Was with the president, call him a conman. He's not our president. That's better for him. Don't call him a president. He's not our president.
I don't know if we've ever had this kind of a president, such like this conman since independence. When you experience all the presidents since independence, I don't know if you've had such a president mwenye sisi ni kama parents wake and he's a toddler. Kazi yetu ni kuambia usiguze hiyo, usiuze hiyo, usiibe hiyo, usikule pesa ya education, usikupate na terrorists. I think that is where we have reached as a country. We are the one who are parenting Ruto. And we are tired as a nation. We are tired as a nation. We don't want a president mwenye tuna parent tunamwambia hii ni mbaya, hii ni nzuri. Hapana. As a nation we are tired, and as Kenyans we are supposed to stand up on this. Niliona bibi yake, the wife saying that we know we are going into the month of June and July. Now we are supposed to pray for this month. He knows June 25th kutakuwa na maandamano for the anniversary of the killing of the Gen Zs. He knows mwezi wa 7 kutakuwa na Sabasaba. So we as Kenyans, we are tired as a nation. This person, no. Hapana. Stone PK, I don't know. You still there or? And there is this thing that I don't know if you guys talked about it. Me, I think your time nilikuwa nimelala. There is this thing of impeaching Ruto that has been surfacing across what is it called? The MP Sabaoti Caleb Amisi. He was saying that he wants to table a motion in Parliament so that they can impeach Ruto. But now we have no problem with impeachment, and what is it called? We know that most of the people in Parliament wamewekwa kwa kibeti ya Kasongo, because you saw what happened when they were trying to impeach Gachagua. Pesa ilimwagwa kweli kweli, pesa ilimwagwa. And as we are going into the 2027 election, Ruto has been using some cards in order to get votes. He's been using the religious card. He's been using the regional block or the regional block card. But it's like now Ruto has known that Ruto has known that the tribal card won't work, the religious card won't work, and the only card that he can use is bribery and whatever, and maybe using these MPs. And Caleb Amisi was saying that they want to table a motion in parliament to impeach Ruto. But we can see the number of we know the way the idiots in parliament will obviously react. And he was saying that yes, he will table that motion into parliament. But since some of the MPs might vote no for Ruto because of various reasons or because they will be occupied, he was saying that for all the members of parliament who will vote for him to still remain in power, their homes should be occupied, fully occupied, because they never listen. He was like, instead of the journalists going to the streets so that they can continue being killed, in the process of voting for Ruto out, people should occupy these members of parliament homes so that they make sure they vote using their mind and not vote using what Ruto gives them. So I don't know what you guys think about this impeachment thing, because yeah, we might analyze it in a different ways. I don't know what Stone PK, Njeri, and Roba. You can comment on this impeachment thing. Are you there?
Yeah, I did see that one, but until that one happens, then from there we can start with something, because I just feel like I want to see the motion first table. Then from there we see if it won't work or it's just make noise, and we can that time if that one happens, that would actually even again. That would be a very, very good now cycle, because most of people right now, they are scared. I think he might not survive. He might get impeached if that motion comes true. But never say never. Let's wait until I see what happens. But me, I'm not taken a lot of time. Like, by the way, that's how we got his impeachment. That's how it started, like a joke, and it happens. But let's see if that one's tabled and it comes around, then you know what? People will support it, because people are tired of this conman. We are tired of him. But it's good. He has also taken note, and from what he said during that breakfast, he said, even if he loses, the country will move on. I keep on saying, this guy is not on to run. Still, I wish I could just have a betting where I can bet my money. He's not going to run. So that's what I can say for now. Further, I think at this point, let's wait what happens next week or the week after. If there's an impeachment trial, man, that would be a big one. But at the same time, I think the United Opposition, nobody wants to see that one. We want to go through the process. Maybe we just get divided in there. But that's part of the Constitution, so we can't wait. If it's committed high crimes and misdemeanors or high crimes against humanity or anything which he has done already, he has killed people, he could have been impeached wrong time ago. But if that's the case, I'll go for it.
And people are saying the way they impeached Gachagua, and yes, they impeached Gachagua thinking that Gachagua is bad or something, but at that time, and where Kenyans have reached na wamepata akili yao, they are like, venye Makanga alitolewa pia dereva angetolewa. Now this time round they are saying that if they are removing, if tunasema fagia wote MPs and whatever, in as much as we removing them, we're supposed to burn the whole forest. And the whole forest is Ruto and all his people. So I think where Kenyans have reached, they are very tired and they are very ready to burn this forest. They don't care. Huyu mtu ametuchokesha. the things that he's doing, the scandals that are following each other, it is like this person doesn't care. Ni kama he was sent by Satan to torment Kenyans. I think that is what Kenyans are saying. Huyu alitumwa ku torment Kenya, and I think the work that Satan the work that Satan was supposed to do in Kenya, he just appointed his brother to do. Na shetani penye yako anafurahia, anasema tu bas, kazi nilipeana inafanywa vizuri. And I don't know if Njeri and Stone PK are still there. They can also comment on the same, this impeachment thing. Sijui kama wako ama wametoka. But wacha nipitie comment section before I nini. They impeached Kikuyu who voted not Gachagua. Annie, sometimes it takes your enemy to bring you down. Under this tillage of Njiru and PK, she's gone kabisa. People have vested interest, but the next 30 days will be bad. She is the syllabus. We have created great patriotic lady. Boy Yose, naona unasema mnanipenda, nawapenda pia. Apart from Kasongo's impeachment, I've just seen hiyo scandal ya mining. I don't know if it was played here or something. Where is it? Give me a second. So it is just something that I saw. Ni kama mchezo ya Macron ishaanza ishaanza kukua into effect. Huyu mtu sijui alitumwa na nani. Sijui Ruto alitumwa na. Sometimes I get very tired of this guy. I get very, very tired of this guy.
Hiyo story ya Ebola kuletwa Kenya.
Give me a second.
Hiyo story ya Ebola kuletwa Kenya is just a distraction. As you can see by this post, Kenya's Ministry of Mining officially opened a global competitive tender to develop Mlima Hill. Okay, with the surrounding coastal area, it holds one of the world's largest undeveloped deposits of rare earth elements of niobium, valued at approximately 8.1 trillion Kenya shillings, estimated to be $62 billion US. Kumbuka, Mali Minerals ziko, the West wanataka. France wamekuja hapa juzi. France wakikuja hapa juzi walisema wanataka kutengeneza partnership. It was not a partnership. Ilikuwa ni tender wanaekelea. And to prove to you that ni tender walikuwa wanaekelea, hapa hivi unaona huyu ni president wa nini? France. Na huyu ni nani? Joho. Joho ni CS of what? Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs. USA wakisema wanakuja kubuild Ebola quarantine facility, hiyo ni uongo. They just wanna bring the equipment wazieke Kenya, wakuwe ready kwanza ku extract these minerals na kwanza ku transport nini hizi minerals. Na pia kitu kingine na shuku wanataka kwanza kuleta equipment zao za military in case retaliation ikue, watakuwa ready to defend hiyo surrounding area. Malizo minerals ziko. Hizo minerals ziko Mlima Hills. Nataka mjue China wanazitaka, France ndio wanazitaka, Australia ndio wanazitaka. Hizi nchi za nje most of them zinazitaka. Mtakwambia kuna vurugu itafanyika hapo wa fight for those so called minerals. The USA in 2024 decided to help Kenya expand Manda Bay airstrip. The United States has launched a $71 million, that's the equivalent of 9.1 billion Kenya shillings military airport runway infrastructure project at Kenya's Manda Bay Naval Base. Manda Bay airstrip is located in Lamu. Coincidence? Someone smart will know they are strategically positioning themselves around your place. Hizo minerals itakuwa, it will be easier for them to do what? Transport without us ever suspecting anything. Hizo minerals ziko hapo hivyo Mlima Hills, Kwale County. They are very capable kusaidia nchi grow equal one of the top performing countries. But they will make sure they take all the minerals na watu wache sisi walala hoi tukilalamika milele. Sasa usikubai into story ya Ebola, focus ile kitu wanataka kutuibia. Minerals itatusaidia sisi to grow as a country, as a nation. Wanataka kutuibia yote. Kitu kawaida USA wanafanyaga. Nchi yote mwanako na minerals na weak leaders.
Yeah, so vile tu nimewaambia, just as I have told you, as Kenyans we are the one parenting Ruto, kumkataza usifanye hivi, usifanye hivi, usifanye hivi. Na military ya France ilikuwa ishawekwa pale coast. So I think this was one of the reasons as to why they had a reason doing that, and they already know what they are intending to do. And it's high time Kenyans to wake up and fight for what is ours. Tukirudisha huyu mtu atatuua. If you vote this person back to this seat, atatumaliza, because he's already finishing us. Huyu ni mtu mwenye ana trade na sisi. He's using Kenya as his private property. He can trade anything with it, and that is what he has decided. Niliona juzi akisema it is better to die with the debt than to die poor. So it has been interpreted in very different ways. Juu ameamua kutumia nchi vile anataka. He has decided to use the country the way he wants. So I think for me, I will go. I just woke up nikapata mko kwa show. Sikuwa najua nitapata show ikiendelea. I don't know if Njiru is still there ama ametoka. Sijui kama Njiru wako ama ametoka. Yeah, but it's a chilly morning. Naona boy Yose anasema, are Kenyans at your level of understanding? I don't know if I don't know, mimi sijui. Sijui penya Kenyans wako, but I think so far Kenyans have known who Kasongo is, and when I look at na it's like Kenyans wamekuwa wanaogopa Ruto, but now hakuna mtu anaogopa Ruto. Now that they have known his business and what he does, hakuna mtu mwenye anamuogopa. People used to go around wakiuzia watu uoga, but hiyo story ya kuziwa uoga sisi tuwezi uziwa uoga tena. We are past that. We are past that era ya kuziwa uoga. Hakuna mtu anauziwa uoga huku nje. Ni kama like Kenya used to be in a position like they used to say like, oh, usicheze na Ruto, oh, mnajua Ruto ni nani, but now we can't buy that stupidity of Ruto ni nani, because we are a people, we are Kenyans, and we are patriotic to our country, and we cannot just let anyone do whatever he wants to. Akikuja rough tunacheza rough. That is what we have decided. Akikuja rough tunacheza rough. Huyu Ruto si mtu wa kubembeleza. That's what we have discovered. Si mtu wa kubembeleza. Tukimbembeleza na tukalia kwa kichwa atatuvunja shingo. So akikuja venye anakuja pia si tunakuja vile alikuja. And that's what we have decided as a country. Yeah, so bye guys, have a good morning. Naona msimamo anataka kuingia wakati mimi naenda. Lakini wacha nimkaribisha. I've never been with msimamo in the morning. Good morning msimamo.
Morning, how are you?
I'm fine. I just woke up, nikakuja nikapata show inaendelea. Nikasema why not? Because we are Kenyans and Kenya is our business. Wacha niingie huku nione wenzangu wanasemaje.
Mimi pia nimepita jicho nikapepesa naona live nikaona acha nipitie huku kidogo, sina mbavu za kusimama, lakini nione kuna jili nini bwana. Nasikia mgonjwa wa kwanza wa Ebola kapelekwa Kenyatta, sio hizo nyepesi ama ni vipi? Kuna sasa kama mgonjwa ashaletwa Kenyatta tayari, si mambo haya shakwisha wa Kenya. Sie letu lipi sasa?
Sijui lipi sasa, sababu we have decided to parent Ruto. He is a toddler. We are the ones kumkataza usifanye hii baba usifanye hii.
Najua sikio la kufa siku zote alisikii dawa jamaa, na kondoo hasikii mpaka akiacha kusikia, basi yuko kwenye nyungu hapo anatokota. So ili sasa ni Wakenya waamua sasa kwamba kwa kweli hatutapelekwa namna hii ya lazima. Sasa itakuwaje unatuletea ugonjwa katika taifa letu kwa sababu ya pesa, tamaa pesa?
Sasa nikuulize msimamo, huyo mgonjwa aliyepelekwa Kenyatta, is he or she a citizen of Kenya? Because that one I had not seen.
I have not seen the clear data that whether it's here, but I do believe he is not a Kenyan. Yes, si mtu wa hapa tayari. Hiyo ndio ishara wazi, kwa sababu wao wenyewe walitangulia kusema awali kwamba hawataleta na pia hatujasikia kisa chochote hapa kwetu cha Mkenya. So meaning aliletwa from somewhere, whether awe ni Mwamerika ama nini, but ni wa nje hapa, so ameletwa kumaanisha kwamba si wetu hapa. So at that juncture, I'm now having a lot of question marks on my mental view. The thinking on how, on where are we heading to as a country under this so-called regime. Sometimes inaleta ukakasi. So nikawa napita hapa tu kuconfirm kama wenzangu mmezipitia, kumbe nyie pia wenzangu mmeziona. Sasa cha msingi ni viongozi wetu sasa, hawa wapiga miluzi na hawa wanaopinga serikali na wananchi wazalendo, basi kuja kwa pamoja kuona kwamba kwa yale yote ambayo yamefanyika since hili regime ingie, tuyalete yote kwa pamoja, kwa sababu yanatosha kumwambia bwana wewe haya
chukua haya, enda nyumbani, kwa sababu huku ni kusafirishwa mbinguni hakika.
Na mwenyewe aliwahi kuja hapa kwa public akasema mambo ni matatu: uhame Kenya, uhame jela, ama usafiri mbinguni.
Sasa hizo maneno ndo hizo, either tuhame Kenya tumwachie yeye na Amerika na Ebola yake. Sasa sijui tutahama wapi. Bila shaka hilo la kuhama Kenya ni gumu. Kwa hivyo lililobaki sasa hivi la jepesi ni la kuhama kwenda mbinguni. Sasa before tuhame kwenda mbinguni, wacha ahame yeye sasa, aende nyumbani. Sisi hatumtakie ende mbinguni, bali aende nyumbani ili aone kwamba kuna viongozi bado katika hili taifa ambalo wanaweza kulipeleka swa njia ambayo italeta heshima katika taifa. Hiki ni kinyaa. Mtu amekataa wagonjwa kwake, wewe unapokea because of money. Ama hizi wamechukua wamemaliza, hizi zitaongeza pahali, hizi angalau hili deal imeingiana, kwa sababu itaweza kuongeza pahali, kwa sababu ya mashaka yao tulioshiria kina Didi Barasa na Didi Barasa kwa mazishi yale, watu wanaomboleza, yeye anagawa hela huko ndani ya mazishi.
It's bad.
It's bad. Acha tuniachie hapo dada mwana, nikupata unaenda, najua mjomba hapa amelala, pengine nataka kumsalimia. Mwingine ni Judy ama ni nani? Na huyu ni Judy ama ni nani huyu?
Msimamo, before you go, there is this video, just a moment. It is related to Ebola.
As you can see hapo kwa video, ni campsite ya wase walikuwa na Ebola huko Kongo. Wase wa Kongo waliamua kasema tutakufa tukiona, tutabebwa ujinga, tutakufa tukiangalia hivi na macho. Wase wakamkia hiyo campsite na wakaimalizana nayo, hizo hospitali zote, kila kitu yenye inahusiana na hiyo nini wakazichoma. So wase wananyuki, kama mnangoja tuwafunze kila kitu, tutatoka Nairobi kukuja huko kuwafunza kila kitu. Nyinyi mtake action, that is your land bana. Na hiyo kitu once imekushika, you only have 24 hours, 24 good hours kumalizwa kufa. Nika ile ugonjwa wa kuku vile inaendanga, unapatana kuku zote kwa factory zimededi. Na hii ni mbaya design ya noma. So ukiexpect kufunza kila kitu, hutafunza kila kitu. Ndio hiyo Kongo imewafunza vile deal na situation kama hizo. So kama una pesa ya kiberiti na hizo tuambie. Nimtuambie tu mapema. Msikubali, let's not allow land yetu bana itumiwe tu kama dump site. Haiwezi kubali. Hai make sense hata kidogo bana. Tusikubali hiyo. Top Laga 254.
And I also saw President Tshisekedi saying that they know how to deal with this thing because they have ever dealt with it. So he was like, let us deal with this thing, because there was a time that we only took 6 weeks to deal with it. But now, here we have never dealt with it, and it has happened. So, huyo mgonjwa, maybe we will look deeply into the issue, and then when we come back, we will analyze it. But sikuwa nimeisikia msimamo. Anyway.
Ni sawa ndugu dada yangu, acha tulifungia hapo hilo jambo, tulikunjia hapo, ila hapa pia sioni kwamba labda ni hili la Ebola peke yake, labda pengine kuwakurubisha wajamaa zetu ambao wana hamu na humumu ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanapata mianya ya kuweza kuingia hapa kwenye taifa, kuona kwamba wanafanya yao tofauti sasa, hususan upande wa madini. So hilo nalo pia linanitilia shaka, kutokana kwamba sasa hivi Kenya inamulikwa. Mfaransa alikuwa hapa juzi akapiga uongo wake hapendi na ndururu, then Mchina naye anakodolea macho, huyu Mwamerika anakodolea macho. Sasa hii tunu tulipewa hapa mlima, nafikiri ndio ambayo inatafutiwa sababu huku na kule, ili kuleta huku huba. Mwisho wa siku jamaa waje achukue vyao na wengine nayo wapewe chao, na Wakenya tubaki sasa tukiwachochole kama kawaida yetu, kama dawa. Kwa hiyo tamaa ya pesa ikizidi mno ni mbaya, na tunalishuhudia hilo katika hili jimbo. So Mungu tu atusaidie, na si Mungu kutusaidia, ni si wenyewe pia tujisaidie kwa kusema la hasha, maana hiyo ndio njia pekee yake. Asante, mimi nitaachia hapo.
Sawa, asante, and all good, all good. Karibu niseme good night my people na ni good morning. Have a great morning and a wonderful afternoon, and maybe we meet usiku.
Lakini mapema jamaa yangu, maana sometimes wengine tunatemwa. Unakaa hapa tumebaniwa mlango, alafu unajua maisha yetu yenyewe intaneti tulisubiri. Sasa wamepanga at least uzungumze ya kwako, utapike, unangoja. Kuna jamaa zangu hapa wakiongea hawataki wengine waongea hapa, na sasa ukitazama kile wanaongea ni kile ambacho sasa hakuleti tija. So mwisho wa siku unajipata umetemwa nje tena mpaka kuche kama hivi, angalau banga hizi. Ila salamu nyingi kwa ndugu yangu Boyesef hapo, kwamba nazipokea salamu zake na mimi pia nampenda zaidi. Kila laheri dada yangu, na nikutakie mchana mwema.
Nawe pia